I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs for the inquiry into racism, hate and violence towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today and pay my respects to their ancestors and their elders past and present. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of 6 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. Any answers to questions taken on notice at this public hearing will also be published on the Committee's website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening online of the need to fairly and accurately report proceedings of the Committee. I now call on representatives from Gelungwal to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Hi, I'm Jan Murray Jackson and I'm the Jar Jarrung Reserve Seat Holder and the Co-Chair of Gelungwal.
Thank you. Although the Committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false and misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege, and as I flagged, we're being broadcast live on the Parliament's website. I remind members in the gallery that you do need the consent of the Committee and witnesses at the table before taking photos or filming. If you see someone taking photos, it's because they already have the express consent of the Committee. As you can see from the nameplates on the table, Committee members who are joining you today, I'm expecting also Mr G to join us via teleconference if he is not already online. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you. And firstly, I just want to acknowledge country, so Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung country, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded. As stated already, my name's Jan Murray Jackson. My name means blue sky in Wamba language, and I have connections along the Murray River and central Victoria and western Victoria. And I'm here today in my capacity as the Jar Jarrung Reserve Seat Holder and the Co-Chair of Gelungwal. Gelungwal is the first People's Representative body that represents Aboriginal Victorians in Victoria and was established through treaty and established on the 1st of May. Gelungwal is made up of 34 traditional owners of country from every region of Victoria. We represent our communities, and today I would like to speak with this committee about our collective lived experience with structural racism. The sad reality is we see it every day. Some of my earliest memories are informed by this. As a child, I remember the Yorta Yorta native title decision that was struck down in 2002. I was on the train with my mum and I recall her crying all the way back to St Albans. And I didn't really understand it at the time because I was only a young fella, but I knew it was unfair to us and it was a structural issue. If that case was to go today, I'm sure it would probably pass with flying colours. We have known for a long time that there can be no healing from this racism without truth being told. For a long time, our people have called for truth-telling. In Victoria, truth-telling isn't a concept. We made it a reality for the Yuruk Justice Commission. Yuruk exposed structural racism and how this had a fiscal impact on our people. It found $200 billion was taken out of gold out of Victoria, and our people didn't receive a single cent of that. On a personal level, I know firsthand the benefits of truth-telling. My dad gave his evidence at Yuruk, and to see the weight lifted off his shoulders for him to be able to tell his truth is something that I'll remember for the rest of my life. And truth-telling is an active process of addressing structural racism. Unfortunately, we still see the extremes of violent and abusive racism. Last year here in Melbourne, we witnessed the violent attack inflicted on our people at Camp Sovereignty. And just recently, as Sunday night, this site was attacked again. First Peoples were assaulted by 2 perpetrators who tried to extinguish the flame. Police are trying to establish a motive, but our people know that it was racism. We have also seen a significant rise in online hate speech. During 2023, we reached out to Meta with examples of 300 accounts that we'd blocked. Meta responded to us saying that they did not deem that the comments were racist. That racism online has only gotten worse with an uptick of bots based overseas, spreading hate, We now delete hundreds of comments per week on Gullenwald's social media accounts that spread overtly racist rhetoric with a targeted political agenda. In closing, Australia has a skeleton in its closet, and it's time for that skeleton to come out. We know that truth-telling processes will go a long way in mitigating racism, and I'm proud of the work we have done here in Victoria, forging the path towards healing and justice. Gullenwald's submission to the inquiry recommends that processes for truth-telling must be established federally and in all states. And that's about it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray Jackson. Are you online now? Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. Gullenwald has a unique stand in this country, being its own First Peoples Assembly and having direct access to the Victorian government, who continues to do harm to our people. High incarceration rates of our women, they continue to steal our children at incredible rates. They're destroying land and water. So how does Gullenwald use this opportunity to take on the systemic racism that the Victorian government perpetrates against our people and our land?
Thank you. It's a great question, and I think we can all agree for the past 200 years what we've been doing hasn't been working. Treaty's about resetting the relationship and doing things differently. It's only the start, and I'm hopeful after this first statewide treaty, which set up Gullenwald as a strong institution that represents our community, is going to have chapter treaties down the line, which is going to tackle those systematic issues that you've just raised.
Have you raised any of the systemic racism with the Victorian government? We heard from the Tasmanian government yesterday. They acknowledged genocide. They acknowledged that they have systemic racism within their institutions. It was very impressive, in fact, coming from a Liberal government. But I don't hear that coming from the Victorian government, ever. So have you had particular discussions with any of the government ministers about what they are going to do? What is their plan to stop stealing our children, to stop hurting our people through the systemic, violent racism that they perpetrate?
Thanks, that's a good question, and I'm sure you saw the Europe Justice process where we had heads of government and other department leads and ministers come and put forward evidence, and recommendations have come out of that. There's roughly 134 recommendations that came out of the Europe Justice report, and we're setting up an Office of Truth-Telling, Nyona Yuluk Talkuna, that's going to look into that, that's going to tackle those very issues that you've raised.
So the old Premier, the one that just got booted out, she didn't agree to any of the recommendations. She just said, oh yeah, great, your recommendations, didn't implement any, didn't even have a plan to implement any. What is the appetite from government to actually implement those recommendations? We've heard from the Libs that they're going to wipe it out if they get in. So what appetite, what's our opportunity if there is a change of government? November's coming round fast. Is there anything we can get on the board before that time?
Thank you. Yeah, we're working through a few things with the Victorian government at the moment, and we're hopeful to see some recommendations implemented before caretaker. And then, yeah, like I said before, with the Office of Truth-Telling coming online soon, they're going to play a major role in keeping government accountable to those recommendations. The other side of it, as part of the evolved powers that we're getting, is Nyinga Nangawada, which is our government accountability mechanism. And in my eyes, they're not just going to look at Europe Justice Commission recommendations, but also all the past inquiries that have ever happened, and also any future treaty negotiations and how they're implemented as well.
How many ex-Labor people do you have working for Gullenwald and the treaty? Because I heard that Gavin Jennings has been providing advice on political strategy. I see you've got former ministers, advisors, who were part of the problem when we were debating the treaty legislation. So how many do you have, and how does the conflicts of interest work when their mates are in government and they're still discussing things?
Thanks. I don't know the exact number. There are people who have come across from different parliamentary offices. Most of them are black fellas, and they've come across to see treaty get over the line. We have a strong conflict of interest policy, so I hope that reassures you. And I think the CEO oversees that as an operational matter.
What we're seeing in Victoria with the treaty, you know, people around the country are talking about what's happening here, but it's not clan-based. So you have people talking for country that's not theirs, and that's causing some divisions. It's also helping the racists with, as long as we're divided, you know, that's part of the strategy. So is there plans for it to be fully self-determined by those who have birthrights to country rather than interstaters voting in our democracy?
Thanks for the question. And one of my proudest moments of being an elected member of the Assembly is our Additional Pathways program. We saw Wamba Wamba come on and get a reserved seat. Like I said, that was one of my proudest moments, and that process is still there. I'm hopeful. This is one of my things that I want to achieve this term, is get at least another 6 reserved seats of unrecognised groups onto our Assembly. That'll go a long way to your question. And I'm pretty sure there's roughly 6 waiting to get into the door, and we just need to set up the process and get it started sooner rather than later so that all of Victoria is represented. And as you know, it's something I'm passionate about, and obviously, yeah, my father is too. Yeah.
I'll just put one more, if that's right. The Uruk Justice Commission's final report included the finding of colonial genocide, and we saw all the politicians going in there hand on heart, cops going, oh, it's terrible, but they still do it. So the Victorian Labor government formally acknowledged the finding, led to a gammon apology to Aboriginal people, because when you apologise, you're not meant to do it again. Just like Rudd, you know, we've got more stolen children than ever before after that apology. So are these just empty words from the Victorian government in terms of their apology? Like, is there any genuine attempt to stop the ongoing genocide of our people here?
Yeah, well, I think with statewide treaty, the first one being negotiated, I think that's a massive step to addressing those issues. And part of the treaty negotiation framework for traditional owner treaties, somewhere coming down the line, I think that'll go a long way to addressing the issues as well. Traditional owner treaties is something I'm very passionate about as the Dja Djurrung reserve seat holder. We're hoping to get to the table after this state election.
So that's deaths in custody, that's child removals, that's suicide rates, and more of our women incarcerated in Victoria. This is a really bad government for our people. They're actually literally killing our people. Are any of those, because they're the colonies' issues, they're not our issues. Are they on the table? Any of those on the table?
Yeah, like I said, this is the first statewide treaty. I'm hopeful for chapter treaties to come down the line. So justice, health, education, child protection, housing, you name it, needs to be on the agenda, and 100% agree there needs to be system reform.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Murray Jackson, for coming and giving evidence this morning. You recommend the transfer of decision-making powers to First Nations peoples on the issues that impact them. What decisions are you asking to be transferred, and what decision-making powers do you propose First Nations peoples have on laws or decisions that affect all Australians?
Yeah, well, the first thing that's come across is for us to make rules on confirmation of Aboriginality. So that was part of the first statewide treaty, and we're hoping to go through a process with our community on what that could look like. And then other parts of the statewide treaty is to actually review policies that affect us as First Peoples. But yeah, that's all it's sort of limited to through the Statewide Treaty Act.
Great, thank you. In terms of your organisation, what should this committee look at in 3 years to judge whether the body has reduced a racism?
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. I don't know if there's any sort of targets or anything that we could put forward to you. I'm sure the committee could figure something out for themselves. But for me, I think treaty is dealing with racism on an action level, and for me, it's self-determination in action, and it's Aboriginal democracy in action as well.
Thank you. The York Justice Commission tabled reports in the Victorian Parliament containing a large number of recommendations for reform. Do you know how many have been implemented and what has changed on the ground for Indigenous Victorians as a result?
I believe that they're still in the process of implementing most of the recommendations, and as I've stated before, the plan is to have a shared approach on how they're implemented with us as Gullenwald and the state, and then with our Office of Truth Telling coming online as well, Yuruk Talkuna, they'll play a key role in seeing what that implementation looks like as well.
Thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you. Sorry. Congratulations on your election to your role, along with your co-chair. How long have you been in the role now? And so Gullenwald is now an entirely new structure. So you're in the process of setting up Gullenwald, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so can you talk us through what the structure is of Gullenwald? And I suppose I'm thinking about some of Senator Thorpe's questions, like how are you setting up the structure to, serve the needs of the community and what their expectations are around what treaty will deliver for the state, and how will it be structured up to respond to some of the accountability things that mob in Victoria so desperately are after?
Thank you. Yeah, there's 34 elected members from all across the state, and they're based in their regional communities. We're setting up our regional architecture as well with regional officers and regional teams to make sure that community have that access point. Underneath us, we have a whole operations that support us, and then we're going to set up the two different arms that's going to help us keep government accountable and for communities to keep telling their truths. So that's it in a nutshell. But really, there's a whole other treaty architecture. There's the treaty authority that oversees negotiations, the self-determination fund to help traditional owners get treaty ready, and for wealth and prosperity for future generations. So we're building institutions and architecture here to do treaty making in Victoria.
And there was we had Yuruk here in Victoria, a really important truth-telling process. How does that shape what it is that you do and how you structure up Gullenwald?
Yeah, it was a really important part of the process. I used to work in ops myself in the engagement team, and everywhere we went to talk about treaty, our community said, how can we have treaty without truth? And the first round of members took that on board and pushed for the York Justice Commission, which I think wrapped up in 2023 or maybe a little bit before that. And as I said, all the recommendations that come out of that. But I think for me, seeing heads of government come and learn about what's happened 1,000 metres from their front fence about massacres and things went a long way for us to get treaty over the line.
How do... I suppose I'm thinking about what the next step is. So we've had a really thorough community-led truth-telling process in Victoria. How do then the broader public become aware about what's happened in this state? Whose responsibility is that, and how do we bring people along on that journey?
Yeah, I would say it's all our responsibilities, Gullenwald's and the state's responsibility as well, through the implementation of the York Justice Commission. Also part of the statewide treaty, we have a clause in there about truth-telling in school curriculum. So that's about actually putting the final York report into the school curriculum. And we're going to work with the state government and our experts in education, such as VIC, on what that could look like. And I'm hopeful to do that within the next 6 to 12 months.
Yeah. And so there's a plan to get it into the education system. And outside of the education system, is there going to be any type of, I suppose, kind of awareness or public awareness campaign about the history of this state based on what's come out of Gelangwal. I think we've heard evidence that lots of the racism that our mob experience come from people not knowing. People don't know the history. People don't know how the history shapes the experience of mob today. And we've got a bunch of evidence that talks about what that history is. So for me, there's potentially a disconnect in how do you make sure that what people came to Uruk in good faith and shared, and ministers showing up, government departments showing up, how do we make sure that that information is shared with everybody in a way that educates and lifts the entire state up?
Yeah, I agree, and I think the onus is on the state, but also on us with our officer truth-telling. That'll be a key role that they'll play, Nyono Yuruk Talkuna, to continue to tell the story of the report and also any other truths that they might hear from our communities moving forward.
On a different note, how are you preparing mob across the state with the rise of far-right wing parties and the identity politics and culture wars that get played and our mob being used as a political football? We've seen it in the Libs saying they're going to get rid of treaty in the first 100 days of their government. Essentially, our mob are going to be used as a tool to gain votes in this state, and I suspect inside a whole bunch of racism and hate that's directed towards us in this state. How are you preparing for that? And do you have any role in helping to keep our mob safe?
Thanks for the question. And yeah, we've had lots of discussions internally about what the state election is going to bring to our community, and we're figuring out a strategy on how we keep them safe. And because we've even seen it on our Facebook and Instagram and TikTok or whatever social media you have these days, all the racist comments that are coming in. Most of it is run by bots from overseas, which is a big concern because it's obviously a politically targeted attack on our accounts. We delete hundreds of comments every week, like I've said before, and we're trying to figure out how do we keep our community safe from that. And I can feel the weight on my shoulders to bear the brunt of it for our communities moving forward as well.
So are you speaking with government departments as well about their need to potentially ramp up community support, funding for programs or whatever it is, so our mob can access the mental health services and whatever else they might need in the lead up and post the election?
Yeah, we're in active discussions with the government on how they can better support our communities through this period.
Senator Thorpe, I'm looking at you. You had another question, do you? It's something that I'm really concerned about. So it sounds like one of the things that you do to help keep people safe is you really curate your page and manage your page so people don't go there and experience racist comments. I do the same thing on my platforms. I'm sure Senator Thorpe does as well. We had Meta.
Anything, Mike? Do you have racist trolls coming after you?
No, I don't, Senator Thorpe.
Oh, must be great to be a white man.
Senator Thorpe, thank you. We had Meta appear before our committee in Brisbane, and we asked them about who moderates the content online. So you've talked about reporting comments that are racist and harmful on Gelangwal's platforms. So when you report those comments, they get sent off. I think AI makes the first decision about it, and then it gets potentially escalated to a human in the system. Not a single one of those humans are in Australia. Do you think that Meta takes racism that's experienced by our community seriously?
No, I don't. We've experienced it firsthand as an organisation. We've gave them 300 accounts that did racist comments, and they decided it wasn't racist. Like I said before, we report hundreds of comments, and we often see the same person come and comment again. So, yeah, I don't think they take it seriously at all, and they need to do more. And it's disappointing they don't have any staff in Australia. So I think they need to look at that and actually make sure that our communities are better supported on social media, because I feel like that's a new place where everyone can say whatever they want, and it needs to be moderated properly. And my staff are under a lot of pressure. 200 comments, a day nearly sometimes on our viral post. Some of them have to stay up till 12 a.m. deleting comments, and then they go to sleep and someone wakes up at 6 a.m. to go through and make sure our community doesn't see this racist filth that happens on our social media.
They said they've got in evidence to say that they take racism and hate experienced by our community seriously. They said they've got a task force or a committee that meets twice a year that has one Aboriginal person on it. I'm not sure that I think that's good enough. Do you think that that's good enough? Do you think that's an example of them taking the racism and hate towards our community seriously?
No, they're not. To me, that doesn't sound like they're taking it seriously, and they need to do more. Twice a year is not enough. Like I said, we're getting 200 comments a day on some of our viral posts. So how do they deal with that if they're meeting twice a year?
And it's not even just on attacks on us, it's attacks broadly online, directed at lots of other groups as well. We are one person on that group.
Yeah.
Do you have, what would it look like to you, to Gilangwal, if a platform like Meta is to be considered safe for our mob? What would that look like? What would they need to be doing for you to say, yep, they look like they're taking this really seriously? They might not be able to stop it, but what would actions look like on their part for you to be able to say they're taking it seriously?
Yeah, we have a few ideas. I think the first thing, obviously, is if we are putting forward accounts or comments, they need to take it seriously and actually see it as racism and not deny that it's not. So that's one thing. They obviously need more staffing behind it and making sure that people are monitoring it properly. Another thing, obviously, with all the bots that are attacking our accounts across multiple platforms simultaneously, they need to look at that. So I think for me, that's a pretty big thing that needs to be tackled, because it's bots from overseas. It gets put into a group and then bots attack our posts. That's what we've noticed. So I think if they figure out a way to get rid of bots on social media, that'd go a long way as well.
Somebody's looked to have more questions?
Yeah, just one more.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'm happy to go to you, and I've got a couple more questions as well.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you. In your submission, you point to prioritising structural change to achieve self-determination and the transfer of decision-making powers to our people on issues that impact us. What we are seeing here in so-called Victoria, though, is that Gilangwal has not been given real structural power. Like, the government have been very strategic and they've given a little bit of power, but not ultimate power. And two things that they held back on, which is very racist of them, is the Victorian Heritage, the Heritage Act and the Traditional Owner Settlement Act, two pieces of legislation that allow the continuation of the destruction of country and water. So Gilangwal can't override any of that destruction. I've had people in my office yesterday talking about mountain ash, the last mountain ash ever on country here is about to be completely decimated by the Victorian Labor government. It's planned. It's already a done deal. So because Gilangwal has no power to override the Traditional Owner Settlement Act nor the Cultural Heritage legislation, it was not part of the treaty, the statewide treaty, because government made sure of that. Is this something that's going to be on the table with the Victorian government? Is the Victorian government willing to also allow power over land and water and to veto on saving country?
Yeah, thanks. It's a good question, and there's probably a few parts of it to me. with Gullenwala, if you look at the individual powers and the things that we've been able to negotiate, it doesn't look that powerful. When you look at them all in unison, with our accountability mechanism, Office of Truth Telling, we can do engagement hearings with different ministers and secretaries. We have meetings with Cabinet locked in, and a few other powers that I could probably speak to as well. I think if you look at it as a whole, it is quite powerful, and there are things that we can do and levers we can pull on to make people accountable to things that they are doing. And for me, if I go back to the chapter treaties, those things should be on the agenda someday as well.
So for the cowboys in their four-wheel drives, you know, like running roughshod through country right now, destroying totems, destroying country and poisoning waterways, what is the power now with the Victorian government that Gullenwala has to stop that behaviour? Because they're the racists getting online. They're the ones destroying sacred sites on Gurraward, you know, with rock art. We're talking about Nazi racists. What's our power to stop them?
It's a good question, and I think for me it's about how do we amplify the local traditional owner voices who are seeing this and making sure that it's getting to the right people, and then how does those local traditional owner groups use the powers and things that we've negotiated to actually do something about it and see what we can do through it, whether it's through our accountability mechanism, through our engagement hearings, through our meetings of Cabinet or different ministers. Then I'm pretty sure we'll be able to get that across to them and make sure that something's done about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can you step us through the time that it took to get to where we are now in this state? I think lots of people think that this only come in post-referendum, but our community were working towards this for a very, very long time. Can you step us through what it took to get to what we have today in Victoria?
200 years plus? No, well, really, it's, you know, generations of work, right? We've been calling for treaty for generations, and I think that was because we saw the good that treaties did overseas in Canada, New Zealand and America. But really, if you hone in on the actual process that we're in, it started around 2015 and 2016, and that's when the Victorian government had self-determination forums. I think Lydia was probably at them as well. And there was a strong call from 500 strong people there, elders and community members, to go for treaty. So from that, the government took it on board. They appointed Auntie Jill Gallagher as a Victorian Treaty Commissioner, and she went across the state to figure out how we go about this process. And then in 2019, we had our first election, and those first members who were elected had the process of making the treaty architecture to allow us to go into treaty making. Fast forward to 2023, that was when I was first elected as a Jar Jarong Reserve seat holder. We had the task for negotiating the first statewide treaty, which we delivered late last year. And now that we've negotiated it, we had our next election this year, and I've been elected as co-chair, and now we've got to set up Gullenwala, which is a strong institution that we need to build that represents our community moving forward. So yeah, it's been going for roughly a decade nearly.
Yeah. And so been through 3 elections now, or 2?
Yeah, 3 elections.
3 elections.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And setting up a new structure now, this time round, means there's some things are probably going a bit slower than what community might want them to as you're building the plane as you're flying it.
Yes, that's the running saying at the Assembly. We're building the plane while we're flying it. And it's actually been quite a big jump going from a company into a statutory body, as I'm sure you'd all be aware, with all the different regulations and things that we have to adhere to and all the policies and processes we have to set up. I have full trust in our operations team who's backing us in to get this job done. And we're hopeful to hit the ground. We've hit the ground running, and we've set up our governance structures. We've selected our leadership, and we're getting into the work. And I'm keen to deliver some practical change for our mob this term. And I think the key focus is going to be economic self-determination. So yeah, just watch this space.
Excellent. I'm interested to know, this has been decades in the making. We're coming into a state election where it's something that the Libs are taking to the election as, one of the things that they're going to get rid of in the first 100 days. What is the impact on mob, or not of just like hearing rhetoric like that, but then if this was to come to fruition, how does that land with people?
Yeah, it's scary for our mob. Like every conversation I have, they raise it, oh, what if the Libs get in? You know, they said they're going to do this. I was hopeful that treaty would stay above party politics. It's disappointing that that's their view on it. But for me, I think with our focus on economic self-determination and the things we want to achieve this term, I think there's some alignment with the coalition because they're looking through everything through an economic lens. So I'm hopeful to build a relationship and hopefully stepping back from tearing up our treaty that we've worked so hard to get.
Yeah. So you're trying to work with them to make sure that you can keep it alive for mob.
Yeah,
trying to work across party politics to keep it above it.
Yeah, keep it alive and also build on what we've been able to negotiate as well.
Yeah. And why the focus on economic independence, self-determination?
Yeah, we've seen it as an area that we probably didn't get as much attention through the first statewide treaty, and it's something that the whole chamber is passionate about it. We've set up a committee to focus on it, and we've got a paper done by Mariana Mazzucato, a world-leading economist, to help us work through what we could do. We've looked at examples overseas in Aotearoa and then also in Canada with their financial architecture to hopefully replicate something here in Victoria.
Yeah. Because and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because there's the work that goes into supporting mob in business to become, successful business people to grow that generational wealth for our mob. And then there's the economic benefit of treaties around the country as well. So people understand that treaties aren't just for First Nations people, it actually lifts entire economies up, the state, regional economies. And there is really clear evidence of that when you look to international jurisdictions.
Yeah, that's right. If you look at Canada, I'm pretty sure the local mobs there increase the productivity and the economy of their local regions, and they have a pooled resource, and I'm pretty sure that generated more income than their federal government. If you look over in Aotearoa, they have a fund of roughly $128 billion, and that generates roughly $32 billion for the regional economies there in New Zealand. We're hoping to replicate that here in Victoria by the work that we need to get done this term.
It sounds like there's huge economic and productivity gains to be made in Victoria that can lead the rest of the country. You referred to a paper that you had done. Is that able to be tabled for the committee? You could take it on notice to see if it's something you can table.
Yeah, I'll take it on notice. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to share it at some point, and then I can get it back to you once I get approvals.
Perfect, thank you. Just checking.
Just one
Senator
really quick
Thorpe.
one. Well, given we've got the federal government here, what should the federal government be doing? Should they be telling the truth? Do you suggest, or do you think that the federal government, Labor, right now, has an opportunity to truth tell the whole nation? Do you think that would assist in the racism that our people are dealing with? That if the federal government, particularly Malandiri McCarthy, the Minister for Indigenous Australians, if she committed with Albo to do a truth-telling exercise right across this country, do you think that would alleviate some of the racist narratives that we're dealing with in this country?
100%. We all saw brother boy Travis Lovett walk from Parliament here up into Parliament at Canberra, and we saw the good that process did. And yeah, I think a truth-telling process nationally in every state needs to happen, and I think a treaty process federally in every state needs to happen at some point. It's just about if the government's brave enough to take it on.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. That concludes the questions that we've got for you this morning. You might get some questions on notice from committee members, and if and when they come, if you can please respond to those by the 27th of August. And any questions on notice will come through the Secretariat, including the date that they are due. And from today, you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence. And if when you take a read through it, you see that there's any errors in there, that you can ask that they be fixed. So thank you very much for the important evidence you've given to the committee this morning. We will now suspend, but we welcome our next witnesses.
No worries, thanks for having me.
Thanks, DJ.
Thank you.
We'll now resume. I call on Miss Marissa Williamson-Polman and representatives from the Fitzroy Stars Football and Netball Club to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Me?
Yeah.
My full name's Esmeralda Bamblett and I am currently the president of the Fitzroy Stars Football and Netball Club.
Thank you.
And my name's Marissa Williamson-Polman and I'm an athlete.
My name's Peter Hood and I'm here to represent the Fitzroy Stars Football and Netball Club, particularly from a player welfare perspective.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard. It attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast via audio on the Parliament's website, and we also have media in the room today. I remind members of the gallery that you do need the consent of the committee before taking photos or filming. If you see somebody taking photos, it's because they do have the express consent of the committee beforehand. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing and to anybody who's listening in online, because we don't have visuals, it'd be helpful if you can say your name before responding to each of the questions so anybody who's listening online knows who's speaking. You can see from the nameplates in front of us who you have from the committee here today. I will now invite you to make an opening statement. I might start with Annie Esme for the Stars.
So I'm representing the Fitzroy Stars Football and Netball Club today because over the years, and I've been the president for 10 years now, and over the years I have experienced and witnessed a lot of racism. I don't know, I try to work out why. I haven't actually worked it out. I don't actually know why we can't go out and be on an even playing field, but that doesn't happen. And it is constant. It's not something that happens every now and then. It's actually a constant. And it gets to this, the place where if we have fair umpiring, it's odd. We wonder why. We're surprised by it. It impacts on our club, it impacts on our players, it impacts on our community who come to watch. It has wider implications than just that game that we're watching. It has implications for our young people growing up and has implications for the whole community. It's all about well-being. It's not good for our well-being. And it actually really makes people wonder whether they should play for Fitzroy Stars. A lot of them say that it'd be a lot easier playing for a mainstream club than playing with Fitzroy Stars and seeing it over and over and over again. So I'm here for that purpose. I think it's really important. I think the racism in Australia is out of hand at the moment, and I think it needs to be stopped. And if this inquiry helps that, I'm really glad.
Thank you, Annie Esme. I was wondering if I go to Mr Hood. Did you have a couple of comments you wanted to make about player welfare before I go to Ms Williamson? Polman?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think just to back off Annie Esme's comments, I've been involved in the football club as a kid in the 90s, before the club was disbanded from any competitive football comp. Up until 2008, we came back into the league. There was a short film that was made, and the comments on that film were, when the Stars are going well, the community's going well. And that's been evident, and Auntie Esme can testify that to the success that we've had on field. I think as a life member coming back to help in the player welfare at the club, I've seen how disheartened our players are when calls that are made that are unfair. I think to speak the truth. There's some misconceptions about our football and netball club, that we're First Nations exclusive. It's not until people that aren't our mob, aren't a part of us in community, experience the same hardships that we experience week in, week out when competition is alive. But as Arnie has said, those players that aren't a part of our community don't last very long at our club because of the mistreatment of our players on field, by not only umpires but spectators of other clubs. So, yeah, I just thought I'd share that to begin with.
Thank you very much, Mr Hood. Ms Williamson-Polham.
Thank you. My name is Marissa Williamson-Polman. I represented Australia in boxing at the Paris Olympics, and I was the first Aboriginal woman to do so. I was also awarded the Arthur Tunstall Trophy, and the reason why I was the first woman to win that, and the reason that I'm bringing that up is this award was named after a man who threatened to send Cathy Freeman home from the 1996 Commonwealth Games for carrying the Aboriginal flag. And this irony captures the reality of racism in sport. Institutions celebrate black excellence when it is convenient, but abandon us when it matters most. So I'm going to talk about my experience a bit. It's hard to do it in the 2 minutes, but my career has been marked by repeated targeting. In Italy, in 2023, I competed in Italy. Days after the Voice referendum failed, I was physically assaulted by a physio with the Australian flag shoved onto my chest and told that I had to finally respect her. And during a National Sports Tribunal finding against Jamie Pittman, I was named as a perpetrator because I retaliated. Yeah. In Thailand, I had seizures over there due to dehydration, and I was hospitalised overnight. My mum was not called. There was no duty of care. I was actually told that they weren't going to pick me up and they were just going to grab me on the way to the airport because my health and well-being wasn't as important as their shopping. And then on the way home, a coach, Jamie Pittman, took a sexually explicit photo of me without my consent, and I was never told formally by any of the sporting institutions that that photo was taken. I still have not been informed. So this is just to show that I raise this because not only am I a woman and I'm young and I'm outspoken and I'm black, all those factors compounded together made me more of a target. I also, when I was competing at the Solomon Islands to qualify for the Olympic Games, a Boxing Australia official called my home coach to tell him that I would face repercussions if I carried the Aboriginal flag. So it's all good and well to put some deadly artwork on the uniform, but cultural safety and practice is another thing. Last year I was at the centre of an integrity matter because I went out drinking with a group of men, and I was the only one that was punished. On the night out, I got called an abo, and again, I was named as the perpetrator because I retaliated by calling him white and privileged. I was also told to stand down by Maddie Clements from the HP 2032 leadership program because I had mental health problems. I was also told by Kelly Lokes during that integrity matter that I had mental health problems because of my Aboriginality, and that I put myself at risk of being sexually assaulted and raped. So I raise all these bodies with you because through my trials and tribulations, I've come to understand that sporting federations investigate themselves. And then Sport Integrity Australia, despite their name, they can only investigate individuals, not the actual organisation. The National Sports Tribunal can only take complaints if the federation agrees to it. So they're all just looking out for each other, all these organisations, and then you get left with the Australian Human Rights Commission. As soon as you leave the airspace, you have no rights. They cannot, the federal court ruled on it, they cannot investigate any matter that happens to an Aboriginal person whilst overseas. So all of our mob going overseas competing, and what rights do they have? So thank you for letting me be here today and share my story. So thank you.
Thank you very much to each of you for those opening comments. We'll now go to questions, and I'll begin with Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair, and I will declare that our witness has just started working with me, so I declared this in our private meeting, and just for full transparency and accountability, which is what I'm always about. So thank you for appearing today. I'll first go to Mr. Hood, and just as a Fitzroy Stars ex-netballer myself back in the early 80s, my grandmother was the timekeeper. In February, your players were targeted by racist abuse during a match in McLeod against an opponent from the Kilmore Football Netball Club. The Northern Football Netball League Tribunal later delivered a controversial not guilty verdict. What impact does this have on those players and the club as a whole?
I think the impact, like the initial impact, is obviously not wanting to play. It's not the first incident, and unfortunately we don't think it'll be the last. It's interesting that club has had multiple, I'll say, attacks on us as a peoples. So it's really interesting, I think, rather than our players, both football and netball, when they are preparing to play that club, they're not preparing to play a game. It's almost like they're mentally preparing for a battle, that they know there's going to be below the belt comments made towards us. So you can definitely see within the warm-ups there's a different a mindset, although the coaches try and instruct differently. So those impacts of not wanting to play and then ultimately wanting to fight, not physically, but they're going to have to prepare themselves for a verbal battle potentially. So that's what I've seen. The aftermath of the not guilty verdict is what really hurts, because we know what has happened, we know what was said. So for the competition to deem people not guilty for something that they are guilty of is challenging for us. As I mentioned earlier, being disbanded and not allowed to compete between 94 and 2008, that lingers in our mind. I'll bring up that, for us to come back in 2008, we had to pay the competition a $1,500 bond that no ill intent or behaviour would be made towards any officials or any opposition players, spectators, coaches, whatever it may be. We went through with a clean sheet for a very long time. The bond is still with the league. We're unsure if any other team has had to front up a bond. But I will say, I know that your photo was in the football club social rooms with all the other young, men and women that you grew up with. So it's good to see what you've been able to do, but and knowing that you belong to us as a Fitzroy Stars Football Netball Club member.
So can I ask, because, when I was playing, it was more than a game. It was about the whole community coming out, particularly our children and our elders. So are our children also witnessing this? And what message does that send to our young people, particularly when they see this, their dads or uncles, cousins being attacked racially?
Interestingly enough, our kids mingle with other kids from every other club, even the clubs that have racist people, spectators, players, it's not until after the kids then ask, what happened? Why was that fight? Why was uncle crying on the field? Why did mum walk off the netball court? And it's the hard, it's those hard-hitting conversations we have to have with our young to prepare them. You know, when we want our kids to just be kids, they don't have to face this stuff. And I suppose that's why we're here, to make a statement, to say that it needs to change. Yeah, thankfully enough, I haven't had to do that with my kids just yet. But yeah, I just hope that the kids can forget what they've seen when we know they're traumatic incidences that they're saying. You know, you're not supposed to go to footy and see someone fighting on the field, competing for the footy, yes, competing for the netball, yes, but not fighting like a lot of our players have had to do. We spoke about that on the way in, Auntie Esme and I, about the greater impacts of, well, I'll say the positive impacts of sport and what the football club means to us, the football netball club means to us. So, it's a place for us to feel a sense of belonging, a place for us to feel like we contribute to something greater than ourselves. And we know that we do that daily within our community, and wherever we go, we try and represent our people as good as we can. But it's challenging on the football field when we feel like the odds are never in our favour, or the odds aren't equal, for that matter.
Thank you. Ms Williamson, you were the first Aboriginal woman to represent Australia in boxing at the Olympic Games. Can you describe the pride that you felt in that achievement versus the reality of the support or lack of you received from your national sporting organisation?
Yeah, that moment qualifying for the Olympic Games was years of hard work and dedication, and sort of trying to fulfil this dream of this kid in out-of-home care going to the boxing gym every day after school. So it was so much pride, but I had to fight every single day to even be able to carry the flag with pride. Like, I've carried it all over the world. It's been everywhere. And that's not lost on me, but like, to be physically assaulted by a physio, whilst there's all this other stuff going on, like they've got the Sharia. I stood myself down from the Sharia program that I was a part of for 3 years, because the Australian Sports Commission claims that, you know, they're there to promote cultural safety and black excellence and all this stuff. But as soon as I had an integrity matter that I needed their support on, all of these, you know, has-been Aboriginal Olympians that are in these high up positions in the Olympic Committee, I've literally had conversations with them saying that I'm too scared to even support you because of my position. And, you know, they've got their win well strategy and their deadly artwork all over the walls, but, like, the amount of times I've been called an abo by, like, and I understand that people will, like, well, she's fair-skinned, so she can't experience racism, but just them knowing that I'm Aboriginal was enough for them.
Thank you. So, with the Aboriginal people that are at the high level, and that you weren't like that, you said they can't say anything because of the role that they play. That in itself is systemic racism, if they're too frightened to speak up and support a colleague or a fellow sports person. Has any of the Sports Commission people, anybody, reached out to you to see how you're going and what supports they can provide you now or ever?
No, and it's it's funny because they've got these connecting country workers that are all across the country at the Victorian Institute of Sport and the NSWIS and WAIS and QAS everywhere. But as soon as I needed cultural support, emotional support, and just support navigating a really complex sport integrity matter, they just said no. I was like, so what do? Just sit and do dot paintings with white people? Like, they're literally just, it's so performative that it's just unbelievable. Like, I've written to Annika Wells, I've written to Maddie Clements, I've spoken to them on the phone. I've done everything that I could possibly do. I've asked to speak to the exec at the Australian Sports Commission so I can give them my recommendations for how to make a better program. They shouldn't have mentors with black mentees that are still in the system that work in these positions, because sport, as we know, changes lives. It changed my life. But these sporting organisations have a monopoly over black fellas that are trying to just, either be in their cushy position or work their asses off to get to the Olympics and the Commonwealth Games. So people don't say anything. And when you do say something, like I did, you get kicked off the team.
Thank you. Happy to hand over.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. To Mr. Hood and Auntie Esme or Ms. Bamlett, you spoke about the incident in February of this year. Is there a case for a national standard for how community leagues handle racial vilification, or is that better left to the leagues themselves?
I personally think both. I think the leagues need to have it themselves, definitely. They deal with our players constantly, every week. They deal with a lot of tribunal matters because our players are always going to the tribunal for whatever. So I think they need to have it, but I also think there needs to be national standards. Racism has to be stamped out in this country, and it starts at the top and it goes right down. The community don't just do it because, I'll just do it. They do it because they get away with it. And they get away with it because sometimes it's in the too hard basket. And, Marissa was talking about, our mobs that might be there. If they do anything, they're out. So what can they do? They can't do anything because they're told, shut up, be quiet and don't say anything. So I think it's got to be both a local, a regional and a statewide and national issue that everyone has to deal with. And also, one of the biggest problems is accountability. You know that person is being racist, you can see it, but there's no accountability. So someone goes to tribunal, like that incident that was spoken about. The woman went to the tribunal. She was not held accountable, even though there were witnesses who saw her, but she did. No accountability. And she got off it. And then she went back for a review and she said she didn't do it. And there were two of our girls that said she did, and she said she didn't. And what came back to us was, well, you couldn't prove it. In other words, your two girls were lying, and she wasn't. That's the truth. That's the reality of what our mobs put up with every day. So one thing is having a racism, policy, but the other thing is the accountability. And people are not being held for being accountable in this country, and that's a problem.
Thank you. Over and above what you've already said, is there any other role you think the Commonwealth should play in suburban and regional football and netball leagues?
Well, I think they should educate. They talked about truth-telling in the last witness. Truth-telling is really important. They should educate the wider community about the history of this country. Until people know about the history, they make assumptions about our mob that are not true. And I think that education is the key to changing people's attitudes. And I think it starts from preschool, goes right through the schooling system, the higher education system, right through where you should educate people and let them know what the truth is. And the other thing I think about education is people should know our amazing Aboriginal culture is. That's the culture of this country. You can't go anywhere else in the world and get Aboriginal culture. And people don't realise the amazing culture we have and how it benefits our country. That is what should happen.
Thank you. Ms Williamson-Pullman, you petitioned for a Senate inquiry into athlete welfare in federally funded sport. What would you like that inquiry to examine that Sport Integrity Australia and the sport's own processes cannot?
If there's racism going on, there's other stuff going on too. There's sexual assault, there's sexual misconduct, there's physical assault. Like, we need a national piece of legislation. There is no athlete welfare standard laws in this country. It's just a bunch of institutions that have diffusion of responsibility and then point fingers when something goes wrong. Like, lucky I'm able to advocate for myself and I have an education. Like, I can't imagine what it would have been like to have no one, not be able to advocate for myself and try and navigate through all of those different bodies and try and figure out, well, what are my rights? I don't have any. And that's why I'm calling for it, because every single athlete I have spoken to since coming out and telling my story, they're alleging that they've been raped by coaches, that they're alleging that they've experienced discrimination, they've experienced sexual misconduct and victimization once they've come out and told their story, because the complaint goes to the body. So as soon as they make the complaint, they get booted. And I know that's a fact because it happened to me. So it needs to be, and I think to the point before around why we're seeing racism at a local club level, it's at the very top. It's at the Olympic Games. So if it's at the Olympic Games, it's definitely going to be in the clubs. And it needs to start from the top, like it does.
Thank you. And in your situation, when you raised your concerns, what happened and at what point did the process fail you?
I was failed from start to finish. To be not even told that after spending the night in hospital, that a sexually explicit photo was taken of me on an international flight by any of the bodies, but I was named as, in a National Sports Tribunal report. Even going through the integrity matter myself last year, so I go out drinking with 6 other men, but I put myself at risk of being sexually assaulted and raped. And when I get called an abo and I retaliate, I'm the one that got investigated. The guy that called me that was interviewed, giving evidence against me because I've made a retaliation, referred to 1-3 yarn. And all those men that did the exact same thing as me, mostly white fellas, they got a slap on the wrist, missed one trip. One of them didn't even miss anything. I missed 4.5 months, 5 trips away, had to pay a fine, got told to do AOD counselling. So don't tell me that's not culturally loaded.
Yeah, thank you. Your petition is directed at federally funded sport. Do you believe that continued Commonwealth funding should be conditional on how Sporting Code handles complaints of racial and sexual misconduct?
Yes. Sport Integrity Australia, that was set up by ScoMo, and they can only investigate child welfare complaints and discrimination. So they're discriminating against adult athletes that have aged out, so no legal protection there. Again, it all goes back to, if you have an issue with your federation, which for me is Boxing Australia, and you make a complaint to them, they're investigating themselves. They're all looking after each other. And that bleeds down, from the local level, all these athletes I was a local athlete. I was boxing at a PCYC. Did I ever think I was going to go to the Olympics? No, absolutely not. But, so it needs to target these federally funded sports and needs to be conditional on that funding. Because as soon as those local level players make it to elite level sport, then they're in the same system and they're going to experience the exact same thing that I've experienced, and I'm sure many others have.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I want to just start with talking about, or asking each of you, why it matters to have Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander athletes represented at every level of sport.
Well, the obvious answer is they're good. No, really
Good athletes, yep.
Yes, we are. And that's probably a problem for other people. We are good. So the Fitzroy Stars are good. And so if you're really good, it means someone else is not as good as you. And if someone's not as good as you, you have to even up the playing field. And one of the ways you do that is being racist. It is racism. It is the way you umpire. It is the way you talk to people. It is the way you make people feel. I think sports is not just about sports. The reason we have a team is about culture. The reason we have Fitzroy Stars and all our other sporting bodies is because our mobs want to be together. It's about identity. It's about bringing our children up to be proud of who they are. It's about showing our talent, yes, because we've got it. It's about competing at the highest levels. It's about a person, it's about someone like Marissa, who's good at what she does and wants to compete at the highest level she can go for her own self, for your own self, for your own self-worth. Knowing that, that you can compete and beat somebody. It is really important for us for a lot of reasons. But one of the biggest reasons is that we have opportunities to be with each other, opportunities to bring community in. We could have 1,000 people at the Fitzroy Stars game. We have more people at our finals than anybody else. The league makes more money when we're in the finals. That's the reality, because our mobs come, and people who might not have seen a game all season will come to a final. So it's about being the best. Every single person wants to be the best they can absolutely be. And you can't be the best if you aren't competing against somebody who is even better. There are clubs that are better than us, but they're not as good as us in other ways. But sometimes the problem is, with racism, the problem is umpiring is sometimes terrible. We did a little survey. In 5 games, we were given 80 free kicks and the opposition were given 130. That's 50 more free kicks in 5 games, average of 10 more free kicks a game. Now that's a lot of free kicks. What does it say? It says we were not fairly treated, and that's an issue. But at the same time, we'll still keep competing. We'll still play sports, because the other thing, we love sports. It's who we are as a people, and we'll continue to do it.
Why do you think that representation matters in sports?
Someone actually asked me this last night, and for me, sport got me out of poverty. It gave me agency. It changed my life. Why I've continued to box is because it's formed so much of my identity, and it made me do 16 foster placements, 5 years, homeless, like my whole life. So to have sport change those things for me was why I stuck with it. But also I stick with it now because I'm boxing for those other little black kids that are in out-of-home care, that are thinking that they're never going to be anything or amount to anything. And like I said, every black fella knows how to throw a punch. There's more Aboriginal Olympians out of any sport. It's in the sport of boxing. So...
For me, it's more than just a representation of being an athlete. I think Auntie Esme and I participated in a meeting with an AFL club recently, and my experience within that system is that our players, our people get put in, positions to represent, their people, their communities, all their hard work and efforts, but they don't hang around very long because the executives, there's no blackfellas. The trainers, there's no blackfellas. The coaches, there's very limited, and if they are coaches, they're former athletes themselves. So my point at that meeting was that we need to give people an opportunity. Our people need an opportunity across all levels, and I know we're talking about sports at the moment, but this is important for us to talk about because we don't want handouts anymore. We need an opportunity for a hand up, and we don't have that within our competition. There's never been First Nations anything within any position at the league level within their four walls. So as Marissa spoke about, every time we go to tribunal and then we challenge their decisions, it comes back to us. And we're the victim or we're to blame for what's occurred. Ania spoke about the Premier data stats. We win almost every stat every week. That means possessions, shots on goal, you name it, but we lose free kicks. I think we've won free kicks one game in the last 3 years. So, you know, we've got the data that backs the issues that we face. I just want to circle back to the standards. Although I believe the standards start at the top, sometimes the top-down approach, it doesn't help competitions like ours. You know, AFL VIC have not been very supportive of any of our endeavours. Fees are now applied within our competition. If you want to challenge racism, you have to pay for it. It's a $400 fee. That's because every time somebody reported racism, and it's not only our club, once the verdict wasn't guilty, clubs turn to social media. We're disappointed. We stand behind our player. We want to rally around because we're mindful about the psychosocial hazards within the workplace. Our players are paid in our senior football club, so we consider it a second job. They need to know that when they go out and play, they're going to have fair treatment, just like any of us sitting in this room when we go to our workplace. But what, you know, to come back, why it's important is so that our little fellas can aspire to be something. We've changed the narrative within our football club that we've probably got 95% of our players working. Once upon a time, it would have been about 20%. So we've done some really good things, as Ani Esme said. But like I said, it's so that our young can aspire to be something. And I'd love for someone like our current coach, Neville Jetta, who aspires to be an AFL coach. I'd love to see that happen. Love the fact that he's still with us, but you know, he has to aspire to be something greater than what he is at the moment so that his kids can do the same, his nephews and nieces can do the same. All of our kids can do the same.
Thank you. There is a really strong pattern here, a strong theme of the person who experiences racism being the person who gets kicked out, being the person who gets reprimanded, having to pay for the privilege to challenge the racism that people experience. What would it look like if these systems, you know, treated First Nations people as the victims in these structures, in these processes, as victims of racism in whatever sporting club structure is responsible for it? I might start with you, Marissa.
I wouldn't be here today. I would be on the Australian team. And I think the straw that broke the camel's back for me was when the National Indigenous NITV used my face to promote the Commonwealth Games, even though I wasn't going because of how badly I was treated. So they'll use my face to promote black excellence, but then show me the door when I need actual support. I would just be boxing. I wonder where my energy would go in my life if not so much time was spent towards me fighting the very system that was created to actually support me and make my dreams come true.
What would you have liked to have seen done instead? Like, what do you think needs to change? And you're absolutely welcome to take that question on notice. I understand it's a big question given all the experiences you've shared this morning too.
Well, there's been a bastardisation of cultural safety, and it's like, I'm sorry, but cultural safety isn't putting an artwork up on the wall. It's just something nice to look at when you're being racist. That's my opinion. But organisations should not investigate themselves. That's fault one. Like, you can have your token blackfellas, like, I'm sure I've been one to them before. But unless there's an independent body in sport, not just to investigate matters of racial discrimination, all matters, then this is just going to keep on happening. And this gap in policy not only affects Aboriginal athletes, Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander athletes, it affects everyone.
And right now, given your experiences, would you recommend that any Aboriginal person go into boxing?
No. Because boxing is a sport for poor people. You come from a school of hard knocks, so you get into the ring and you start fighting. It's always been like that, from tent fighting days to PCYCs to now. It is heartbreaking.
For a sport that you love, I imagine so. And Auntie Esme, for you, we've heard about the unfair treatment of the Fitzroy Stars netball players in particular, and each time the players go to a tribunal, there's often a finding of not guilty. In the incident where the netballers were targeted in particular, we heard that their experience of going to the tribunal was humiliating, and that they presented their information in front of a panel that none of them were First Nations. Why do you think that matters? So when you were going to give evidence about your experience of being targeted for racism, why is it important that the person sitting across from you making the decisions about whether that was racist or not is important?
Really for fairness and justice, that's what we've said to the league all the time. If you are going to have a tribunal, no matter what the culture is, if it's Aboriginal or some other migrant, right, there should be someone on that panel that represents that community, because they know, they have more understanding about that person. So if you go in, and it's not only but the panel was also old. They're not only that they're non-Aboriginal, and they're all non-Aboriginal, they're all white.
And
but it's not only that,
were they all
they're
men
old
as well?
Yes, they're all men, they're all old, and they have no understanding of Aboriginal people whatsoever. So it's really difficult for young women, and these were young women, these were not old women, these were young women, to front up to 3 non-Aboriginal old men and give their testimony, and then be asked to show them what that girl had done, to act like baboons themselves, is humiliating. So who wants to go in? What happens with the club is that you say, is there any point? Is there any point in saying anything? We have to pay, as Peter said, we have to pay for the privilege of even saying something. We know that's going to be lost money, because who are we going to front up against? Are they going to represent us? No. So I think it's really important that the people who are there listening to the evidence are impartial. Now, that's difficult to be impartial if this is non-Aboriginal people against Aboriginal people, and all the people on that in front of you are all non-Aboriginal. You can't be impartial. You don't know what it feels like to be an Aboriginal person. You don't know what it feels like in this country to be an Aboriginal person who has racism directed at them. You don't know, because you're not in our shoes. You don't know what it feels like to think, can we do anything? what can we do? We get to the place, it's not worth it. Is it worth it? And it's not. To be honest, it's not, because you go out, put yourself out there, nothing happens, you come back disappointed, and it happens all over again. So you just go out each week hoping that they're going to be fair, hoping that the boys are going to get a good game, that they're going to enjoy it. And we can lose. Don't worry, it's not about losing or winning. We've lost, and we've lost games where it has been fair, and we know it's fair, and we're fair enough. We can lose just as well as we can win, but it's got to be fair. And when you know that's stacked against you before you even go out, that's where it really gets disheartening.
Sounds a lot like you're asking to be treated fairly and equally, not with special treatment.
But that wouldn't hurt.
I seen you shaking your head, Marissa, when I was asking you about the importance of having people making the decisions, actually being First Nations people. I wonder if you had something you wanted to add to Auntie Esme's comments.
I just thought jury of your peers. That's the first thing I thought of when you were speaking. But it needs to be independent as well in the same breath, because, like I said before, the Sherry Yarn program, it's a program that's supposed to do a really good thing. You get, you know, I was mentored by Carl Vanderkuyp. I was mentored by all these other people. And that is an amazing feeling, to be, you know, mentored by black excellence, black in sport. But for some of those mentors to turn around and say to you that they can't actually help you because they're bound by, you know, the Australian Sports Commission, and they're worried about their job at the AOC, so they're not going to do anything. A lot of athletes, like since me coming out and telling my story, athletes, coaches, officials, they'll all privately message me. They wouldn't even like a post because they're so scared that they're going to lose everything that they've worked for.
And as part of your training, we heard from Mr. Hood about the extra load that is put on First Nations athletes. You're not just going out there to be the best to compete physically in your sport. You also have to prepare mentally, not just for the, you know, for the exertion or the challenges of the game or the sport. But you also have to prepare yourself to experience racism in whatever it is that you're doing. How does that impact actually your experience of the sport? What I think about is it's an example of privilege, not having to think about being racially attacked when you're playing your sport. How do you think that's impacted your journey?
Well, it's been awful. But also it's not just preparing to be an athlete and go and step into the ring and someone's trying to knock your head off. I'm still a black fella after I get out of that ring. The Olympic year, we had my disabled brother with really complex needs in our care. Our family looked after him, and he completely aged out of the system. So we had no support. So I'm not only dealing with the racism I experience whilst I'm trying to be an athlete in the arena, but also the systemic failures that are going on for me and my family outside of sport that I have to deal with and carry on my shoulders when I'm trying to put my best foot forward. And I don't think that I'll ever actually get to witness myself, what I could have become as an athlete, because all my energy has been wasted on fighting just for a fair go.
There isn't that, I think what you're speaking to, I mean, you definitely said it more powerfully than I'm about to phrase it, but people don't quite appreciate all the effort that it takes for us to get to these places in the first place. All the things that we carry with us to be in positions like yours or each of you at the table. It's not just being the best in your sport, it's carrying the cultural load, your kinship responsibilities, your family responsibilities, your community responsibilities. All those things go into who you are before you even take the field, get into the ring. when the other person you're up against doesn't carry the same weight often.
I should also just add, because you mentioned something about pay before. Olympic athletes don't get paid. I have never earned a cent. I was actually like $30,000 in debt because I paid to travel with the Australian team. I paid to wear the green and gold. And I was bound by their policies. I had to pay to go. I was managed by their staff, and I was still treated in the way that I was. And there's still no legislation that protects us athletes. As soon as we leave that airspace, and we spend most of our time overseas competing and training.
I might get Mr. Hood. You've talked about the extra load that goes on to players. I wonder if you can speak from a Fitzroy Stars perspective about the players and how they all the responsibilities and load they carry before they even take the field, both all the court as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Thinking back to my little career, but as a 15-year-old, I first experienced racism on the footy field. I took a mark near the sidelines, and I heard a parent yell out, "You effing gollywog." I didn't know what it was. It wasn't until after the game I spoke to my dad about it. At the time, I had long curly hair, and so later it made sense to me. But it was an insult that I always thought about, and for me, and I know there's other sports people at our club that think there's two options. I fight, and I carry on with someone on the footy field because of something that was said, or I fight to get better, and I'm going to win no matter what. Whether the team wins or loses, I'm going to ensure that my performance stood out so that I'm remembered. But that's not what sports is about. I think the question before was about the level playing field, and I just jotted down here that if we didn't have to worry about all of that, we could enjoy football, netball, boxing, whatever sport it is, we could enjoy it just as much as our opponents do. Win, lose or draw. Sports is obviously a way for us to celebrate our efforts, physically, but also together as a group, knowing that we belong to something bigger than ourselves. And there's a community within a community when it comes to sports. I can't say that all of my experience within playing footy in the northern suburbs was bad, because I've met a lot of good people over the years, both teammates and opponents. But I do know within our club we had a guy that sort of come and left recently. It was his first game with us, and he came to the bench frustrated and said, "Why am I getting treated like this? I've done this at every other club, at every other level that I've played at." He's played at state league in 3 different states. And as soon as he put on our jumper, he was treated like us. For those that don't know, our club colours are the red, black and yellow, and we're proud of that. But this poor fella, being a big lad and being a white fella, he couldn't believe the mistreatment that he had copped because he had our jumper on. I've got so many different yarns that I'd love to tell. I know that we don't have much time, but I'm just thankful to be able to be here to represent our club and our people. And
Thank you. I'll share the call and go to Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of follow-ups. Firstly, Mr. Hood, you said that there's a $400 fee to challenge racism. Who do you pay that to, and what is the result?
I like the way that Aunt Esme framed it before. We know that it's a loss. It's not even a gamble. Well, are we going to win if we challenge it? It's lost money, and it goes directly to the league, because the league then have to outsource the people who are the same people that show up for the tribunal, you know, whenever there's a thing. So,
So what league is that, just for the record?
yeah, the league's the Northern Football and Netball League. Historically hasn't been great to, you know, not only our club, but there's many different diverse clubs within our competition. And I've been thinking about all those clubs, and I wish that they could have someone to represent them, because it's interesting when we play each other, they always look at us and say, far out, you fellas get the same treatment as us, but when we play you, it's worse. And for us, it's always like, oh, I'd rather you not say that, you know. It's almost like a bit of a backhanded compliment. But it's just an interesting experience playing at our footy club. I've had experience at other clubs. It definitely doesn't happen there. People can do and say whatever they want to umpires and spectators, and there's usually no punishment for it. But yeah, so that to go back to the $400 fine, I think it came out of an incident that happened. That was a pretty big incident with a player that's now our captain, Kane Proctor. He was playing for the Bundoora Football Club. He had tackled a player from the Heidelberg Football Club. Kane got up to follow the ball. There was a young guy, he's 18, 19 at the time, who was staunch in our support. He heard the guy that got tackled yell out to Kane and say, "You effing black C." And the young fellas turned around and said, "You can't say that. You can't say that." The umpire seen a bit of a commotion. The player, Heidelberg player, came out and said that he didn't say it. He called him something else, and the young fella goes, "No, you can lie all you want, I know what you said." At the time, Kane didn't hear it until after he's gone back and seen the little bit of remonstration. But because it was blown up, because the Proctor family are a staunch family, Gunditj Mara people, they went and they wanted to fight it. It affected Kane deeply, it affected his father deeply. I'm hoping that his son doesn't remember those times. It was in the media, and I do feel like because of how much it blew up, it went to tribunal, the fellow was found not guilty. That hurt Kane. I'm pretty sure Kane took some time off. The guy that was the offender, he got to play the next week. The club that he played for wrapped their arms around him and said, you know, he shouldn't have been mistreated that way and what have you. But I'm pretty sure not long after that, that's when they said, if you want to challenge racism, there's a fee that applies. We've been a part of, our club has been consulted over the years by the club on how to get better, how to do better. But ultimately, as an organisation, you can't force people to be something they don't want to be. It starts with education, as Arnie has said, but these people that are in these positions, they don't want to change.
Has it been taken to the Human Rights Commission for discrimination if the Northern League is allowing systemic racism through having a bunch of old white fellas? Obviously they've got some racism issues themselves. They need to do anti-racism training, or they need to step aside. But has it been raised with the Human Rights Commission at all?
As far as I'm aware, no. We've had people come in and out of our club because they hear about all the incidences. These are people that aren't black fellas that want to support us, but there's been no elevation. We've had a fellow that worked with us on and off for 3 years now, and he wants to make a documentary about how sports is pivotal for all people, but in being able to improve lives. But he's also doing a little bit of a flip on how detrimental it can be when these experiences are so common.
Yeah, thank you. And I just have one follow-up for Ms. Pullman, Williamson Pullman. The Australian Olympic Committee, they have a reconciliation action plan. They can't be racist. So it tells me that they're really deadly because they have a reconciliation action plan. How's that working out for you?
It's actually really funny because on the Windwell strategy, which is a part of that reconciliation action plan, the athlete voice in that strategy is mine. I wrote the statement. It's not a gap in policy, it's a gap in enforcement. And that's what happens when all of these bodies pointing fingers and no one wants to take responsibility for it. So what, the last 8 years of my life just goes down the drain? Will I ever see an Olympic Games again? You know, I'm not even training at the moment, which that's something that I've done every day, twice a day for the last 8 years, you know?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Deputy Chair, Mr Venning, and then Mr G has joined us online. He's indicated he's got one question. So, Mr Venning.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick follow-up from me. Just in terms of setting realistic expectations, I understand Football Australia, Netball Australia, NRL, AFL, they have resources and they can certainly drive change. But when it comes to suburban codes and regional codes, for example, the football club I play for is run by volunteers and has no money, and the league is the same. What do you have any recommendations for some of these volunteer-run leagues that may not have money to implement significant changes? To anyone that wants to answer, sorry.
I think that it's easy to do things without money. It would be easy for clubs and for people who are working clubs or for clubs to change their attitudes. I think it starts with the person. I did want to tell you a bit about this one incident that happened just recently, so I'm going to say it. We had a young fella, we had an old fella. His son came to the club. He played for us for 7 games. This old fella got in trouble because he'd volunteered this day to be an umpire escort. And so he escorted the umpires out and umpires back. He said it was so bad, the racism by the umpires was so bad, he actually abused the umpires himself. And I had a yarn to him, he was talking to me, he told me, he said, I have not seen such racism in all my life. And my son has only played here for 7 weeks. And he said, when I went out there today and that happened, I lost it. Now, this is a guy that is a non-Aboriginal guy. Actually had a lot to do with the league. And he's saying how bad it is in 7 weeks. We know how bad it is. And when it comes to, you know, going to the human rights or anywhere else, is it worth it? Is it worth it? When you go over and over and over again, talk to people, they front up to the tribunal, you get the same outcome. You have to pay $250 to even say, you know, we object to what's happening with our player for the tribunal. So we're like, we're not a rich club, we don't have the money, so should we waste $250 knowing what the outcome is? I think it starts with the individual. Back to your question, I think it starts with the individual. You're going out there to umpire, or you're a club representative at any level. What is your attitude to Aboriginal people? This is the question that all Australians need to ask themselves. And after the referendum, it is bad. After the referendum, you know what people feel? They've been given permission to be racist now. They don't have to make any excuse. They can do what they want. They can treat us how they like. No one's going to say anything because they've had permission, because you lost the voice. You lost the referendum. You lost the referendum because people don't back you. You lost the referendum so we can say what we like. That is the reality for us today. And we're not going to waste our money. We'll waste our money if we think we're going to get a fair shot. We're not going to waste it otherwise because it's stupidity. And then all it does is it sets a player up for failure. You know they're going to get failed. It's going to fail. So you're not going to do it. But really, individuals in this country have to decide themselves, am I a racist? What is my attitude to Aboriginal people? Ask yourself why you've got that attitude. Where did it come from? And what you can do to change it. You can change it yourself. And it goes from the bottom right up to the top, and from the top right down to the bottom. Attitudes need to change. And their attitudes about us goes back to truth-telling. You think that we're primitive. You think that we're like apes. That's why you think you can get away with treating our players and our people the way you do. That's the reality in this country.
I'd just like to add that I do think there's plenty of resources out there to help people to be better people. You know, we gather at training, you know, a few nights a week. There's plenty of spectators and players that show up for nothing. Although you mentioned that there's, you know, leagues that are ran with no funding and clubs that have no funding. I think people will show up, and if there is really a true intent to help people be better, there's plenty of resources out there. But it comes with being able to check your attitude, and it's very hard in this country. I feel like a lot of people push everything down, particularly when it comes to sports. You've got to be tough, you've got to develop an ego, you've got to do all these certain things, but, you know, it's about being able to check yourself. So change yourself, change your attitude. It is, yeah, it's hard because when we're brought up in a certain system or structure, that's our belief system. It comes from somewhere else. But yeah, I think there's plenty of resources out there for people to work out how to be better people.
Thank you.
Did you have anything that you wanted to say? Thank you. Mr G. Mr G, are you there?
Thank you all for your evidence this morning. It is much appreciated, and it is not only very concerning, but actually very shocking. I have one question, given the shortness of time, to Ms. Williamson-Polman. Can you please tell us, in your view, what needs to change at Boxing Australia?
I think there needs to be an independent investigation on that organisation. And there's something terrible going on there. I don't know what is going on there, but for example, the man that took that sexually explicit photo of me without my consent and pled guilty to 11 out of 12 allegations of sexual misconduct is an Aboriginal man. And he still has a job working with youth and working with the women that were victim to his behaviour. And this man was given the opportunity to speak at an international conference in May at the Australian Institute of Sport about cultural safety and athlete welfare standards. So you have violent people like that, you know, talking about what cultural safety looks like in practice, but that's how you treat an Aboriginal woman. Like, it's a terrible organisation, and the only good thing about boxing for them was the amount of blackfellas that I had the honour of, you know, training with. And honestly, without them, I would have really struggled, like really struggled.
There needs to be fundamental change.
The whole board needs to go. There's been allegations against board members, against presidents of state, Boxing Queensland's president, referees kissing 16-year-old girls on the mouth and not even getting fined for it, getting kicked off for it. Like, it's a rotten organisation, and how many more Four Corners reports have to come out about gymnastics and athletics and ice skating and for something to change? And the thing about boxing gyms is all these athletes come from the School of Hard Knocks. So the racism, the sexism, the misogyny, the homophobia and just the violence is rife in those places. And it's in the organisation too.
Thank you. Thank you very much again for your evidence. It is very much appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just following on from the last question, I would suggest that it costs $0 to be a decent human and treat somebody with respect. Just a question on notice from me, because I'm conscious of the fact that we have gone over time with you, so I appreciate you staying on a little bit longer. You've talked about tribunal outcomes a lot this morning. I would be keen if you could, on notice, provide the committee with the times that you've challenged decisions that have been made at the tribunal, how much that's cost the club, and what the outcomes were of those decisions. That will be helpful for the committee. Thank you very much. That does conclude the time that we have with you this morning. You've got my question on notice, but there also might be additional questions on notice that come to you from either other committee members or those of us who didn't get a chance to ask all of the questions that we had this morning. If you could please respond to those by the 27th of August. You'll be sent the information from the Secretariat, so you don't need to just remember that off the top of your head. And after today, you'll be sent a transcript from your evidence, and if when you take a read through it, there's anything that you want to fix in there, you're very welcome to request that those errors be fixed. And thank you very much for the powerful evidence you've given to the committee this morning about the racism that you've experienced in sport. We will now suspend for morning tea and return at 11:10. We will now resume. I call on representatives from Kind Enterprises to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? And I might start in the room first.
My name is Irfan Daliri. I'm the CEO of Kind Enterprises.
Thank you very much. And then we'll go to online.
Tanya Hosh. I'm an associate to Kind Enterprises.
Thank you very much. So, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live with audio on the Parliament's website. I remind members of the gallery that you do need the consent of the committee before taking photos or filming. If you do see somebody taking photos or filming, it is because they already do have the express consent of the committee. You can see from the nameplates who we've got in the room. For the benefit of those online, I'm joined in the room by Senator Thorpe and Deputy Chair Mr Benning, and myself, Senator Stewart. I will now invite you to make an opening statement. Am I going to you, Mr Daliri, or?
We'll defer to Tanya first.
Ms Hosh.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that I'm in the room today from Ghana country in Adelaide, where I live. My name is Tanya Hosh. I'm a Torres Strait Islander woman. I was born in Adelaide and I was adopted when I was 3 weeks old into a family with an Aboriginal father and a white mother. I spent most of my life living on Ghana country and have worked in the NGO sector, in government policy, both state and federal, and my most recent full-time employment was Executive General Manager of Inclusion and Social Policy at the Australian Football League. My role was made redundant last year and I have not had full-time employment since then. I want to acknowledge how grateful I am for the opportunity that this inquiry is taking place, despite the fact that I wish it wasn't necessary. Like the majority of First Nations people, I've experienced racism my entire life, in every workplace, certainly right through my education. It reduced me out of pathways where I may have been successful if it wasn't for racism, or I'd had the capability or the systems were in place to enable that racism to be dealt with fairly and productively. A lot of my interest these days relates to dealing with much needed systems change in relation to racism, hate speech and violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. And I believe very strongly that when it comes to First Nations people, there's a great deal of indifference about the racism that we experience in compared to perhaps other iterations of racism as it is applied to other groups. I think that is deep-seated indifference is another example of the way that the racism manifests itself specifically to the first people of this country. I think that we have a desperate lack of leadership, especially from institutions in relation to racism. There's a lot of talk and use of language that speaks to equity, non-discrimination, but that is not always and most regularly not followed through with the appropriate actions. I'm really pleased to be presenting today with Irfan, whose path I crossed as a trainer on anti-racism that I rate very highly, and he's been one of the few people to seek to engage my expertise since I lost my job just over a year ago. And so I'd like to hand over to Irfan.
Thank you. It's an honour to be here today as well, an absolute privilege. Dear panel, I'd like to also acknowledge that we are meeting on Wurundjeri Wurrung in Wurrung country. I'd like to pay my respects to all elders. I've travelled here today from Dja Dja Wurrung country, so I'd like to pay respects to those elders as well. And my name is Irfan Daliri. I am the CEO of Kind Enterprises. I am a Baha'i born to Iranian parents who are fleeing religious persecution and happened to be born in India. We migrated to Palawa country in the 1980s. And very quickly moved to Townsville, where my father and mother decided to commit themselves to the service of society and community development. My father particularly worked in the areas of Aboriginal advocacy and Torres Strait Island advocacy, and over decades committed himself to that work, and eventually was awarded the Order of Australia Medal. My father's work in advocacy for racial equity and justice for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people was so public and well known that even in high school, my nickname was Curry Murray because my parents owned an Indian restaurant and my father worked with Aboriginal communities. So I got both sides of the prejudice, and this went on for years without any reprieve or unabated. In the decades my father spent in Townsville, I worked alongside him from the minute I left high school, so that's 25 years now that I had the privilege of working with him in youth engagement services, in settlement migration settlement services, in human rights advocacy and the development and delivery of cross-cultural awareness training and anti-racism training until he passed away sadly in 2024. It should have been him here today speaking to you, but I have the privilege of continuing his work and very honoured to be here with you today. Today I speak to you not only as a person with lived experience of racism, but also as a professional who's committed my entire professional life to the elimination of racism, to the establishment of justice and the fostering of social cohesion in Australia. My father established the Townsville Cultural Festival, which motto was Unity and Diversity, and ended up becoming one of the largest multicultural events run by a community organisation in the country. Today my clients include people such as the Diversity Council of Australia, the Human Rights Commission of Australia, the Victorian Equal Opportunity Human Rights Commission of Australia, the Department of Families, Fairness and Housing, and various other departments across the country and peak bodies. Today, I'd like to speak to you not just as a person who's experienced racism, but also as someone who's single-mindedly focused on social cohesion and the elimination of racism. To frame my opening comments today, I'd like to share a quote with you from the Baha'i faith, which is, as I mentioned, part of the reason why I find myself on these unceded First Nations lands. And this quote from the Baha'i faith frames a lot of how we go about our work in anti-racism. It says, "Regard humanity as a single individual and one's own self as a member of that corporeal form, and to know of a certainty that if pain or injury afflicts any member of that body, it must inevitably result in suffering for all of the rest." What this quote is asking us to do is to consider the whole world or our nation state, whichever it is, as a single human body, and to recognise that if any aspect of your body, any organ, limb or element experiences marginalisation, discrimination, pain or injury, eventually your whole body will suffer. And over the course of the last few decades and the last few centuries, we have seen how this suffering has proliferated across the planet because of the systemic forms of marginalisation experienced by various groups in this country and across the planet. I believe that the issue of addressing racism in Australia faced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people should be a collective enterprise and not something that should rest solely on the shoulders of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. I think as a nation that likes to claim itself as a successful multicultural country and a civilised society, we need to have a degree of collective responsibility for the well-being of all, particularly the most marginalised amongst society. I wholeheartedly believe that if we actually genuinely try to address racism against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, we will have a positive impact on the whole of society, and it is time for us to move beyond the rhetoric of a zero-sum game where this false belief that achieving justice or equity for some is somehow going to be a disadvantage to others. In a message published by the Universal House of Justice in 1985 on the topic of racism, titled "The Promise of World Peace," they said that systemic racism affects not only the victims by withholding them from their potentialities, which we have heard a number of times already today, it also affects the perpetrator of the racism, and it affects the collective that they both are a part of. So in this statement, they basically recognise three victims: the direct victim of racism, the perpetrator of racism who's held back, as well as the collective they are both a part of. And I think we need to have a reframing of how we engage in our efforts for racial justice and anti-racism, and understand that this is something much bigger than the adversarial approach that sometimes is prevalent within society. Foundational to this idea of addressing racism in society and many of the other issues in society, such as climate change, economic justice and injustice and gender violence, many of which affect Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people more acutely, foundational to all of this is an idea that is sorely missing, which is the inextricable interconnection of all human beings on the planet. And despite our cultural, ethnic, religious, and even ideological differences, our interconnectedness as a planetary species needs to move beyond this idea of something to achieve in some utopian future and be finally recognized as a fundamental scientific and spiritual fact of our reality. If and when we're able to accept this, then finally we'll be able to act out of the dysfunction that we are currently stuck within. Aboriginal and Gungaloo woman and activist and academic Dr. Lila Watson articulated something along these lines as well when she said, if you have come here to help me, then you are wasting your time, but if you have come here because you believe our liberation is bound up together, then let us work together. And I think this is something that we need to be able to establish across society. If we allow this issue of racism directed towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to remain a political football, to wedge division within society and to win political points one way or another, then we all suffer as a collective. Finally, across the hundreds of organisations I've worked with in the 20-odd years and the tens of thousands of people that I've had the privilege of facilitating anti-racism training for, I can tell you one thing that I know for a fact, and that is that it's not that complicated. To eliminate racism within an organisation or a country is actually not as complicated as some folks would like for us to believe. I've seen the positive impacts of proactive anti-racism work, policies and trainings across departments with thousands of staff, and I'm happy to answer some questions on that later. And I've also witnessed with my own eyes the bitter resistance of those people who would like to cling on to their prejudices and very effortlessly derail the work of anti-racism and social cohesion and undermine our national commitment to a multicultural and socially cohesive society. The only reason racism persists in any setting, an organisation or a nation, is because of a lack of leadership. Whether it's CEOs, board members, politicians, chief magistrates, it does not matter. I have seen with my own eyes how those in positions of influence can create positive change and how they can derail the work. And one solution I'd like to offer before we speak about some of our other recommendations in the questions is that the solution does not lie in forcing every single person to believe in exactly the same thing, even if the majority believe that to be true. And in this case, that idea might be that we need to get along as one interconnected, socially cohesive family. The solution on a national scale, or even on an organisational scale, is the same thing that I advise my clients, is to speak to the middle, who would like to be better people and who would like to live within a better society. To empower them with the insights they need, with a keen sense of justice, with an understanding of their own conscious or unconscious biases that they may have, and allow them to become a better person and a better contributing member of society. As a personal perspective and as a professional perspective, I am less concerned with what the most racist person in a room or in an organisation is saying, and a lot more concerned with what the least racist person in that room is actually doing about it. And I think this is where responsibility needs to be put on the shoulders of well-meaning and well-intentioned individuals, leaders of organisations, CEOs, managers in every sector, that those who are remaining in action and choosing to remain aloof to this issue are actually more responsible than those who are at times more racially violent explicitly. Sometimes we become so consumed with how to fight racism, we forget that our challenge is actually to dissolve its existence rather than to reiterate its existence. This solution lies in a collective sense of responsibility, and I'd like to close with a couple of comments. One that was shared by the Director General of ASIO, Mike Burgess, recently in June, and a quote again from the Baha'i writings that established the same fact 180 odd years ago. Director General Mike Burgess established that the solution to peace and security nationally does not lie in increasing funding. And in fact, it relies on everyday regular Australians rejecting the racist, vitriol and divisive discourses that are prevalent in society today. And in the same vein, Baha'u'llah mentioned this 180 years ago when he said that the peace and security of mankind is unattainable unless and until its unity is firmly established. And both of these comments are saying exactly the same thing. Internal peace and security cannot be established until we have a degree of unity and cohesion, and I think this is where we need to begin the conversations. I'm going to close there and I'll pass over to you for questions.
Thank you, and I might begin was a real challenge in Australia, or a reluctance to explicitly name racism. I'm wondering how you see that affects our ability to have a national conversation and speak to the middle, as you described it, and yeah, how that gets in the way of us being able to actually, have a kind of front-on conversation to address it.
Can I ask Ms. Hosh to respond?
Absolutely.
Follow up.
Yeah, I think obviously you can't address a problem you don't talk about, and the ongoing denial of a racist experience, particularly as it's experienced by a First Nations Australian, makes that a significant challenge. I don't believe that there's any reason that talking about racism should be difficult, just as Irfan has said. The reality is people don't even really understand or choose not to accept, one, that racism exists, two, that it's harmful, or three, that it's anything that there's a shared responsibility to eradicate. Talking about racism is not that difficult, but you do have to have a willingness to, one, accept that it exists. I think in a country like Australia, where there has been extreme racism towards the people that have always been here, the fact that we don't more freely have those sorts of conversations is hard to fathom. Having once been lucky enough to travel to South Africa for a truth and social justice tour of that country about 10 years post-apartheid, I was deeply moved by the total openness in which racism was able to be discussed. They obviously had a overtly racist policy in that country for a very, very long time. So it would be hard for them to pretend it had not existed, albeit there would always be efforts to brush past it. I do think that it's got to be a deliberate intention to take racism seriously. Once that decision has been made, it's about looking at the different instruments that we have available to enable that to happen. One of the things I would note before handing over to Irfan, however, is that this is a completely unregulated sector, and there's numerous people in the market selling all sorts of diversity, inclusion, racism, training programs that perhaps send some very different messages and are offered in varying degrees of not just quality, but also evidence-based work. That is not helping things when people are putting themselves in the market, trying to dilute the conversation about racism to get into the door. That's not helping us. Fighting racism with standards of ignorance are not going to take us forward.
Yeah, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'll add to that. Your question was around the difficulty to discuss racism as a society, and I think a lot of this rests in the fact that what we believe to be and understand to be racist and racism is not an agreed, shared understanding. Much of our public discourse around it, whether it's in the political sphere, in sports, even in legislation and public racial vilification acts, is all around racist abuse and racial vilification, and very little around what is in fact the essence of racism. This is due to a lack, as Tanya was referring to, a lack of what's known as racial literacy, which is not the vocabulary to use to describe someone, but rather understanding how race actually functions. If our entire understanding of racism is limited to the acts and moments of racist abuse and racial vilification, then we are missing the majority of the experience of race and racism. Race, culture, and power have never been separate. And from the very beginning of the idea of race 500 years ago, the idea of cultural superiority was at the core of racism. Which means that today's day and age in the workplace, the majority of the experience that workers have in their workplaces or students have at universities, or that I've had in the 40-odd years I've been in this country, is not about F off back where you come from, or we speak English here, or calling a person a racial slur. It is about the aloofness, the sense of superiority, and the entitlement that comes with being of a particular race, and the implications that has in job selection, in performance review processes, in how a tribunal process unfolds, and how one child is treated when they break a rule as opposed to another child when they break a rule. So it's a much more deeply embedded idea than racist abuse. And this is partly why folks who don't experience it regularly or at all have difficulty understanding how embedded and systemic and structural racism is. When we talk about systemic racism, we don't just mean that there is racists everywhere, we mean that there's racism in everything, even in the nicest, most well-intentioned leaders of organisations.
Thank you. Is this what you mean when you talk about the concept of racist affinity bias?
Yes, that's part of it.
Yeah. Can you like explain for the committee what that concept is?
Yeah. Tanya, would you like to say anything on that?
No, you go first.
Sure. So, affinity bias is a regularly understood bias. It's not just with regards to racism. It's a type of bias that people have for people who they share an affinity with. It could be because you went to the same school, or you happen to be of the same gender, or you like a particular band. It's a well-documented psychological phenomenon. Racial affinity bias is when people struggle to uphold the laws and the rules, or apply the same degrees of flexibility, or to take an issue as seriously as they would for someone else, because they have an affinity with the perpetrator of an act, or the person who has, made a comment that they shouldn't have, which is why we see mishandling of racism incidents and reports in sports, in community sport, in workplaces, in HR, in schools all across the country. And an affinity bias also means that a person who is in a position of responsibility, whether it's HR or a CEO or a manager, when they receive a report of racism directed towards one of the Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander colleagues, finds it easier to gaslight than to validate, which means they say things like, are you sure that's what they meant? They're a good person. They couldn't possibly be. I've known them for such a long time. And because of some degree of shared shame and guilt that also is right beneath the surface for most Australians, whether we're settlers of colour or white settlers, they find it very difficult to apply the rules wholeheartedly when someone breaks them when it comes to racism. That's one of the implications of affinity bias.
So I think you were in the room when the previous witnesses were giving evidence about their experience in sports, and the Fitzroy Stars appearing before a non-Indigenous panel of older men in particular as young women playing sports. And I think they would say that it was unsurprising then that there was no finding of racism. Even though they gave testimony when asked to reenact the offence towards them. So is that what would you suggest that the people involved in that there's a racial affinity bias there?
Absolutely. It's not something that is up for debate or it's questionable. It's something that whether we're on a tribunal or whether we're a school teacher or whether we're an Uber driver or whether we're an accountant, we all have. And it's something that we have to actively push against and have practical measures in place. And if some degree of representation in HR or on a tribunal panel or in a classroom is one way to rebut that, then that's great. But also addressing these biases with some well-informed training and some consultations can also help those people to overcome their own affinity bias as well. And my original opening point, which was that the inextricable interconnectedness of society and humanity is missing, is also a way to reduce that affinity bias. If we identify as a human race, then we have an affinity for all human beings. If we only identify with our whiteness or with our religion or with our nationality, then it's very difficult for us to break through that affinity bias.
My next question is going to be how can it be addressed, but you're pointing to training and actually just asking yourself like that kind of self-reflection. way of working and doing business?
Yeah, some of it's education, and some of that rests on the shoulders of leadership. So whether it's leadership of an individual school, or leadership of an entire department, or leadership of an entire nation, leadership has the ability to be able to expect training. So we do it in all sorts of other spaces, and if we take this issue of racism seriously enough, then just like we have workplace health and safety training, we'll have some sort of compulsory training for other social issues.
Final question for me, just because of time, so you'll get some questions on notice from me. Many submissions, including yours, and witnesses have recommended a positive duty on employers and institutions to prevent racism.
Yep.
Can you tell us why you think that matters? And do you think that the current Racial Discrimination Act is insufficient in its current form?
I think Tanya would like to say a few words on positive duty.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important because we don't have systemic expectations even, let alone requirements or obligations for there to be any proactive work to prevent racism in workplaces. I can't think of a single workplace that I've worked in where I haven't experienced racism, and depending on your circumstances in that workplace, drastically impact your ability to stand up to it. It should not be the responsibility of the people who are experiencing racism to be the only voices in ensuring that this is dealt with. Of all of the various, instruments that have been applied in workplaces in recent years, I think what we've seen around gender equity demonstrate that some of those obligations do become meaningful, can translate into meaningful change. It's absolutely necessary to expect that organisations, now that we have requirements such as psychological safety, I can just see that someone who has been psychologically unsafe due to racism, finding it incredibly hard to prove that they were indeed psychologically unsafe. People want to dispute racism with an extraordinary pace and determination that I don't see when it comes to other forms of discrimination, particularly when it comes to First Nations people. I think that having that structural reform in place, a bit like seatbelts, once upon a time, you wore a seatbelt because you knew that you'd be fined if you didn't. Now you realise that it's absolutely significant and important. I've been through so many training programs, activities that have sought to educate Australians who are not Indigenous about the First Peoples of this country, either culturally, historically, contextually, or under the law. You just have to look at our status in the country on any measure you care to look at to see that what we've done so far is not working. And at best, you will hold the attention of particularly leaders and institutions for a short period of time, and then they go back to business as usual, as is the nature of the pressure and the day-to-day that people focus on and choose to focus on. This is a simple, it's small, and it's an easy thing to put in place. And certainly, if you're not setting up ways of measuring these things, then it will continue to be not just overlooked, but outright neglected.
Thank you. I'll now share the call and go to the Deputy Chair, Mr Venning.
Thank you, Chair. You've touched on this briefly just now, but Recommendation 1 on page 10 proposes a permanent, independent, national anti-racism commission with investigative authority, enforceable compliance standards and the power to refer matters for prosecution, and states that its remit should include the monitoring of political rhetoric for compliance with racial vilification standards. Just on that, whose speech would be monitored and who would do the monitoring?
Happy for Tanya to start on this one, and then I can continue.
Yep, sure. Well, obviously you'd have to work that out, but basically anyone who's got public responsibility, and, you know, we've certainly seen and heard very recently and ongoingly racist language in our federal parliament, other parliaments, other public forums that are responsible for the representation of the whole of the country. I think public institutions that are run with public money certainly should be held to higher account. And depending on the way that an instrument like this would be established, that's when a lot of those questions that you've just asked, Mr. Benning, could be responded to. I recognise that there would be a number of people who think that that would impede freedom of speech. I would say that freedom of speech doesn't require people to use overtly racist, discriminatory language that give other Australians the impression that this sort of language followed by beliefs and behaviours are acceptable. I don't believe that we're in a situation where we're beyond seeing people led by that sort of language, those sorts of actions and that kind of behaviour. And I know that there's been a lot of discussion, both in this forum and others, about the impact of the failed referendum in Australia, and also the rhetoric that we see coming out of the United States. All it takes is for a sniff of an authorising environment to set off racism against individuals and groups, whether it be online, in a coffee shop, in a workplace, that then suddenly raises again whether or not a racist experience is, one, valid, two, problematic, or three, needs to be dealt with. We need to have standardised approaches. I'm always pleased when I see people stand up against that behaviour, but again, it shouldn't be up to the people who are live to the suffering that some of this extends to be the only true voices. And at the moment, I don't believe there's enough accountability in our large institutions that millions of Australians follow, and sport is a key one of those. There's just not enough accountability, and this is a suggestion about something that can be done to address that.
Just briefly on that as well. This issue of freedom of speech that you've kind of put within the question as well is something that is not too dissimilar to the other spaces which I referred to earlier, where rules are applied differently for different groups of people. So the ability to be able to speak freely and say whatever you want within the bounds of the law, hopefully, is usually the frame of reference, is something only afforded to certain groups of people within society and not something afforded to others. And time again, we have seen when a person of colour, an Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander person, or any person of colour, makes any statement or expresses any sentiment that is slightly misaligned with what the forces and powers to be would like to be shared, they experience the full force of the law against them, and they are demonised by society, by the media. And the case of Yasmin Abdul-Majid is just one amongst tens of thousands of others, where simply saying something that is not explicitly breaking any laws is not allowed, but yet racist comments in nationally published newspapers is perfectly fine. Our racial discrimination and anti-vilification laws are already not quite strong enough to be able to catch everything that is experienced under the racism within this country. But I think, to answer your question more directly, any person who has any role of responsibility within society, from a classroom to a political party, should at least be held to the standards of the law, and to not proliferate racist vitriol within society to the point where, as Tanya mentioned, we establish an enabling environment for hatred to spike and for violence to proliferate through society. And again, I'll reiterate the sentiment of the Director General of ASIO, Mike Burgess, that this is crucial for internal safety and security of the nation.
Thank you. You've answered my follow-up question. On page 3, page 10, recommendation 3, require government departments, publicly funded institutions, large private sector employers and NGOs to develop, implement, publish and independently audit anti-racism action plans with escalating consequences for organisations that fail to meet or substantively progress their stated targets.
Okay.
The recommendation also states that these plans should not be substituted with diversity statements, cultural awareness programming, or reconciliation action plans alone. So for most organisations, this sits on top of what they already do.
Yes.
Now, government, but particularly business, is already carrying a large, a heavy reporting and compliance load, and productivity is a live national concern. What would this sort of cost an organisation each year? Who accredits the auditors, and why is this new mandatory regime necessary?
So I'm happy to start with this one and then go to Tanya if you like.
Yes.
There was a number of things that you mentioned in that question. I'm just trying to work out which order to answer them in. The reason why they shouldn't be replaced by existing diversity statements or diversity inclusion action plans or whatever is that as a culture, as a collective culture, not any individual group, we have a tendency in Australia to dilute the language required to address these issues effectively. The International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination has been watered down to Harmony Day. The issue of racism and anti-racism and racial justice is often watered down with inclusion and belonging. The issues of systemic forms of marginalisation where women and people of colour couldn't participate in the workforce or even migrate to this country are now being addressed with diversity. So I think this is why we say that anti-racism can't be replaced with existing reconciliation action plans or diversity inclusion plans, is because the language has always been quite weak, and the point and purpose has always been to water down the rhetoric and to confuse and to obfuscate and to not allow genuine progress. If we were to actually genuinely, authentically, from the bottom of our hearts, to create an action plan to deal with racism the way it should be, it doesn't just deal with racism, because the dynamics within racism that create marginalisation and oppression are the same with every other ism that you can think of. Classism, sexism, ableism, nationalism are all underpinned by a disparity of power and influence and the ability to cause harm for others or marginalise with that power. Nothing that currently exists in the diversity inclusion space really addresses this effectively in a large scale sort of way. So I've made very many public comments on social media and at conferences around the need for a reckoning for the diversity space, because many people, as Tanya mentioned in her opening statement, are there to make a name for themselves or a living, and they're happy to bend over backwards and do all sorts of mental acrobatics so that they can get the gig, but not talk about racism, culturally, racially marginalised, Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander people. They'd rather talk about culturally and linguistically diverse or some other euphemism to be able to obfuscate the issue. So I think that's why we really need this. As far as the cost, it really isn't that much compared to the cost that it is costing the nation with regards to racism that proliferates. From productivity, which you mentioned as an issue itself, would be increased. The turnover rate for people of colour and Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people particularly is very high, so constantly having to rehire because of racism being unaddressed is another productivity issue. The engagement rate of students or staff or doctors or whatever within their workplaces is affected because of racism. So there are innumerable positive effects for the entire collective if we actually commit to the work of racial justice and racial equity, and some of that is very bottom line economic.
Thank you very much. I'm going to now go to Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. We've only had one state or territory government rock up, which was yesterday, Tasmanian government, a Liberal government. We don't have the Victorian government. They're an absolute no-show, shameful. So they're hiding something because they're not rocking up to the racism inquiry, national racism inquiry, and the Victorian so-called progressive government haven't rocked up. What do you say to that?
Tanya, would you like to start? I spoke last, so.
I don't have a word for it. It's beyond disappointing. I believe that in this current political landscape, it would seem to me that governments of all persuasions are seeking to avoid fronting up to this conversation for fear that they may be politically wedged. Meanwhile, that means a good proportion of First Nations Australia go without having their needs understood, recognised, and without that, those needs can't be met. I guess it relates to what I said in my opening statement about the indifference of racism as it's applied to First Nations Australians, which again is why this important inquiry that is happening is one of the few glimmers of hope in the midst of these ongoing assaults of racism against First Peoples at every level.
Thank you.
To your question, Senator Thorpe, there's a couple of things that come to mind. One is that this issue of racial vilification, abuse, marginalisation, genocides is not something that any one particular party or part of the political spectrum should take responsibility for. It has been a part of the culture and the psyche of the establishment of this nation. And that is something that we have addressed in our submission as well. So dealing with and addressing and eliminating primarily and as a priority the racism experienced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people doesn't just benefit Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. There is a deep psychological wound that all of us are carrying, whether it's because of experiencing racism and disempowerment and dispossession, or whether it is because we have benefited from that disempowerment and dispossession. And that psychological wound shows up in the shame and the guilt that is festering within the entire spectrum of Australian society. I have not met a single person in the tens of thousands of people that I've had the opportunity to facilitate for, where the feeling of shame doesn't come up in the first 5 minutes of a conversation about race. So this is not just something that one political party should take responsibility for. It needs to be a whole of the spectrum issue that is recognised as a whole of society issue, because it is impacting our psyche as a nation. It is impacting our ability to be able to exist as a cohesive whole, and it does have very direct impacts on life expectancy, economic outcomes, educational outcomes for the whole of society. Just as I said earlier, that speaking to the middle is how to create positive change, I think the challenge with politics and social justice issues is that politics is often concerned with maintaining control of the middle, and this is why they can't be seen to make too much of an effort in one direction or another, which is why I said earlier that this issue of addressing racism has to be connected somehow to our governance structures, but it shouldn't be stuck within that sphere. It should be something that the whole of society, after leadership shows some initiative, the whole of society should take the lead from that.
Thank you. You were calling out racial affinity bias, which can impact how institutions look upon the actions of, for example, perpetrators and what consequences they may face. I can give you a very good example. In my workplace, it's called the Federal Parliament in this country, otherwise known as colonisers' headquarters. We have a Senate President who protects white senators but fails to protect those of colour, like Senator Payman, Senator Faruqi and myself, who have been repeatedly sought after and sought action from the Senate President to address the racism in the chamber. So we're constantly attacked by known racists every time we speak out. When we raise that with the person responsible for our workplace in the Senate, it's dismissed, and it's okay to be racist in the chamber, but you can't call someone out for being racist. Does that fit into your description?
This is the reality for every single Australian, whether they experience racism or benefit from racism, or they're aloof to it or they're passionate about it. This is not something unique to any particular sector, any individual, any organisation. Right back to when I was bringing up the issue with my teacher in primary school that I'd been called the N-word by a student during break, and the teacher tells me, now it's not the time to talk about that, Irfan, put that aside, you're disrupting the class. Right through to wherever, the upper echelons of society, the halls of power, corporations, we find that when the issue of racism is raised, the person raising that issue experiences even more violence than the initial act of racism. I've been in conversations with the Victorian Equal Opportunity and Human Rights Commission recently. We're doing some work with them to develop some anti-racism tools to be released publicly for society. And one of the things they brought to our attention is that regardless of the nature and extent of racism cases that are brought forward, one thing that they've affirmed that I also know to be true for a fact is that the victimization is guaranteed to be hand in hand with that claim. Which is to say that the racism itself is never as offensive as raising the issue that someone has been racist. Which is why we all experience and have this common experience of what happens to us when we try to speak up about racism, when we try to ask for and expect the same degree of respect and dignity afforded to other Australians. The response to that is often more harmful than the original act of racism, and this is true for every workplace across this country without exception.
So to give an example of that, so Senator Payman, Senator Faruqi and myself wrote to the President of the Senate saying that we wanted our workplace to be safe and we didn't want to have violent racism as part of our daily workplace. The President's response was to write a letter back to us and include Senator Pauline Hanson in the response to the 3 aggrieved women of colour. She responded including Pauline Hanson, Senator Hanson, in saying, oh, everyone just needs to be careful of what they say. How do you deal with that? Like, we have no rights as politicians in our workplace to be safe. There's no workplace safety in the Parliament of this country, and we're meant to be leading by example. If that was to happen in any other workplace, what would happen?
Very little at this point, because it's the case across the board. I think that's the sad reality. But in positions that are in public view, it is far more important. Sports codes, your workplace that you're referring to, any workplace that is shown to be an influencer of society or a leader of society, it is very important to be able to uphold equity and fair-mindedness in how we respond to these issues. And I think a lot more could be done in training people how to be equitable and fair-minded. I can't make comment on particular instances, but I know that this is a well-documented, academically referenced fact that we do not see the rules applied equally for everybody, whether it's work leave policies or whether it's complaints processes or whether it's mental health leave, whatever it happens to be, the rules are never applied equally for everybody, which is the essence of the core of the problem of racism. So it's no surprise that this is happening.
So, a lot of racists say, I'm not racist, but, and a lot of the trolls that I get on a daily basis, second by second, don't ever believe that they are racist. Not even Senator Hanson herself, even though she's been found to be. So let's talk about the orange elephant in the room. Would you say that Senator Hanson is a racist? And does her rise make the country more racist? Does it give more permission for that kind of behaviour to be normalised?
Again, I'll start with Tanya. I've said a couple of words, and then I'll follow up.
That I've never met Senator Hanson. However, I believe many of the things that she says to have racist intent and expresses racism. I do believe that it does encourage people to use similar behaviour and words and actions. And I think that that's pretty well documented. When I consider the cycle of racism in Australia, I remember a number of years ago there was a big soccer championship played. The England team looked like winning for the first time in a long time. It came down to penalty shots. The men that sought to kick those shots for England were black. They missed. And as soon as I saw that, not that I know too much about the round ball game, but I knew that there would be an increase of racism in sport in Australia very soon after that. And I certainly saw that come through in the work I was doing at the time at the AFL, that the racism increased in community football significantly over a period of 3 to 4 weeks. So I'm absolutely convinced that the more that that language is and sentiment is spread on these big public platforms, the more likely it is that other people will see that as endorsement and build their own confidence to demonstrate their racism, whether it's covertly behind a keyboard, as you refer to, Senator Thorpe, in relation to the constant trolling you receive in the street, in a cafe when you go to buy a coffee, in all sorts of places.
Thank you. We do have a national anti-racism framework that's been sitting on a few ministers' shelves for the last 20 months that the National Human Rights Commission developed for the government on request. Now, the government continue to handball to each minister, so you've got to run around the footy field, basically, because they keep handballing from one minister to the next to say the anti-racism framework is with this one, this one, this one and this one. There's been no response. There's been no commitment. How important is the National Anti-Racism Framework for this country?
To speak to your question and to also your previous question, I think there is an issue of an enabling environment for racism, which is why you see the uptick in the vitriol you receive in the comment sections on social media. And this enabling environment is a combination of two things. One is the allowing of the proliferation of racial rhetoric and racist rhetoric in public forums, unabated and unchallenged, as we know is to be the case, connected with the aloofness or inaction from the other side. So if you can think of it as two interconnecting gears, it is both of these gears that contribute to this. So in my earlier comment, I mentioned that I am less concerned with what the most racist person in a room says and more concerned with what the least racist person in the room is doing about it. So I think as much as we can identify the most vocal racist positions and perspectives that do fan the flames of resentment and fear and hatred, also responsibility needs to be taken by those who propose that they are not of that same ilk and would like to be a part of a cohesive society, and for that leadership to be shown regardless of what side of the political spectrum they happen to be on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Thorpe. That does conclude the time that we have for questions. We have gone a bit over time, so I appreciate you hanging around with us. I don't think you've taken any questions on notice, but you may get some from the committee after this, and if you could please respond to those by the 27th of August, the Secretariat will forward any of those on to you, including the date that they are due. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today, and if when you take a look through it there are any errors that you find there, you can request that they be amended. So thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and We will now suspend very briefly while we welcome our next witnesses. Thank you. Sorry, I should have checked before we went back. Are you okay with the media filming in the room? I now call on representatives from Netball Australia to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
My name is Alison Tucker-Munro. I am the General Manager of First Nations at Netball Australia.
And my name is Sarah Meredith and I'm the Head of Government Relations at Netball Australia and the Netball World Cup.
Excellent. So although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard attracts parliamentary privilege, and is also being broadcast live with audio on the Parliament's website. I remind members of the gallery that you do need the consent of the committee and witnesses at the table before taking photos or filming. And if you see somebody who's taking photos, it's because they already do have the consent of the committee. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, and mostly probably for people joining us online, we do have a committee member joining us online. It would be helpful if you could say your name before responding to each question so they know who's speaking at any one time in the room, given they can't see us. So that would be helpful. You can see from the nameplates here what committee members are joining us in the room, and we have Mr G joining us online via teleconference. I will now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Ali Tucker-Munro. I'm a proud Gamilaroi woman, a former high-performance netball player, elite accredited coach and senior executive within Netball Australia. I bring more than 35 years' experience in netball and more than 30 years in the Australian public service. Like many in our communities, netball has given me joy, purpose and opportunity, and in some ways reflects the cultural values I was raised with: care for the collective, shared responsibility and lifting others up. Those values came from the strong Aboriginal women who shaped my life. My nan would often say, never forget where you come from and always give back to your mob. Those words continue to guide me and are a key reason I'm here today. My community loves netball. I love netball. Yet there have been times when experiences within the game has fallen short of the values sport often seeks to uphold. Throughout my journey as a player and a coach, I have seen, heard and experienced firsthand the impact of racism and the impact it can have on individuals and communities in sport. While some experiences are overt, many appear more subtly through exclusion and unconscious bias. Alongside many First Nations women who have played at the highest level of netball, I have spent decades sharing experiences and information to create change within our sport. One contradiction has stayed with me. At times, my success as a player was viewed as having occurred despite being Aboriginal. I had the talent, but how possibly could I have the discipline, I was asked. And when I became an elite coach, I was told by someone that my opportunities were attributed because of my Aboriginality, as though I can't possibly be a capable elite coach. We all know you're there to make the sport look good, they would whisper. While different on the surface, both narratives minimised and dismissed the years of hard work, expertise and commitment I, and many others from our community, have demonstrated throughout our sporting careers in sport, and often against significant barriers. The irony is not lost on me. In one part of my career, my identity was perceived as a disadvantage. In another, it was perceived as an advantage. Too often, we as First Nations people find ourselves in a position where we cannot simply be recognised as being good at what we do. Success is questioned, achievement is explained away, and expertise is scrutinised differently compared to non-Indigenous Australians across all sectors. Racism is corrosive. It undermines belonging, confidence and well-being, and when one of our mob is harmed, that impact extends well beyond that individual. Chair, this is why I joined Netball Australia. To help drive change from within with a clear purpose: visibility, representation and culturally safe spaces for First Nations people in netball. And to uphold my nan's mantra to give back to my mob. I don't come into this role lightly. The challenge to drive transformational change is enormous, but I love netball and I'm doing what I can to ensure our little girls and boys who play netball know they are seen, they are celebrated and that they belong. This is why this inquiry is so important and why I believe cultural safety is essential to challenging and dismantling racism. Sport has a unique opportunity to shape attitudes and create belonging. My hope is that this inquiry helps create lasting change so future generations of First Nations people can participate, lead and succeed in environments that are culturally safe, respectful and free from racism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for fronting up to the inquiry to Netball Australia. The AFL and the NRL were both invited to participate in the inquiry and declined. So I appreciate Netball Australia's presence here at the inquiry today. I'm going to go to questions and I'll go to Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for appearing today. As a ex-netballer myself, I've seen lots of racism. I suppose my question is around, you know, we had a carnival, footy netball, black carnival in Gippsland. We had 40 Aboriginal women turn up and only 4 playing in the league because of racism. They only, they pick the cream of the crop. So it was that our carnivals were safer to participate in, and the mainstream local league wasn't. So does Netball Australia have reach into those smaller kind of country leagues where we know, it's racism is quite rife? And how do you navigate that? Like, what's the plan to get rid of racism throughout netball?
Thanks for your question, Senator. It's a challenging one, and I think it's influenced by the fact that we are a federated sport. So we're very limited from a jurisdictional point of view to be able to really influence at that clubland and association level. But it doesn't take away the fact that we recognise there's work that needs to be done and what role we can actually play to support those member organisations or our states and territory bodies to actually really challenge that selection bias that may be there in terms of opportunities for our young girls in the club environment. That's some of the work that, since starting in this role in May last year, I've really sort of lent into through this cultural safety review, is to actually understand better about the challenges within the system itself. Whilst the cultural safety review that we did implement last year focused primarily on those areas of influence that we do actually control as a national sporting organisation, which is primarily the pathway and high performance environments. The intent is to actually do a supplementary cultural safety review into the participation and community space. But that's going to take some time, and we want to give it the space it's needed to do effectively. It needs to be reflective of all our challenges as First Nations netball participants, not just through what level that people are trialling out and playing out, but also through the metro, rural and regional lens as well, because those are additional barriers of intersectionality that a lot of our young girls experience. So that one will be done, hopefully, in the next couple of years in terms of once we implement the current cultural safety review. But I'm actually optimistic. I think there's some real interest at the MO level, which I'm heartened by, but there's also a lot of work on the horizon.
I think it's important to really recognise Ali's leadership in coming into this position. She has led the development of the first ever Black Swans team, which is a national representative team. She's also developed the First Nations tournament, which is all 7 state and territories come to compete. And it's delivered a pathway. It's shown players across the country that there is real potential for you to go up the system. But we know that there's more to be done. And I think with the proposal we put here, the submission, where we put the recommendations, we've also, for the last year, been walking the corridors of Parliament advocating for more money. We need money to scale what Ali's doing, the great work. We need money to deliver cultural safety training and work across the system. There are nearly 3,500 clubs in Australia. More than 1.3 million women and girls play netball in Australia. Netball Australia can't do that alone. We need investment. We need a national funding opportunity that's directly related to First Nations programming. We have delivered programs that work. We just haven't had funding to help us scale. And Ali has delivered the leadership that we need, and she's doing things that haven't been done in the sporting landscape before. This cultural safety review has been a very powerful truth-telling exercise, courage, bravery. We've really asked for vulnerability, and we want to do more, and we want to respond. So, I think real credit to Ali and the Cultural Council leaders we have at Netball Australia that are stepping up and asking for change, and we really want to listen to that.
Thank you. So how does Netball Australia hold itself accountable for systemic racism?
Thank you for the question. I think for me, that's part and parcel of this cultural safety review piece. It's very much not just outward facing, it's inward facing as well. It is really about how do we as an organisation actually lead from the front? How do we ensure that we are building the capability of our workforce that will be looking at selecting, future Australian diamonds, that are engaging and working with some of our most talented young Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander girls coming through the system? Because for me, we know the talent is out there. We just haven't been able to give them the opportunity, and through these complementary programs that we've put in place that have provided an equitable opportunity to elevate and let these kids be seen if they are not being selected in their home states, it shifts, I guess, the opportunity and the platforming for our kids to be seen. And we're already seeing some of the, already in the short period of time the programs have been in play, we're already seeing some really clear outcomes and changes in terms of opportunities for some of those kids that have come through.
Thank you. What consequences are there for people being racist?
Again, I know it's probably sounding quite repetitive, but the work of the Cultural Safety Review will be culminating in the creation of a cultural safety framework. And what will be critical of that framework is not obviously just setting the tone and what the expectations are, but more importantly, the monitoring and evaluation and compliance requirements that are linked to that. And that's the work that's next on the horizon of how we do that effectively. I would like to make this note, however, that we are the only sport in this country that are actually doing a cultural safety framework. I'm aware of other sports having a cultural wellbeing framework in play. But for me, I think the ability to ensure that we as First Nations people in sport continue to be caring for self through our cultural wellbeing, and also building our resilience and being around people who are looking to empower us is only one part of what is required in this space when we talk about dismantling racism. Because I've realised in my own journey that it's not just about us, it's about the spaces with which we work and walk in. And so that's where the cultural safety framework for me is a game changer, because it actually obligates the environment and the spaces that our kids are going to be in, with some real clear instructions around what is required, the educational requirements as well, and then the reporting mechanism of how we check and challenge that.
Thank you. We heard earlier from the first Aboriginal Olympian boxer from out-of-home care, and look at Kyle Vanderkuyt, out-of-home care. Given prisons are full of our kids and there's a real rise of Aboriginal women being incarcerated right across this country, does your program reach out to our women and children who are incarcerated and in the system who don't get those opportunities? And when they do, you get the Kyle Vanderkuyts and Marissa Pullman Williams and Pullmans and probably others. So is there a way that you can do that?
Yep. Thanks for the question. I think for me that is absolutely, when we talk about scalability and intent, that would be it. I think to your point, I am really aware that the fastest growing incarceration population in this country at the moment is First Nations women and girls. And I think for me, sport plays a really powerful, vehicle. It's a powerful vehicle to actually help our kids provide them with a sense of belonging when they are surrounded by a mob within that system itself. And I think, importantly to the programs that we've been able to implement over the last 12 to 18 months, they are very much culturally designed and very culturally centred. For example, the First Nations tournament, we actually program in cultural activities in and around that space, because we really we understand and recognise that our identity is linked to our culture, our strength is drawn from our culture, and we need to connect to a community where that can actually continue to be reinforced. And I think for me, therefore, being able to have some funding where we can actually start to look after our First Nations women and girls in line with the funding that is received for our boys and men, I would like to see a bit of an increase in an equitable opportunity played for our girls.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. I'll go online now to Mr G.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Andrew G. I'm the Independent Federal Member for Calare in Central Western New South Wales. Thank you very much for appearing before our committee today, and I think it says a lot about how seriously Netball Australia is taking the issue of racism when you have appeared and other sporting codes have elected not to. So I give you great credit for that. I read through your submission very closely, and I think it's very comprehensive and has some very constructive ideas in there, and I'm impressed with the initiatives that you've put into place already. But my question today is, can there be more done at a grassroots level? And I'm talking about players and families and carers in the netball community, that when people sign on to get involved in netball locally, that they're actually made aware of their responsibilities with regards to racism, and that it is not acceptable, and that there are consequences for racism at netball events and tournaments and games. Is there more responsibility that can be placed on the players and those who support them? Because there have been instances of racism within netball teams that have been quite well documented. And I know it's a federated organisation, so it's not always easy for Netball Australia, but is there more that can be done locally to combat racism by making players and parents and carers aware of their responsibilities and the consequences of racism?
Thank you for the question. I think absolutely there's always opportunity to do and be better in this space when it comes to the experiences of racism by our community members. I think for me, Sport Integrity Australia do have some expectations and requirements that we have to uphold as a national sporting organisation for kids involved at our level. But that does actually translate down to the member organisation level. And the member organisations, like Netball Australia, have a zero tolerance policy when it does come to racism. I think the question probably is more related to the level of education and information that is made readily available, not just in terms of the players and those mandatory requirements or minimum standards that we would like to see, but I think also for our community themselves. I think one of the biggest challenges at times when, you've had a really disheartening experience in sport, be it netball, AFL, rugby league, basketball, is often where do I go to actually know how to table my concerns and raise these? And I think that can be a challenge in and of itself. And I think for me, part of the cultural safety framework that we're doing at a national level will lean into and really, I guess, articulate clearly a cheat sheet or, a clear understanding of hotlines that we would like to set up where people can actually report instances of racism. And that's not just to obviously provide care and support, but for me, this is where there is an opportunity to identify at a systemic level what may be some gaps and what can we do as a national sporting organisation to actually provide some education tools to fill those gaps in conjunction with the relevant member organisations.
I think it's really important to acknowledge the tone at the top. And in Netball Australia, we have boldly said we have a zero tolerance culture around racism. And this has been led by this cultural safety review process. We went out to every one of the state organisations and asked them to be part of this truth-telling process. We are telling them as a leader of those organisations that we believe this is a priority for the system. We have to do something now, and Ali's leadership by delivering a First Nations-led alongside our Cultural Council has been critical to the success of bringing everyone to the table. We have a system that wants to create change. Alongside our asks of the federal government to deliver expanded First Nations programs, we've asked for more investment for our club volunteers. Right now, we have thousands of volunteers that are fatigued. They're struggling with integrity. They're struggling with safeguarding. We need greater supports to make those systems better. But that requires people on the ground too. We can't just do online programs. We need support staff for people like Ali who have great initiatives, want to deliver programs across the entire country in the hardest to reach places. We need resources and we can't do it alone. Netball Australia is investing. We have run these programs without government support. We have had incredible philanthropic support. We've had contributions from the Confident Girls Foundation who give donations to run these programs. But imagine a world where we did get investment through Sport Integrity Australia, through the Office for Sport having targeted First Nations programs where we can go out and work with women and girls in every part of Australia, not just in the cities and the places where we do have netball cups. We want to go where people are, and we want to build community connection and deliver what works.
Yeah, I guess my question is the success you're having, and I understand the ask for the funding to assist, but as you say, it comes from the top down. Are you able to get this message and these policies and the support that's available through to the club level so that when people come into the netball community, they are given a very clear understanding of the zero tolerance for racism and the consequences, and also where support is available? Are people actually given that information when they're signing up to play and be part of a netball community at a club level and a community level? How is that going?
My understanding is yes, but it may be fragmented. I would like to take that question on notice because I'd like to actually give it the response required so we do have a nationally consistent, response supplied to you.
No, thank you. If you could do that, it would be appreciated. But again, I thank you for your evidence and also for the genuine way you are seeking to deal with racism in the sport of netball and the constructive way in which you are approaching it. Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr G. Deputy Chair, Mr Venning.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for coming and giving evidence this afternoon. Page 17, recommendation 3 asks that the Commonwealth invest in the Australian Sports Commission and Sports Integrity Australia to design standardised anti-racism frameworks. The next page states those frameworks could include an independent national complaints and investigations body. What is it that Sports Integrity Australia don't do now that this body would do?
I think for me, thanks for the question, I think for me that particular recommendation speaks specifically to the fact that we're seeing across multiple sports instances of racism, and I think it's about how do we as a society, and particularly through sport, set some standardised ways with which we respond to racism experienced by our community members, irrespective of whether you play netball, basketball, AFL or NRL. I think sometimes, having an independent tribunal to actually review these particular complaints, and particularly with members who have lived experience and actually have the competency and capability to understand what is racism and the covert and overt way that racism presents itself within sport. I think that's what it speaks to. My understanding is that Sports Integrity Australia, at the moment, Sports Integrity Australia have courses and so forth available, but in turn and provide direction support around investigations that have been made through member protection policies. But for me, I feel like, and our position was that it would be, I think, beneficial for us to have a standardised approach that is separate to a national sporting organisation.
Thank you. Page 14 states that participants repeatedly expressed low confidence in existing reporting avenues across sporting systems. Do you have any understanding of racism complaints that Netball Australia has received over a period of time, maybe in the last 3 years? And were they substantiated, and what was the outcomes when those complaints were raised?
Thank you for your question. I can't speak to those particular instances because I obviously wasn't at Netball Australia at the time. However, watching those instances that had occurred and played out in the media was really challenging for me. Again, to my point, I love this sport, and it really hurts my heart when I see First Nation sisters having to deal with racism as they did. So I think for me, obviously I can't talk to that. In terms of other instances of racism, I am aware of instances occurring. Again, in terms of where and when, obviously I can't disclose for a safety and privacy position. But I could think for me, again, this goes back to the point that we know we have work to do and that we're prepared to sit in the discomfort of this space. I think that's what's being asked of this sport. And I think for me, there is some goodwill and good intent out there within the system itself. And so I am looking forward to how we continue to construct our cultural safety framework to actually address some of these concerns.
Thank you. Last one for me, and it goes to costs more broadly. Recommendations 1 to 8, they all seek government investment. And it also states that Netball Australia's reform agenda requires targeted public investment to sustain and scale it. Does Netball Australia have an estimate of the total investment required to 1, fund the recommendations, and 2, the reform agenda?
That's a great question. We love that question. Yes, we put a very comprehensive budget submission to government where we outlined an investment of over $6 million over the forward estimates. Sorry, I'm losing my voice, the joys. And in that, that was the base level. That's a foundation. We had big dreams to grow and scale once we know the cultural safety framework and what that's going to take to deliver to clubs and associations across the country. We know that that investment will increase and we'll need further funding. We aren't just going to government, we are going to corporates, we are going to every possible partner we can find. As I mentioned earlier, we have donations. People in the community are donating to deliver the First Nations tournament. But we know that the intersectionality, the challenges that are facing on the ground, it just can't be done through donations and private investment alone. We do need scaled government investment. We need alignment from all the agencies across government. We would love to work with the National Indigenous Agency, the Office for Sport, across the entire government so that this program meets a number of needs, but also that our funding asks are covered across a number of departments as well. And Ali, you may have additional thoughts on some of the asks we've had to government.
Yeah, look, I think for me, one of the things that's really important as well that we sort of seek to get some funding around is continuing to platform our First Nations women who are in the sport. I think providing spaces where they can actually be seen and be celebrated is really important. The Black Swans program is a really great example of that. That is both an inspirational and an aspirational program. It's inspirational in terms of our little girls and so forth, watching these Black Swans playing out on an international stage where they play against world-ranked teams. But also it's aspirational for those kids that are actually in the system actively trying to get a contract within our Suncorp Super Netball environment or in the Diamonds environment themselves. So, look, I think for me, in terms of the education piece as well, that's huge. Like, it's a really big piece. It's a big build. And so having to sequence that at the moment with the limited funding that we have, it's really restricting our capacity to get out there into the community.
Thank you, and thank you both for coming this afternoon.
A follow-up from Senator Thorpe.
I just want to touch on the NIA funding black money. I probably wouldn't support Netball Australia applying for black money to deal with racism in this country. I think that Netball Australia should go through mainstream funding because we see the AFL, the NRL, the Brisbane Broncos, they're raking in millions of our money that should be going to our people, and I'd rather, like, my advocacy is for the grassroots level to get black money, to get those young kids in communities participating at that grassroots level. And I think if you want to address racism as an organisation, then don't go after our money, because ours is limited, and because you are a white organisation, then my suggestion, otherwise I'll be on your tail for getting black money for a white org, that goes through mainstream to address racism. It shouldn't be coming out of us to deal with racism against us. But I don't know if you want to make any comments about that, but yeah.
I think I will make a personal observation and comment if that's okay with the committee. I feel the same way in terms of where I'm really mindful that that money should be going back to our ACO space and to our aged cares for our elders and so forth. So it is a quandary that we have, though, when we look across the sporting landscape of Australia and we see precedents set in other areas of sport. And I think for us, we're really mindful of that. We're really respectful of that. But I guess for me, there is an absence of First Nations female voices in this country in the Australian sporting landscape, and there is an underrepresentation of our women and girls as well. And I think it's remiss of ours in this committee in terms of what we're looking at doing, of how do we look for that lever to be pulled so that we actually have a presence and a place in sport for our women and girls.
Yeah, agree. Thank you very much. No further comments.
Thank you. I'm conscious of the fact that we're going a little bit over, so I'll ask a couple of questions and then put some on notice. I was just having a look through your social media and I can see that you obviously have active moderators on your pages, so that's good. I also noted that Netball Australia made some public comments about the Bondi incident. But I had a look on your pages, I couldn't see anything about the attempted terrorist attack in Perth Ballou on the Invasion Day rally. I'm wondering why you chose not to speak out publicly about that event that targeted First Nations people. That is a pretty significant event for First Nations people in this country.
Thank you for the question. And it really, hurt my heart when that happened, obviously in Perth. And I think for me, it really reflects the fact that we've got a lot of work to do in the sport. And I think for me, again, this is why it's important that sports are prepared to be uncomfortable and to be questioned. And I think that's where we're sitting at the moment as a sport, is to sit in that discomfort. It doesn't mean we get it right all the time. It doesn't mean we're going to be perfect. But I think it is really important that we're surrounding ourselves with some really good, strong cultural governance within Netball Australia, where these are asked of us and they're asked regularly, and they are being asked regularly. So I can't speak to all of that. Happy to take some of that on notice.
I think it's important that you've essentially set a precedence of commenting on significant national matters where they are targeted a particular group of people, and it is pointed to me that a couple of weeks later, on Jan 26, Netball Australia chose to stay silent. So, I would appreciate any, I note your comments and appreciate anything that you want to provide to the committee on notice. I have a couple of questions just about, and I know that you've said in your comments that you're doing a cultural safety review and you're doing a bunch of things internally. And Senator Thorpe was asking about kind of how you deal with racism. So does that, and because your response was, we're doing this review, does that mean that you don't have anything right now?
So we do have some processes in place that sit under our integrity banner. That's been in training for quite some time, and obviously that's led by what we receive from Sports Integrity Australia. So they're set by Sports Integrity Australia to all national sporting organisations. I believe the latest ones came out last week, so we're undertaking a review of compliance around what the expectations are. But again, I think like anything, there's always opportunity to continue to strengthen those, particularly in this space. I think for me it is really about to the question around racism and the experiences of racism and reporting racism. I think that's one that we really need to unpack in a deeper level, and one that requires real direction and support from First Nations people. I'm really privileged to have a First Nations Cultural Council. I'm very blessed and privileged with the women that I've assembled on that group, who have provided me with some really clear direction and support. But at the end of the day, we have a zero tolerance policy when it comes to racism in netball. That is our position. It will not deviate. But can we get processes and procedures correct, timely, culturally informed, trauma informed as well? That's what we'll be looking forward to unpacking once the cultural safety framework is implemented.
Will it look at things? I mean, Senator Thorpe pointed to the Fitzroy Stars and their experience as netballers. Sorry, no, you didn't talk about the Fitzroy Stars, did you? You talked about Gippsland, but we had the Stars in earlier this morning talking about how they were victims of racism on the netball court, the process that they then went through to have accountability for the actions on the court was entirely insufficient. And I suppose I'm wondering what are the kind of standards that get set from you? Are there standards that get set from you about the expectations and then these independent processes? Do you have a view or do you have a say about what those things are and the outcomes they do or don't deliver for First Nations women and girls on the courts? Because it absolutely affects whether they, put on a netball dress and jump back on the court again, and ask whether it's, whether they want to expose themselves to the racism and harm that comes with wearing the red, black and yellow on the court, especially when they're not believed. So, I suppose I'm wondering what role you play in setting the standard across the sporting sector for netball, and will it have a reach into those instances? Like, how do we make sure that doesn't happen again?
Firstly, I was horrified to see what happened in terms of the process that was played out. I was shocked. I actually want to acknowledge Senator Thorpe for actually calling that out in social media, and a very strong statement around the process that those members had to be a part of, which were really inappropriate and not the standard that we would want in our sport. As a federated model and sport, we're limited from a jurisdictional point of view of what we can do in those instances, and unfortunately it's a reflection of potentially instances across this country. So, we work very closely, obviously, with our counterparts in the member organisation space, but we're limited in influence in terms of those investigations because of that jurisdictional limitation.
No, I appreciate you might not necessarily be able to step in on the investigation part, but what is the standards, I suppose, that get set from you down to everybody else, or in that kind of collaboration or whatever that kind of coordinating work is that you do, collaborative work?
So both Ali and I aren't experts in the National Integrity Framework, but we do have a National Integrity Framework that, as a national sporting organisation, we deliver on behalf of the system. Each state organisation has their own integrity process, in that we understand, say in Victoria, there are also by club association region, and so we understand from Netball Victoria they're undertaking a review into this to improve what has taken place. We can take it on notice as well, Senator, in this regard, some of the processes, as we are not the experts in the integrity space, but there is a national standard. We do have a system of ways of working, and that's a priority as part of our obligations as a national sporting organisation to do that.
Thank you. And so that'd be really helpful. And what happens when you breach those integrity standards? Would be helpful. And then how does that influence your interactions with the state bodies if they are seen not to be doing things in a way that, in terms of meet your expectations or community expectations? Is there a price, or is there an accountability there from you in terms of how they then engage with you?
Again, to Sarah's point, we probably can't get into the details and in that granular level. So
you're very welcome to take it on notice.
Yeah, we'll definitely take it on notice and get back to you with that information.
Yeah, it's certainly been a strong theme through the inquiry about the lack of visible consequences and accountability for people who cause harm. And in fact, quite the opposite. There is a strong theme of people who make reports of racism being kicked out or reprimanded somehow from a sport that they love because they have had the courage to speak up. And netball in this instance has been no exception to that.
And we certainly speak to that in our submission, where we outline some themes that came through the truth-telling process. And that was a central theme: fear, distrust of the system.
Thank you. And I've got some questions about your Netball Australia's declaration of the commitment to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples that I don't have time to ask now. So I do really appreciate you fronting up and answering questions, and I think thank you for your comments about it's a responsibility to front up and be put in these kind of difficult positions and to be held accountable for the experience of mob in really important spaces that we love in sports, in netball. So appreciate you fronting up to this committee and giving evidence and responding to the questions of committee members. Thank you very much. You've taken questions on notice. You will have until the 27th of August to respond to those questions. You'll get them from the Secretariat. And if you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today, and if you, when reading through it, you find any errors that are there, you can request that those be fixed. Thank you very much for your time. We will now suspend for lunch.
Thank you.
We will now resume, and I'll call on Mr. John Paul Janke, Mrs. Nerelda Jacobs via teleconference, Ms. Brooke Bonney via teleconference to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? And we might start in the room first.
Thank you, Chair. My name is John Paul Janke. I'm appearing in this first session as someone who's worked in media and communications for almost 4 decades, noting that I'm appearing later this afternoon with SBS.
So you're appearing in your capacity as an individual now, and later you'll be...
Yes.
Okay, no worries. Mrs. Jacobs.
Yes, hello, Nerelda Jacobs. I've been a journalist and reporter and presenter for commercial newsrooms for 26 years, and I'm appearing as a citizen, not as a representative of my media organisation.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Bonney.
So it's Miss Brooke Boney, and I'm appearing today as a Gamilaroi woman, a broadcaster, journalist and public policy scholar.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I've got a little spiel I need to read through, and then I'll invite some opening statements. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live via audio on the Parliament's website. I remind members of the gallery that you do need the consent of the committee before taking photos or filming from witnesses at the table and from committee members. If you see somebody who is taking photos, it is because they already do have the consent of the committee. I will now invite opening statements. So I'll just check, do we have Mr. G online?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. So for your purposes, Ms. Boney and Mrs. Jacobs, the committee members in the room is myself as Chair, Senator Jana Stewart. I've got the Deputy Chair here, Mr. Venning, and I've also got Senator Thorpe, and Mr. G is joining you online via teleconference. I'll now go to opening statements, and again, I might start in the room. Mr. Janke.
Thank you, Chair. My name is John Paul Janke. I am Wuthathi from Eastern Cape York Peninsula and Miriam from Zenith Kest, the Torres Strait. And I want to respectfully acknowledge the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung and Bunurong, whose beautiful traditional country we meet on today. For almost 4 decades, I've worked in media and communications across a range of really wonderful roles in Indigenous affairs. And during that time, I, like so many other media professionals, have witnessed a profound change in the way that our stories are told. It has been a welcome change. Sadly, over those 4 decades, we've also seen little change in the hostility directed towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. In recent years, I have witnessed an alarming escalation of online racial slurs, of delegitimising First Nations history and expertise, coordinated online pylons, and sustained abuse aimed at First Nations voices. As many of the submissions to this inquiry have illustrated, the problem is not diminishing, it is growing. It is not last year, it is not last month, and it is not even last week. It's happening now. Today, the Royal Australian Mint released a 50-cent Unity coin to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the Wave Hill Walk-Off and the 50th anniversary of the Northern Territory Land Rights Act. The coin simply features the hand of Vincent Linyari and the hand of Gough Whitlam and the sand of Gurindji country being poured into the hands of Vincent Linyari. It honours the courage of the Gurindji people, and it celebrates the values that Australians often say define us. A fair go, standing up for what is right, challenging injustice, and striving for equality. Last night I read the social media comments beneath the pictures from major national news organisation that covered the coin's release. The comments section were littered with racial slurs, abuse and derogatory remarks, thousands of them. They remain unmoderated. They are still there right now. The media company can see them. Other Australians can see them. And so can every Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander person who opens that page. And as those who have participated in this inquiry, and the many that I've spoken to across the country, this is no longer an isolated incident. It's become normalised. Racism is being left in plain sight. It's amplified by social media algorithms and tolerated by platforms and publishers that have both the capacity and the responsibility to do better. As Pastor Ray Minnicon responded after the booing of his acknowledgement of country early this year on Anzac Day, he simply asked, "What crime did we commit? What are we doing to incite this kind of rage and this kind of hatred?" Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Janke. We'll now go to online, and I might start with Ms Boney.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to appear today. I'd like to acknowledge country as well. I'm coming to you from Wonnarua country up in the New South Wales Hunter Valley. So I want to begin with something that should not need to be said, and that is that racism experienced by First Nations people is real, it's widespread, and it causes measurable harm. So I know in the Safety Commission submission that it found that 34% of First Nations adults experienced online hate in a single year, and that is twice the rate of non-Indigenous adults. The Department of Health submission reports that almost 3/4 of First Nations adults experienced everyday discrimination. More than half reported healthcare discrimination during the period surrounding the Voice referendum. These figures describe more than just offensive words. Racism shapes whether people feel safe seeking healthcare, participating online, or trusting public institutions. Repeated encounters become unequal access to health, safety, dignity, and opportunity. That is why the committee must look beyond individual prejudice. Racism is reproduced through systems in what online platforms amplify, in the stories public figures and the media choose to tell, and through institutional decisions about who is protected and who is treated as a threat. Online racist extremism exists on a continuum. Dehumanising language normalises hostility, networks intensify it, and threats can move towards violence. Public agencies and platforms need to recognise those patterns early, but protection must not reproduce harm. First Nations communities have long experienced disproportionate surveillance and criminalisation. A response to these issues cannot become another reason to monitor lawful protest, journalism or political advocacy. It must be developed with First Nations communities, independently overseen and measured by whether threatened people are actually safer. My Oxford research examined this same tension in youth justice. It asked why the Northern Territory lowered the age of criminal responsibility when Aboriginal children comprise about 95% of young people in detention. Detention costs more than $3,000 per child per day, and the return rate for 10 to 12-year-olds after sentenced supervision is 97%. So research cited in my paper suggests that the retributive urge, that is the urge to punish, becomes stronger when the offender is perceived as an outsider. That finding is not usually described as racism, but anyone can absorb dominant ideas about who is dangerous, who belongs, and whose punishment will make the community feel secure. The asymmetry there is what matters. Other forms of violence, such as domestic violence or sexual assault, cause immense, well-documented harm without generating the same political demand for even harsher punishment. Yet offending by Aboriginal children is repeatedly turned into a crisis of public order. When the response can't be explained by the harm alone, we have to examine who the imagined offender is. The pattern suggests race helps determine whose wrongdoing is feared, amplified and punished. It's costly, it's ineffective, and the punishment is not distributed evenly. The evidence doesn't support the policy, but fear can. Fear of youth crime can be amplified through racial narratives until Aboriginal children become symbols of disorder. The imagined threat grows while the actual harm imposed on children becomes less visible. Politicians can turn that fear into policy while presenting the result as race-neutral public safety. The media has a particular responsibility here as well. Racism doesn't require an explicit slur. It can operate through disproportionate images, unverified claims, crime reporting without trend data, and portraying a whole group of children as a threat. Media freedom is fundamental, but so is accuracy. Reporting about First Nations communities, especially children in crime, must be verified, contextualised, and corrected transparently. First Nations expertise cannot be an afterthought. I'm also interested in whether the way Indigenous issues are reported creates openings for mis- and disinformation. Coverage often concentrates on crisis and conflict, while constructive reporting on prevention, mitigation, community-led policy and solutions receive less attention. Examining that imbalance may help us understand how journalistic framing shapes public knowledge and how Indigenous issues might be covered more accurately and usefully. The same principle applies to government. Consultation is an authority and training isn't structural reform. The committee should resist treating racism as a series of disconnected incidents. The evidence shows a system. Online design can amplify hostility, media and political narratives can legitimise it, and institutional rules can translate it into unequal access to health, safety and liberty. The response must be systemic. Measure racism honestly, shift authority to First Nations communities, hold platforms, media organisations and public institutions accountable for mis- and disinformation, and replace punitive approaches that fail with community-led approaches that work. I want to finish with the personal cost of this environment. As a journalist, I've spoken about the impact of racism for more than a decade. Repeated exposure to racism, including in response to doing that work, has contributed to my decision to be less vocal on issues where I might have otherwise contributed to public discourse. That withdrawal is in and of itself a public harm. When racism forces First Nations people to weigh the personal cost of speaking, public debate loses knowledge, experience and perspectives it needs. Silence should not be the price of participation. The consequence extends into policy making. First Nations people are too often absent from or marginal to policy discussions that would benefit from our lived cultural and professional expertise. When decisions are made without that knowledge, institutions repeat the assumptions that produced inequality. Governments continue spending on interventions poorly matched to communities, and the cycle of expenditure without results continues. Exclusion is not merely a failure of representation, it is one of the ways structural inequality reproduces itself. First Nations people do not need to prove that racism is real. The evidence is already before this committee and in our daily lives. The task now is to act with the urgency, consistency and courage that this evidence demands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to Mrs. Jacobs.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the opportunity to answer any questions arising from my submission. In my 26-year career as a journalist and presenter, I've seen regular examples of negative stereotypes perpetuated in the news. When talking about Indigenous people, stories will often use foul vision of squalid living conditions, communities littered with rubbish, Aboriginal people in handcuffs, camping out in a park. And such is the entrenched racism in the media, I have been complicit. Of course, I've also experienced racism working in newsrooms, which became acute during the referendum. Both sidesism meant I was forced to platform disinformation because for every yes, we had to give airtime to a no. Networks make it a priority to train reporters and producers on their legal obligations, but they don't undertake anti-racism training. I should note that in recent years, Network 10 has brought in cultural awareness training. This committee has the opportunity to make change. Rather than acknowledge racism exists, there needs to be actionable recommendations. One of those is changing the date of Australia Day from Jan 26 to a fixed public holiday on the second last Monday in January. That would never fall on Invasion Day or Day of Mourning, and would take the temperature down and keep Australians safe. I also strongly believe Australia should be pursuing Makarrata. In the early 80s, my father Cedric took a plan for a Makarrata to the UN as chair of the NAC. He passed away 8 years ago, and I would like to see a National Truth-Telling Commission in my lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to questions from committee members now, and I'll begin in the room with the Deputy Chair, Mr Venning.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming this afternoon presenting evidence. Mr Janke, NITV decided to cease using X, formerly Twitter, entirely because of volume of racism directed at its profile and staff. Do you think that move has reduced harm or has it diminished the reach of First Nations content?
It might, Deputy Chair, it might be best if we go to length about our NITV's decision later this afternoon with NITV. But I also withdrew from Twitter during 2023 because I saw the platform as a platform that brought hate and trolling to First Nations voices. It was used to delegitimise First Nations agency, and I made the decision to withdraw from that platform. It took me out of, as you heard from Nerelda and Brooke, it took me out of the national debate, national conversation. So it takes away our opportunity to participate on that platform on national issues that affect First Nations people. And I think that was one of the issues for NITV in withdrawing from that platform, that it took us away from that platform, but it allowed us to concentrate on other ways of getting our message across to the nation. Being on platforms like X and other social media platforms are important in getting First Nations voices across. And if we're not on those, we're not elevating and amplifying First Nations voices. So it does have an impact on the work and on the way we do our work, but also the reach of the way that we can amplify First Nations voices.
Thank you. As co-host of The Point, where do you draw the line between legitimate opposition to policies, such as the Voice or treaty, and racism?
I think when it comes to national debates, we, as a national broadcaster, always look at a balanced argument, and within that balanced argument, we look at the diversity of views in the Aboriginal community, and we try and find those views. We also try and counter misinformation and disinformation to the best of our ability, but it's really amplifying the voices of First Nations community, and as I said, in that, the diversity of First Nations voices, whether it's the Voice, whether it's the treaty, whether it's government policy, there is a diversity of voices in that.
Thank you. Thank you. Mrs Jacobs, page 2 recommends that this inquiry should also recommend media organisations undertake anti-racism training. I'd just like to touch on that a little bit. For a commercial broadcaster, should that be voluntary or a condition of licence, and who would set up the content? Who would set the content?
I think it should be treated much the same as legal training. So, we are, it's a priority for journos to be trained on contempt of court, how to deal with suppression orders, not to, bring the network into open to any legal action. So that's a priority, and that's mandatory training. And I think anti-racism training should be treated the same. I think it should be mandatory. But it would be welcomed. I mean, there were reporters at Network 10 after the cultural awareness training who walked out of there and said, wow, there was so much I didn't know about the history of our own country. And, these are professionals and some of them were industry veterans. I think it would just go a long way in an understanding of the history.
And in terms of setting the content, do you think there is a risk that training mandated by government has the potential to shape editorial judgment?
Well, it has the potential to shape the truth, and that's all we're doing it for. It's about the truth, and it's about understanding the impacts of colonisation. And in order to do that, you need to be be taught the history, which, you know, we all know wasn't taught in schools. And so people are kind of having to play catch up. So if these are people that we hold responsible for telling our stories, then it needs to be based on truth and an understanding of the history of colonisation.
Thank you. Ms. Blurton, you advocate publicly on mental health.
I don't think
she's not here.
Sorry, I'm just going to check again. Do we have Brooke Blurton online? No, I don't think we do.
Sure, thanks. Ms. Boney, January 26 reoccurs across submissions to this inquiry as a flashpoint. From inside a mainstream newsroom, how is that day handled, and what would you change about the coverage?
It's been a few years since I've been in a newsroom context, but I can give you a little bit of an idea of how we, the last couple of times we covered it on the Today Show when I worked there. So obviously, you know, when I started on the Today Show, I'd expressed some pretty strong opinions pretty clearly about the way the day made me felt and how I felt a lot of national pride, but you know, that maybe it was better celebrated on a different day. And so I guess there was a particular sensitivity around the day when, you know, I would be a part of the broadcast. But that's not to say that I sort of controlled or had any, you know, huge impact on the way that other people wanted to feel about it in our own newsroom or, you know, on our own show. And so we sort of did a little bit of everything. And I think that that's a really wonderful way to hold the complexity of, you know, diverse opinions. You know, we don't all have to think the same or feel the same way about a particular thing and impose those views on one another. So we would, you know, acknowledge that there would, you know, there's a sunrise ceremony happening somewhere really lovely in Sydney, and perhaps there's a protest happening later in the day. But there's all these wonderful citizenship ceremonies happening, and, you know, we've got this really incredible Australian of the Year who we can all be incredibly proud of. You know, we find out the night before and then get to interview them on the show the next day. So it was a mix, I think. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm happy to share the call, Chair.
Thank you. And I might go online to Mr. G.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. It's Andrew G, Independent Federal Member for Calare in central western New South Wales. Ms. Boney, just following on from some of your comments, I'm just wondering if you could describe some of the racism that you experienced and which caused you to withdraw from public comment on certain issues to some extent that you referred to in your opening statement.
Yeah, so I guess it's important to consider that there are different kinds of racism, and, you know, some of it is really overt and some of it is a bit more subtle. And so I'm not sure if you've ever, I know JP just alluded to, you know, the comment section on the new coin that's been unveiled today. And so obviously that's something that's really public, and, you know, it can be quite damaging if you are reading really awful things, not just about Aboriginal people more broadly, but about you as an individual. So I'll give you an example. When we did have that discussion around Australia Day, when it started on the Today Show, and let's remember as well that I wasn't trying to impose my view on anyone else. I was just offering another perspective, not trying to shout over the top of everyone and saying, I'm right and you're wrong. It's, you know, this is an alternative view that some Australians hold. I received threats, physical threats. And I think some of the things that happen when you're a broadcaster and you have, you know, like an obligation to be public facing, you know, every day, whether it's to like a live TV audience or a radio audience, is that, you know, people engage with you in a way that feels quite personal. And sometimes that extends to, you know, showing up physically where you are. And sometimes it means that your account details get sort of docked. So your email accounts and your, you know, where you live and things like that. And those things are, you know, obviously they're terrifying. It's menacing to receive a threat, but it's, you know, it's absolutely terrifying when those threats are realised. And I think over the years, it's not one specific event or threat that caused me to say, this is it, I've had enough. I think it was an accumulation of those things over a number of years, and realising that perhaps the impact that I'd hoped to have in sharing alternative perspectives was probably being overshadowed by how dangerous and uncomfortable it was to share those views in that way.
Thank you. And then I was also wanting to ask you, perhaps all of you, how important is an understanding of Australia's past in charting a course for the future? Because we've been taking a lot of evidence from around Australia, and it does seem to be a common thread and theme emerging of this lack of understanding contributing to racism and racist attitudes. How important is that understanding of our history to combat racism? And I know that it's been touched upon in some statements already, but I'm just wondering if each of you might expand on that a little bit.
I can go first if you like, seeing as how we were just speaking. It's Brooke Boning, just for the people who can't distinguish between our voices. I think reflecting on the past and acknowledging the disadvantage is a really important part of understanding the context of why we are where we are now. So if we look at all of the statistics around the Closing the Gap initiative, whether it's life expectancy or employment outcomes or incarceration rates or any of those things, if you look at those in isolation without the context of our history, then it's really easy to assume that one group of people is better than another based on those statistics. Why is it that all these black fellas keep getting, have all of these terrible outcomes? And so when you place those statistics in the context of disadvantage historically, place it in the context of all of the policies that have been implemented against Aboriginal people that have been harmful, it provides an explanation. And I think there's an extra harm done when you deny the realities of the people who experienced those things. And so acknowledging those in a way that doesn't necessarily attribute blame or try to sort of dole out punishment to people for the things that they've inherited, it just goes some way to explaining why we're in the situation that we're in.
I might go next, Nerelda Jacobs here. Without the context of the history, there's an awful lot of victim blaming going on. This week we saw the Closing the Gap targets come out, and the commercial newsrooms ignore the Closing the Gap targets when they come out. There's very little reporting. But if people did read it, there would be an assumption that it's the fault of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people for those for not being on target. But and blame, and then critics will then call for audits of community-led organisations. But First Nations people know that community-led organisations are doing the best and are making traction and saving lives. But it's the government policies that are holding them back from complete success. So without knowing the impacts of colonisation, you don't understand where the position of the government is, policies, and the things that we operate, the structures that we operate within, instead of saying, what can we do to help First Nations people? There is a blame of that they should be doing more to help themselves, whereas we know that that's not the case. The rest of the population needs to step up and change. So that's what an understanding of the history will do.
Yeah, thank you. I fully support both Brooke and Nerelda's comments there. I think it's vital in us moving forward. We actually can't move forward to the future if we're always running from the past. It was in the 1960s that anthropologist Bill Stanner quoted the great phrase, the great Australian silence, when it came to Indigenous history, that Aboriginal history was missing from Australia's history. And I think that until we tell that story, we can't move forward. We need to remember that terra nullius was not only about land. It influenced legislation and it influenced government policy from the very early days of the colony of New South Wales. And if we get to a stage where we tell the true, real history of this country and not a fairy tale history, it will lead to good public perception, which also then leads to good public policy. And if we're not telling the true story of this country, then whose story are we telling?
Thank you. Thank you all. I might just conclude by asking you whether there are any other recommendations which you would like to see this committee make. I know you've already mentioned quite a few issues there as I took note of your submissions and read your written submissions, but are there any more issues that you believe should be addressed by this committee in terms of recommendations and measures that need to be taken to deal with racism in this country?
It's Brooke Boney. I've got a few recommendations that I can outline. So I think we need to put First Nations authority at the centre of reform. So we need to fund Aboriginal community-controlled organisations on a long-term basis and transfer genuine decision-making power, particularly in health, child protection, youth justice and community safety. We need to raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility to at least 14 in every jurisdiction, and we need to use all available Commonwealth levers to secure national consistency to prevent regression and align Australia with children's rights standards. We need to make platforms responsible for the systems that amplify hate. So we need to require safety by design risk assessments, meaningful transparency about recommended systems and moderation outcomes, Australian cultural expertise and effective remedies for hate directed at both individuals and groups. We need to strengthen media accountability, requiring accuracy, context and correction mechanisms in reporting on First Nations people, especially when it comes to youth crime, and monitor patterns of racial profiling and fear-based amplification. Thank you.
Thank you.
I kind of rattled off my recommendations in the beginning, but I truly believe changing the date of Jan 26 will have a huge outcome. And as the Prime Minister says, take the temperature down. And I know you've had hearings in Boorloo, Perth, and have spoken to people about the bomb that was thrown on the Invasion Day protest. That's the exact thing that changing the date will prevent, as First Nations people continue to gather on Invasion Day, also consider the day of mourning.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nerelda. My overall recommendation is, and I've listened to lots of the public hearings, read as many submissions as I can, and I see the general sense from a lot of people who have given submissions that the time to act is now. They are frustrated, they are angry, and they are disappointed with the lack of action, and they are calling for action now. And they've seen, like many of us, they've seen recommendations, they've seen reviews, they've seen inquiries, they've seen royal commissions come and go, and those reports and recommendations either not be implemented fully, or those reports sit on the shelf or be shelved by incoming governments. So my overall recommendation in supporting what other people have said is that the time for action is now.
All right. Thank you all for answering those questions and also for your evidence and your assistance to this committee. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go to Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Media control the narrative in this country, basically. And there are very harmful racist journalists, or so-called, they call themselves journalists, but to be so racist, you have to wonder what their qualifications are. Those outlets, Sky After Dark, the Herald Scum, like, they're making money from being racist. How do we stop these people from making money from our misery? And how do we, what are the journalists' code of ethics that address racism and address the racists that are spewing racist stuff when they report. I'll go to you first, Paul.
Thank you, Senator. I'm happy to go sec, but I'm in the room. Thank you, Senator, for your talk. Look, I think Ms Bonnie said it correctly in terms of the process, you know, that information and misinformation is spread online, it's amplified on conservative media, and it gains traction, and that bushfire creates a wildfire, which is really hard to correct. I believe that First Nations media and the sector of First Nations media has a unique opportunity to really address that misinformation and disinformation. So not only information that is incorrect, but information that is deliberately spread that is incorrect. And I think First Nations media can play a role in that. The various code of conducts, of course, with various media outlets are entirely up to those media outlets. And media outlets have their own code of conduct and their own ethics, and it's up to media outlets to enforce that.
So the media, sorry, just before you answer, Sis, so the media outlet, like a really racist media outlet like Sky After Dark or Andrew Bolt's crew, they could actually have in their key performance indicator to be racist, because that's what sells the papers and the news. So it's up to the outlet to decide how much they put the fire out on the racists, basically.
Well, I think their business model is their business model. Of course, there are legislative ways that people can take action against racist or discriminatory commentary. Of course, you can complain to the Human Rights Commission, as I heard you point out earlier this morning. You can complain to ACMA, the Australian Communications Media Authority. So there are ways that you can complain about that mis and disinformation or racist or discriminatory language.
Thank you.
Senator Thorpe, Narelda Jacobs here. I agree with you. There is very little accountability when it comes to media outlets sprouting hate and racism. There are no consequences if you do lodge a complaint, and it's seen by those media organisations as engagement that fuels their purpose, and they continue publishing articles or opinion pieces because, as you rightly say, it sells. So it would be wonderful to have more accountability when it comes to hate speech.
Thank you. Ms Boney, did you have anything?
Yeah, I think just echoing what JP said, that mis and disinformation takes hold and proliferates when there is a lack of constructive reporting around Indigenous issues. So I'm not an instinct on it. I'm not an expert on it, but my instinct is that if there is more constructive journalism around Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander issues, then, when mis and disinformation is reported or broadcast, it's easier for people to combat that with the information that's there around, policy and strategies to mitigate issues and solutions to those problems. But at the moment, when those things aren't reported, the hate, misinformation, disinformation spreads so easily.
Senator, I'll just add to that. I think First Nations people know the media outlets that are particularly using First Nations issues as a way of getting greater engagement, whether it's on linear on television or radio or online. I heard the Chair at a public hearing recently, when you were talking to the social media companies, talk about online, the particular polls that people put up, that media outlets pull up, that talk about, do you support a treaty? Do you support land rights? Particular First Nations issues that they know are going to get maximum engagement. And earlier I spoke about the Royal Australian Mint releasing this beautiful 50-cent coin about the 60th anniversary of the Wave Hill Walk-Off. That on the various platforms of that media outlet had a graphic with the photo of the coin. It had its comments section open. The various different states-based outlets of that media organisation, their Facebook pages had comments, 800 comments, 400 comments, 600 comments. I looked at all the other comments of their various posts and there was none. There were 20, there were 30. But on that First Nations issue, there were up to 800 posts. And we see that online, that there are particular tiles, social media tiles, that are used to drive engagement and drive grievance to their audience.
Thank you. We heard a witness during this inquiry that worked for a particular media company who wanted to wrote a story on some factual information that happened to one of our mob. Then when it went to the editor, it was completely flipped around to demonise us. Have you been put in situations where you wanted to report on racism against our people but were either prevented from doing so or had to change the narrative in a way that kind of defeats the purpose?
I'm happy to go.
I can...
Oh, you go first, Brooke.
Sorry.
I'll let you go first.
I think, and perhaps this is a consequence of having had some pretty good jobs in my career. There have been very few instances where I've had that as an issue. If I've wanted to say something or if I've held a perspective, I've always been encouraged to express that. I think there's one instance that I can think of where I was reporting on the death in custody of David Dungley Jr. and I'd been sent some documents that were leaked to me about his death and the suspicious circumstances surrounding it, and pitching that to editors in the newsroom was a really difficult task. To convince them of the newsworthiness of the story, but also, of our obligation to report on, what could have been, what appeared to be a death in custody. So I think that's one really clear example of where, systems within newsrooms have prevented accurate and full reporting on something. Eventually the story did get told, as we know, and I think I was pretty lucky because I had another woman in the newsroom who'd also been sent some documents, and she pushed the story along with me, and we ended up reporting on it together. But I think in the absence of her support, it would have been really difficult for me to get that story up on my own.
Senator Thorpe-Narelda here. The answer to your question is yes. And just to support Brooke's comments there about pitching a story as a First Nations journalist on a story relating to racism is so difficult. The onus is extremely high to prove that it was, in fact, racism. And even then, you'll be met with comments. You'll be met with a no. No, we're not going to run it. Or if you get a response at all. So, and it often takes... and these are stories that we have because of our networks and given to us because, we're trusted to tell the story. Other outlets might get a hold of the story and it makes national headlines and has a lot of engagement on social media and many, stories then run. Then we will do it. But there's not the bravery to do it because you're seen to be not an objective journalist. In other words, you don't have any journalistic integrity because you're too close to the story. And I have been told that I'm too close to the story sometimes. And that to me is a form of racism because my journalistic integrity is everything. And when I say it's a story, it is a story because I've got so much experience. And when stories that I have pitched that relate to racism aren't covered because I'm seen to be a non-objective, First Nations person rather than a journalist with integrity, then that to me smacks of racism.
I haven't had any issue, but I've probably, unlike Nerelda and Brooke, I've worked in First Nations media for most of my career, or Indigenous organisations, noting that both Nerelda and Brooke have been champions for First Nations people and First Nations voices in the mainstream media. My role with SBS and NITV, I'm their National Indigenous Affairs editor, and part of that is influencing how the business covers First Nation stories. We have an editorial guidance process that I provide input to, where we take the different elements of SBS through the ways to cover Indigenous and First Nations issues and stories from an Indigenous lens. And I'm sure we'd be happy to talk about that later this afternoon.
The Australian Human Rights Commission developed a national anti-racism framework for the country. It's been sitting on Labor's shelves, the Labor federal government's shelves, for 20 months. They haven't accepted it, they haven't responded to it, it's just sitting there and they're handballing to each minister. You never get an answer or result. How important is a national anti-racism framework, firstly, and secondly, how important is it for, say, the Prime Minister to show some leadership and say the country's got to stop being racist and we're going to implement the national anti-racism framework? How important is it that the Prime Minister shows some leadership here and does something with the anti-racism framework, which is developed by the Human Rights Commission?
Senator Falls, acknowledging racism is the first step towards addressing racism. So it is vitally important that that is the first step. And the national framework recommends that every workplace undertake anti-racism training, and so that should be second, acknowledging that there is racism and do some training to address it.
Thank you.
If Brooke's not going, I'm happy to go. I agree with Nerelda. I think it's important. Brooke, do you want to go? You go. I'll come back.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I need more information about that specifically, but I would just say that, wherever Australia fails to meet its human rights obligations, either, domestically or those standards that are sort of imposed on us by our international commitments, it sort of undermines our ability to then criticise other countries about their human rights records. I think that's probably the extent of what I could say on something like that.
Thank you.
I think, Senator, I support anything that will help address racism in this country and put in place measures to address and stop that racism as soon as possible. I've had the opportunity to speak to the Race Discrimination Commissioner and do some online content with him about the framework. We've spoken to politicians about the framework, the delay in the framework, and it's really we're as a network trying to do our best to highlight that framework, but the urgency that we need to, as I think Nerelda said, to call out racism and to stop racism in its tracks.
I'll ask one more. It's a little bit not relevant, but still relevant. Where we've seen the racist party win seats, racism has become so bad that we have children fighting in the schoolyard about welcome to country ceremonies. We have white children learning how to be a racist at home primary school age, then they rock up at school and they say to the kids, we don't want welcome to country. And then a row happens in the schoolyard and black kids get expelled or suspended or reprimanded. Are you seeing a rise in racism where the racist party, the One Nation Pauline Party, where they are winning seats? Are you seeing through media and through responses from Aboriginal people that racism has really got really bad here in those seats?
Senator, what I've seen in travelling around and talking to First Nations people from metropolitan areas to regional and remote Aboriginal communities is they've seen the rise in racism. They've seen the rise in racism online. Like some of your people who have given submissions, they are worried that that online racism is now becoming in-person violence, and they are worried that that is escalating. I am a father of 4 boys, and the racism that I grew up with in the 1970s is back. The names that I was called in the 1970s in far north Queensland, sadly, is being used against my children today. When will it stop? When will it stop?
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't, this is Bonnie, I don't report anymore, so I can't speak to, you know, what it's like on the ground in the areas that you mentioned. But I do recall one line from Auntie Linda Burney the night that the referendum was voted down. And she said this line that was like, you know, be proud of who you are and you know, don't let this, you know, don't let this impact the way that you feel about yourself. And at the time I remember thinking, what an odd thing to say. You know, what a strange way to address us in this context. And I think now, in the aftermath of it all, it's become obvious why she said that she had the foresight to see that, you know, what we're experiencing now in terms of not just sort of interpersonal day-to-day discrimination and racism, but online and in all of its other forms is anecdotally and, you know, according to a lot of the submissions, worse than it has been for a very, very long time. And my fear is that, you know, as JP mentioned, these are the sorts of slurs and the sorts of incidents that we encountered 30, 40, 50 years ago. My fear is that people do have shame associated with their indigeneity now instead of pride. And for me, that is the saddest thing because, you know, Australia is home to the longest continuing culture of anywhere in mankind. There's no other culture. There's no other people who have their hands stretching back as far in history as what Aboriginal people do. And rather than as a nation feeling pride around that and admiration for the ingenuity and perseverance and strength of Aboriginal people to have survived as long as what we have, now there's you know, we have this racism around it and this shame around it. That's what I think is incredibly sad. That's the sad consequence of these times.
Thanks for that, Brooke and Erelda here. Senator Hall, it has been noted that One Nation has had a lot of media coverage without much interrogation when it comes to by-elections, etc. And even when the leader bans members of the media. One thing I've also noticed is that some media organisations run vision that they're given by One Nation. So they ban cameras, they ban journos from interrogating their policies, and yet they'll give out handout vision that's then put to air. I think that is a wrong thing to do. You should not put something to air unless you've had the chance to interrogate it, to be there to ask questions, to capture it yourself independently. So it's a really dangerous road when we start banning media, and yet the media is giving so much attention to one section of politics, which is spreading hate and racism.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Mrs. Jacobs, in your submission, and I'll put this question to everyone, but in your submission, you highlight the lack of positive stories that there are for First Nations people in the media. What are the things that that each of you would like to see covered in our national media and our state-based media and more regional media? And why is it important?
Yeah, I think the success of community-controlled organisations and community-led programs, because often all we hear is the need to audit, that there's been an overspend, that things aren't effective, etc. But from when you speak to people in that sector, that's where the success is. So let's see it. Let's see groundbreaking programs that are having success, rather than only talking about a certain issue when it's in crisis or when someone has died in the most tragic and traumatic of circumstances. So that's we need to have the balance and often those positive stories. Even when NAIDOC Week rolls around, it's hard to get airtime during NAIDOC Week, and that's when we should be seeing all the positive stories. But especially outside of NAIDOC Week and outside of Reconciliation Week, we need to be balancing it, because there are still those negative stereotypes that are perpetuated in the overrepresentation of First Nations people and issues in the media in a negative sense. So we need to always balance it with the positive. And when we do pitch stories, positive stories, they're often met with we don't have the crew available, the bulletin's full. So we don't have the resources to cover it.
Nerilda, I want to second what you said there, because I think that what you mentioned there around the focus on crisis and conflict reporting as opposed to constructive journalism is really important. Because when we do look at, say, something like youth crime as an example of this sort of reporting, we'll get images out of Alice Springs or, out of Melbourne or Brisbane or something, with kids running amok. But there's very little reportage done around justice reinvestment, or the Marinuka project out in Burke in far west New South Wales, where, you can spend a lot less money and get a lot better results. Often we present issues around Aboriginal disadvantage like there's absolutely no solution and like it's a completely hopeless scenario, when if you just sort of scratch the surface and focus a little bit more on constructive reporting, the answers are there and it feels a lot less hopeless. And obviously in the case of Marinuka, it's a lot more cost effective than putting kids in jail, and the recidivism rate is a lot lower. And the actual harm in the community is lower as well, I'll add.
Brooke, I just want to pick up on, you mentioned Impandwa, and it's a good example for everything the media does wrong. How many times have we seen the same images of young people rioting and looting shops as if it's a continuous regular occurrence? There was a flashpoint for that happening, and there was a lot of nuance that should have been included in the reporting, and yet it was reported in a way that, this always happens in Alice Springs. It's not an isolated incident. And when you talk to community leaders, police knew that this was leading to a flashpoint. There could have been mitigating things they could have done to prevent it from happening. There was sorry business in town. There were people from different parts of the territory coming in, and there was conflict during a flashpoint. And so what happens is that these pictures being around Australia and Alice Springs is further demonised as if it is a hopeless place, as Brooke said, and we know that to be wrong. Something that the media doesn't do, though, is develop relationships with those community leaders like Children's Ground, who have been, scarred in the past from talking to commercial outlets, thinking that they're going to get traction, and it's a stitch up. So there's a lot of mistrust there, and you have to build a relationship in order for them to speak to you.
Can I just add as well, thank you, Nerelda, just because I really don't want to be misunderstood willfully or otherwise, I'm in no way excusing violent criminal behaviour or the actions of people who choose to behave outside of the law. The issue that I have is the way that we handle justice broadly and statistically speaking, how we could be more economically efficient and produce better outcomes. I just wanted to make that very clear.
I think we need to report on the layers of when it comes to Indigenous issues, and those layers are built on decades of government policy and legacies of the past. And I think we need to report on sometimes the complex layers of that and just not see a story as an A to B report. I also think we need to put First Nations voices and amplify those voices in content beyond just those of the public broadcasters, and that content is in news and current affairs, but it's also in other content. I think First Nations people want to see themselves represented on mainstream TV, and they want to see other Australians see First Nations people in other contexts apart from news and current affairs. I think we need to celebrate Indigenous success, and I think we do that by telling the stories and amplifying the voices of First Nations people who are doing remarkable things out there, despite sometimes a really bad lived reality, living in poverty, all these external issues. There are some communities and individuals who are doing some really good things out there, and they need to be amplified.
I am interested in each of you as employees in the workplace and what your workplaces have done to support each of you through your experiences that you've shared this morning about what it's like to be a First Nations journalist in this country, both the experience of having reporting on racism, but then also being subjected to it. What are the things that happen in your workplace to keep you safe? And I suppose what I'm thinking about is how do we encourage more First Nations journalists into the space when this is the experience of our mob when they go into this sector?
I might let Nerelda and Brooke go first because they're on the phone.
Well, thank you for this question. To be quite honest, when there are young people, young mob interested in getting into journalism, I cannot recommend them to go into a commercial newsroom because it's unsafe. If a young journo straight out of uni was on the day that the Boorloo bomb was thrown on in Invasion Day, allegedly thrown on Invasion Day, they probably would have left the industry because there would have been no understanding of what it meant, and the gravity of that story only came out like a week later. So our workplaces are unsafe because of the inherent nature of news and the entrenched racism that there is. So I would be open to having this discussion with the media as a profession. How can they do better to attract more First Nations people into the industry? Because it's not a matter of they don't apply. There is real concern about cultural load and safety.
This is Brooke Boney. I think there are different kinds of racism that I've encountered over my career as a journalist. I think sort of very early on, the burden of really low expectations of Aboriginal journalists was probably one of the biggest issues that I faced, that nobody expected us to do very well or expected very much from us and sort of treated us accordingly. And I think that goes probably a long way to explaining why the ABC had an Indigenous cadetship program for a couple of decades and didn't have any journalists as correspondents or as hosts of any sort of primetime or main TV shows for such a long time, because the retention rate was pretty low. I don't know. I tend to think that later in my career it was different, and I don't know if I could comment on it in a way that is fair because of my position in the team. I was a host on the desk, so I think the people would have probably been quite reluctant to speak to me in a way that was racist or to be racist towards me. And I think every time I had to do something that required a lot of energy, emotional and otherwise, I felt well supported by the people around me and by my bosses. I really can't complain about that. But I don't think that that's a fair representation of people's experience across the board. I think it was probably because I was one of the hosts.
I think there is, before I go to UJP, I think that there is, and just because of time I might get you to do this on notice, there would absolutely be examples out there of what it looks like to support First Nations journalists who are doing really tough jobs of reporting racism while being subjected to it. So I would really appreciate anything on notice that you can provide the committee in terms of what it looks like to support journalists in the sector when they're experiencing racism and harm. That would be really helpful if you could give that on notice. JP?
I think the first thing is that we acknowledge the role that trauma plays for our First Nations staff, and they're often, as you said, reporting on trauma and difficult issues in their own communities. At SBS and NITV, we have a program of cultural engagement for supporting wellbeing. We have an elder and residence program, so our First Nations staff can talk to an Indigenous elder to seek guidance, to check in, and also just, I think, be comfortable in their identity. We also work with the Centre for Journalism and Trauma to ensure that our staff have access to psychologists as well as resources, and we particularly use those to check in at key moments like Gen 26 and following other key traumatic incidents for First Nations people. We, I think, proudly get together as a huge cohort of First Nations staff with other staff who report on First Nations issues across SBS twice a year, and that is used as both a check-in on staff health and wellbeing, but also as a cultural check-in. And I think overall we surround ourselves with other First Nations media professionals, and in that we talk about how proud we are to represent our communities, but we also know how challenging that can be. And we do that internally through SBS and NITV, but having worked in the industry for quite a long time and working alongside Nerelda and Brooke over many years, that now has extended out to black media professionals, just talking to each other and recognising the role that trauma plays and the difficult nature of being a First Nations journalist today.
Thank you. I feel like there's definitely more questions that I could ask, but I'll put some more questions on notice to each of you. So I appreciate the time that you've given up and the extra load that comes with coming and sharing your stories again. So thank you very much. Questions on notice are due back to the committee by the 27th of August. And if there's any additional information that you want to provide during that process, please feel free to do so. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today. And if when you take a look through it, there are any errors that you see there, you can ask that they be fixed. So thank you again to each of you. We will now suspend very briefly for afternoon tea. We will now resume. I call on representatives from SBS and NITV and the ABC to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? And I might start down this end of the table.
Yep, Mrs. Bridget Caldwell-Bright, ABC.
Kelly Williams, Director First Nations Strategy, ABC.
Tanya Denning-Orman, the Director of First Nations, SBS.
Claire O'Neill, Director of Corporate Affairs at SBS.
John Paul Janke, National Indigenous Affairs Editor at SBS and NITV, and host of The Point.
Excellent. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard. It attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live on the Parliament's website. I note we also have media in the room today. I want to seek the members giving evidence today for your consent for the media to film. Thank you. And also note you can withdraw your consent at any time. I remind members of the gallery that you do need the consent of the committee and witnesses at the table before taking photos or filming. If you see people taking photos or filming, it is because they do have the express consent of the committee beforehand. I remind, to assist with the transcription, for people listening online, it would be useful if you could say your name before responding to each of the questions because it is only being broadcast via audio online. So it would be helpful if you can say your name. And then the other part of the statement that's relevant for you is that you are officers of the Department of Commonwealth or a state, is that right? And so then you are precluded from being asked questions of opinions on matters on policy. But you can speak about policy. So it's more of a reminder for committee members than anything else to not ask you for opinions on matters of policy. I am joined by Mr. G online as well. He's joining us via teleconference. You can see from the nameplates in the room who is here with you today. I now invite you to make an opening statement. Yes, start with the ABC.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Kelly Williams. This is the ABC's opening statement. Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. I acknowledge the Wurrung, Boonwurrung and Wurundjeri people and pay my respects to elders past and present. I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples participating in this inquiry. The ABC welcomes this inquiry and the opportunity to contribute constructively within our charter responsibilities as Australia's national public broadcaster. Our submission is informed by two key roles that the ABC holds. First, as a national broadcaster, committed to informing Australians through accurate, independent and impartial journalism and to commissioning drama, comedy, children's content and music that reflect Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture and creative leadership, from Goolagong to black comedy to the translation of Bluey into Yongomata for this year's NAIDOC Week, and second, as an employer. The ABC acknowledges that racism has occurred within our organisation. Following the independent Listen Loudly, Act Strongly report, led by Dr. Terry Jenke, the ABC accepted all 15 recommendations in principle made in that report and committed to long-term reform across our systems and culture. Our experience reinforced that addressing racism requires sustained action, transparency and a willingness to listen and learn. The ABC remains committed to ensuring that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voices, languages, stories and perspectives are an integral part of the national conversation. Whether through speaking out and away on ABC Radio and Radio National, Triple J's Blackout or ABC TV's Mystery Road, we welcome the opportunity to share our experiences with the committee today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now go to the SBS.
Thank you, Chair. Urawanmida, Nayukudil, Nayo Junjun, Kuki Yamajin, Berigaba, Nayu Bama, Wurundjeri, Wurrung people of the Kulin Nation. I acknowledge and pay my respects to the traditional custodians of the country where we're gathering. I honour their connection to and care for these lands, waterways and sky country. I recognise them as the first peoples of this place and pay respects to elders past and present. I also want to acknowledge Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders here today and all those who have shared their experiences with the committee as part of this inquiry. My name is Tanya Denning-Orman, a proud Berry and Gukuyamuthan woman from Central and North Queensland and Director, First Nations of SBS. I've worked in media for more than 30 years, including with NITV since its inception, almost 20 years ago. During that time, I've seen firsthand the devastating impact of racism, the challenges facing our journalists and communities, and the differences trusted First Nations media does make. I'm joined by my colleague, Claire O'Neill, Director of Corporate Affairs, and John Paul Janke, National Indigenous Affairs Editor and host of The Point. This inquiry comes 35 years after both the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody and the National Inquiry into Racist Violence found that negative and inaccurate media representation of First Nations peoples contributes to a social climate that tolerates racism and violence. Those same conditions have intensified, fuelled by a digital environment where misinformation, disinformation, racism and hate can spread at unprecedented speed and scale. Trusted First Nations media is not simply important, it is an essential part of Australia's response. This is the environment NITV was established to help change, and this purpose has never mattered more. NITV proudly delivers content made by, for and about First Nations people, giving primacy to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voices, interests and perspectives in media landscape, where those voices have too often been overlooked or misrepresented. And as part of the SBS network, we educate and inform all Australians to promoting understanding of and respect for First Nations cultures, knowledges and histories, including with multicultural communities in more than 60 different languages. None of this happens without our people. Our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander journalists don't just report on racism, hate and violence, they witness it and experience it every day, simply doing their jobs. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the pioneering work of those who came before us, including the late Rhoda Roberts AO, SBS's inaugural Elder-in-Residence, who transformed Australia's media and the arts. It is now our responsibility to ensure the fires they lit continue to burn for generations to come, and we welcome questions from the committee.
Thank you very much. Just checking there's no further opening statements. Great. We'll go to questions and begin with the Deputy Chair, Mr Venning.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for fronting up and giving evidence this afternoon. Firstly, to NITV. Page 9 records that in the analysis of NITV's Facebook platform between March 24 and September 25, 39%, quote, 39% during this period were negative. I think it's in relation to comments, with the qualification that not all negative comments are racist. What is the figure for for comments assessed as racist, and how is that assessment made?
Sorry, what is the definition of racist comments?
No, has there been an assessment of comments that are defined as racist? And what is your definition of that?
We haven't, we'll take that on notice, or have we had a...
Yeah, I mean, I think no one wanted to necessarily sit down and go through every single comment and assess whether or not it was racist. That would be a fairly traumatic thing to ask one of our people to do. I think it's an acknowledgement that there's just, you know, there is a lot of hostility, racism and otherwise that we see on our platforms directed at our First Nations content and our journalists.
So if your question's referring to how we define the 300% increase, we have an external providers and there are words that are associated that are then linked to the measurement. So it's, you know, those hateful and violent words that can come up from how we're covering a story, negative stereotypes. Those sort of comments are seen, and then we have an external provider that those names or sentences are then, that's how it's measured.
Thank you. And on page 3, you recommend that regulation of digital platforms be strengthened to address gaps in the legislative framework and address online hate speech, extremism and misinformation. What specifically would be removed under the proposal that is not already unlawful?
Sorry, I'm deaf in one ear, so I'm struggling to hear you. That's where I'm very, I can't hear very well. So if I'm understanding what you're asking, that the amount of what we're calling for in that statement is how we're regulating in the digital space. So what we've been hearing in this committee hearing already is how other Australian media may not moderate and keep the responses of their articles up. The longer they're keeping these articles up, the more it perpetrates into other people's homes or their devices. So a regulation of these platforms would go a long way. So as broadcasters have their internal machinery to make sure they're adhering to their codes, where we don't have it is on the social media platforms. So they really, the more they have engagement, the more they're seen as popular, the more they're trending. So the more these sort of violent, hurtful statements stay online, the more they travel. So what we're calling is to regulate against that. So it's the same as how broadcasters have to maintain their adherence, journalism ethics, internal codes. We don't have that currently in Australian media on social platforms. So what would go a long way is to regulate it so that we can pull these comments down so they don't travel fast and hard and hurt.
Thank you. To the ABC, page 5 states that all staff were required to complete the Australian Human Rights Commission anti-racism training, and that completion rates are sitting at over 90%. What sort of measurable change has the ABC recorded since we've seen such high completion of this anti-racism training?
Thank you for that question. We are still in the very early stages of tracking data post the Listen Loudly, Act Strongly report, but what I can say is that during NAIDOC week we had a national NAIDOC takeover led by our head of Indigenous audio. That takeover resulted in every team in the audio division working on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander content. During NAIDOC week, there was 112 different stories broadcast across all platforms. That engagement spread from audio into screen and news and offered opportunities for Indigenous employees at the ABC to lead content and to be guests and hosts and presenters of programs during the week, showcasing the excellence that we have within the ABC. We are currently working on a multi-year framework in regards to the Listen Loudly, Act Strongly report, and data is one of the things that we are currently in development of. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, to an extent, yes.
Yes.
In relation to cultural guidance advisors, they quote, help identify risks of bias, misrepresentation and exclusion early and bring cultural authority into decisions during content production. Can an advisor stop or change a story, and who resolves a disagreement between an advisor and an editor?
Thank you for that question. I might refer that question to our editorial representative, Bridget Caldwell-Bright.
Yeah, thank you. So I believe you're referring to the senior cultural advisor roles, in which we have one within the news division. We also have one within the screen division. So they are advisory roles, much like my role as editorial policy advisor. I work along, I work alongside those roles quite closely. In terms of authority, like I said, they are advisory roles, and the primary objective of those roles is to identify risks and to advise where they see potential issues with reporting, culturally unsafe reporting, what have you. So the story owner, or ultimately the editor, holds the decision of whether or not to publish or broadcast content. So our roles are just advisory. In terms of disputes, while I don't have any sort of first-hand, I can't speak for the senior cultural advisors in how they handle their internal obligations and how they manage their roles internally, but as editorial policy advisor, my role comes with a certain level of influence and a certain level of trust within the organisation, so I wouldn't say that there is a lot of dispute resolution within the organisation.
Thank you. And how many senior cultural advisors are in the ABC?
There are 2. So one within the screen division, one within the news division.
Thank you. How does the ABC satisfy itself that coverage of a political party and its supporters meets its impartiality obligations?
Yeah, I'll take that one if you like. So our impartiality standard sets out, our objectives. When we're talking about covering certain political parties, and certainly this is, something that's pretty relevant at the moment, in terms of sort of metric, we're not looking for what I think has been referred to in this inquiry so far as this both sidesism or this balance that is being referred to. We talk about a diversity of perspectives in our impartiality guidance. And we follow a balance, the formula for that would be a balance that follows the weight of evidence. So we assess what the relevant perspectives would be in a story, and we make editorial decisions based on what we see are those key perspectives within that one story.
Thank you. Page 9 sets out the ABC Ombudsman's role. How many content complaints alleging racism towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people were received last year, and how many were upheld?
So our ABC Ombudsman assesses, they're an independent complaints handling mechanism within the organisation. They handle content complaints, so it would not be within their remit to handle complaints relating to public attacks of racism on staff. Is that what you're referring to? Or are you referring to racist reporting in general, what you're categorising as racist reporting?
In general.
Yeah, I wouldn't have access to that information. It's a matter for the Ombudsman's office, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Benning. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks everyone for appearing today. I'm going to go to the ABC first. In 2023, the ABC commissioned an independent review led by Dr. Terry Janke of all current and former ABC staff to provide feedback about lived experience of racism, discrimination. The review found significant levels of racism within the ABC workplace and made 15 recommendations, all of which were adopted in principle. We love that. Government do that all the time, but it means they don't really want to do anything about it. So how many recommendations have been implemented and which ones have been implemented?
Okay, I have a list of all of those. What I will say, when the ABC said it accepted all the recommendations in principle, there's 60 action points that sit under those recommendations. My ABC colleague who is behind us, Don Zara, is responsible for creating a multi-year implementation framework that has process mapped all of those 60 action points. I will start off with that the first recommendation was to have an apology, which David Anderson, who was the Managing Director at the time, provided internally to ABC employees. The second recommendation was to create my position in a First Nations Strategy Division, which has happened. We've appointed the Elder in Residence, Professor Jackie Huggins, and we've also Damien Miller has been appointed to the ABC board. That covers off another recommendation. The anti-racism training was another recommendation, so that has been completed. And to further that recommendation, we are currently in development of a cultural responsiveness framework. We are at the moment in the scoping stage of that work. That work will take maybe a year or so. We need to look very carefully at the different levels and layers of cultural responsiveness across the ABC. We've launched a new set of ABC values, and they are expected that all staff at the ABC will act with purpose, show respect, honesty and commitment to diversity and inclusion when demonstrating these new values. We've reviewed the current cultural awareness training. The First Nations Strategy Division is working with the Learning and Development team. That's about to be released. The Editorial Policies team updated the objectivity and impartiality guidance to clarify the use of personal perspectives and experience in ABC reporting, while ensuring that we remain impartial and accurate and represent a diversity of perspectives. We engaged Dr. Terry Jenke to review and advise on the ABC's ISIP protocols. Those protocols have been completed for screen, and we're beginning the work with news at the moment. We've updated the ABC's internal incident and risk management system. It includes a separate category that users can select to report on instances of racism. We've launched an anonymous report and support portal for ABC employees to report incidences of racism they may experience or witness. It's a confidential reporting platform, and it provides anyone who has been an employee, a contractor, a volunteer or a visitor to the ABC, and it also includes reports of bullying, harassment, sexual harassment and discrimination. ABC staff can access the Speak Up page on the intranet. It provides information on how to raise concerns and report issues and seek support. The ABC's workplace behaviours policy is being reviewed and will focus now on racism, intersectionality and other relevant concepts, and is expected to be provided to the board shortly. And we've commenced work on the development, as I said, of the cultural responsiveness project. And so what we're doing as part of that, it's not just about the training, it's also looking at the diversity and inclusion concepts the ABC has and ensuring that they're up to date and consistent across all ABC documents and procedures. We report annually on progress against the 15 recommendations and the 60 action points to the ABC board and the public, and we also have a living document internally where ABC employees can jump into each of the 15 recommendations and the 60 action points and look at our progress and where things are up to on that report.
Thank you. Very comprehensive. Which ones haven't been implemented?
I could say there's a few around policy and training. This is work that takes a little bit longer to drive the change that we need to meet those recommendations. Part of the process mapping that we've done has actually pulled in existing ABC training and policy that we have that sits within our intranet system, which can be difficult to find. So it's highlighting at the moment what we have, how we use what we have, is what we have aligned with what those recommendations are. So I can say we have addressed all 15 recommendations to a certain extent, but that work will continue. It's a work in progress. So first it's identifying what we have, what we can put towards this, but is it addressing everything and then all the action points underneath? So some, yes, but there are some that it isn't, and that's going to take us a little bit longer. We're thinking the implementation plan for Listen Loudly, Act Strongly will be at least 3 to 5 years.
So when you say policy, that's the bosses, right?
Well, it's existing policies that the ABC has, yes.
So so that's basically the structural racism that may exist. So if we've got to wait longer for policy change, then we're still dealing with the same structure, system. So how accommodating then, if they've done all their racism training, they should be supporting that policy as a matter of urgency. Have all of the board members who are not Aboriginal and all of the management of the ABC done their racism training?
As far as I know, yes, they have. And recently I took all of the ABC's executive leadership team on a cultural immersion day with Burriga for a first contact cultural tour with Uncle Shane Williams, and then we sat down with representatives from the Kingilla Boys Home, and then we had a facilitated conversation on that day. So this is part of the cultural responsiveness framework. Yes, policy might take a little while to update and to look at its effectiveness, but in the meantime, we can begin the other parts that sit under those recommendations, the other actions that we can do in a shorter time frame.
The low-hanging fruit.
And so the education piece, it was the first time the ELT has been on a cultural immersion day, all members. So it's looking at the different levels of how we can affect change quickly and what's going to take a little longer.
It's disappointing, I must say, that the policy change is not happening, and it's not on you, it's on them.
I will say we've had some policy change already with the impartiality and the grievance policies and the support portal. So, you know, things are moving. But as you know, the ABC is a 90-year institution. What I will say is that there is goodwill to make that change.
Oh, yeah. Just that people are dying from being from the racists. But anyway, that's okay. That's good to know. So how many blackfellas are employed at the ABC, and how many one on the board? That's like a reconciliation action plan thing though, right? So how many blackfellas are employed at the ABC? What is the overall ABC employment, and how many blackfellas do you have there?
At the, June figures, which I asked for, show that there are 5,500 employees at the ABC. There's 146 Indigenous employees, or 2.8% Indigenous employment, and we have I think I got that back to front, 2.6 Indigenous employment and 2.8% Indigenous executive employment at the ABC.
Thank you. Is that more or less from the Stan Grant moment of resigning because the ABC was not a safe place? So has the numbers gone up since Stan Grant? I can't remember what year. Or has it gone down since that time?
We had 160 employees at the time of Stan Grant, which was the precursor for the Listen Loudly, Act Strongly report. Since that time, we have had an increase in executive employment, but having said that, the media sector itself is such a tightly contested professional cohort. Tanya and I talk about this all the time around the limited number of Indigenous media professionals. And, you know, we have strategic partnerships with NITV, with First Nations media, to support the building of that cohort. A number of our ABC Indigenous employees have left to lead other media organisations, and we currently have a number of programs looking at how we bring in people into the media sector, but support them to become journalists or creatives. A lot of the younger Indigenous demographic do not want to be just journalists. They want to be creatives. They don't want to just tell stories. They want to have a clothing line. They want to have earrings. They want to tell stories, but they want to do it the way that they want to do it. And we need to support that creativity because they're our next generation. I think in the last census data from 2024, the Indigenous population was 3.8%. People aged between 18 and 60, Indigenous people aged between 18 and 60 of that cohort, 1.2% of Indigenous people work in the media and professional sector. So, yeah, it's a tightly contested employment market, and it's one that we are working on developing a broader cohort for. So the ABC isn't just focused on keeping people at the ABC. We have a secondment program. We've got the Indigenous employment strategy with its transferable skills, looking at how we support the broader First Nations media sector. I think it's incumbent upon the ABC as a national broadcaster with the resources that it has to facilitate that growth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. NITV and SBS. So could you outline the intent and design of the Beyond 3% initiative and discuss the importance of investing in our media providers?
Yes, Beyond 3% was our response to the lack of Australian commercial sector advertising with and on First Nations media. We had a research project find that with the Media Federation of Australia, that the commercial sector was spending less than 0.02% of their advertising dollar to hit First Nations consumers. So with Beyond 3, we asked them, could you at least spend 3% of your advertising dollar on First Nations media? And with that came an education program. So we offered our services to them, to the big spenders, to understand our sector, understand the difference of our media and First Nations perspectives, and why it's important to invest in our media. So, Beyond 3% has really contributed to not just NITV's revenue growth since we moved it into SBS, but it's also helped to provide more investment into remote media organisations and the likes. It's a slow burn, but we're making momentum.
Thank you. I always go on about, black money and propping up big companies like AFL, NRL, Brisbane Broncos. I mean, there's more, but they're the ones that I remember all the time. How much does current funding fall short for black media? Because I'm happy for black money to go to black media, and given they get millions and millions, how much are you short to do what you need to do in the black media space?
I guess I can answer that in a way if you see how much the other broadcasters have with their spending or their way of what they can commission or create content with compared to us as a public broadcaster. The more we have, the more we can do, and the more employment we can create, not just within where the primary places where SBS is and NITV have offices, but we work with the remote media sector so people don't have to leave their communities and they can deliver the content from their communities, including news, in their languages. So the more we have, the more we can have sustainability. And that's what we've been doing now that NITV is coming to its 20th anniversary since we first switched it on back in 2007. So, look, the more that is directed, the more the federal government can do to ensure the money is invested into First Nations spend, as in advertising. But there's a lot more you can do with the funds. It's a circular economy. We have a trusted audience with First Nations communities within NITV, but if you look at the fact that we get about 29 million Indigenous hours is consumed through SBS and NITV each year, that's more than the First Nations population. So we have a trusted Australian audience. So if there is a way to influence even the federal government's advertising dollar into our SBS and NITV, that will be hitting people that are good consumers. They go to the right organisation and watch their media, in my opinion. However, it is a trusted and sticky audience as well, and it helps every bit of dollars that go into SBS and NITV, but particularly NITV, goes back into Indigenous employment and Indigenous production companies and to the film and storytelling industry. So we insist that our procurement is with First Nations production companies. If they are a production company that have partnerships with non-Indigenous, we still ensure that that's, where the story is held. 2 out of 3 key creatives have to be First Nations. We insist on the cultural protocols with any content, even if it is alone. We ensure how we do the content at SBS and NITV, whether it's Indigenous or not, is done culturally appropriately. So the more we can get any funds into First Nations media, not just NITV, the more we can influence, as heard earlier in this committee hearing, bad public perception, whereas John Paul spoke about good public perception. But as we know, bad public perception leads to bad public policy and leads to certain decisions that Australians may make when it comes to voting and influencing who is in the federal parliament.
Thank you. And just to follow up before I hand it over, did I hear you saying that if you could get the federal government using their advertising spend with black media, then that would be a good thing? Did I hear that?
Yes.
As a recommendation?
That is definitely, if they, currently the federal government does spend about 3% of their dollars into advertising on First Nation media, not just NITV. That's, yeah.
But you need more.
We need more, definitely. And, we are a commercial player. We have proven that we have value as black consumers. We have proven that non-Indigenous people value and trust and love First Nations stories. We are winning awards. We are seen at Logies. We're influencing commercial Australia and how they do stories. If we had more, we can do more.
Thanks. Just good to get it on the record for when we're coming up with our recommendations. That is one of them. So
thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator, I might just add, and it builds on, I think one of the comments I made when I appeared earlier is addressing misinformation and disinformation and the role that First Nations media, not just NITV and ABC, but also other First Nations media can play in that. And you can see from our recommendations that we believe that sustained investment in that will help First Nations media address that misinformation and disinformation, and the role that it can play in changing all Australians' attitudes towards First Nations people.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go online to Mr. G.
Yes, good afternoon. It's Andrew G, member for Calare in Central Western New South Wales. Just wanted to firstly just ask SBS and NITV about the fact that you've had to engage, or NITV has had to engage somebody basically to moderate you and watch your social media at an extra cost. Could you just explain what's gone on there, please?
Absolutely. It's a First Nations, it's Tanya Denning-Orman responding. It's to see and deal with the consistent hate, even if it's a story on the cost of living or the fuel crisis. The team are having to moderate, and when it does rise on social media and grows in a fierce flame, the staff needing to see it day in and day out causes harm. So we don't want them to have to moderate themselves. We want to do great stories and we want as many people to see it. So it is also a balancing act, because the moment we turn off comments, it limits how that story can travel as well. Staff have to be first, and their safety has to be first and looked after. So we went with an external provider. And that is cost to our organisation that we can't be spending on screen or we can't be spending on jobs. But it is, the bigger cost for our journalists to have that in their workplace every single day and then go home to it as a community member. Was causing serious issues, and our staff were really quite upset. Hence the reason we went off of, at the time, called Twitter. It was really fierce, and we made a decision that it wasn't worth the risk to our staff. However, it impacted the risk. It impacted how we could travel those stories to get into more Australian homes.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering, what does the ABC do to moderate its content and regulate online racism with respect to its stories?
I'll take that one. It's Kelly Williams, Director First Nations Strategy at the ABC. The ABC has a dedicated social media team that is made aware of any compelling Indigenous stories that are coming up on the ABC, and they roster people accordingly. That doesn't mean that the ABC doesn't turn comments off at times. There are times that we do, because these people in the social media team, similar to NITV employees, there's only so much you can read and see before it causes harm. So the ABC does turn comments off on occasion, and it has exactly the same effect. It means that the stories don't travel as far. Does that answer your question, Mr. G?
It does, thank you. I'm just wondering, does the ABC ever work with SBS and NITV on policies to combat racism? Is there any cooperation between the two or three on these issues that we're discussing today?
I would say on an informal level, Tanya, JP, John Paul and myself have regular conversations. Part of the support structure of being an Indigenous media professional is the Indigenous media cohort and the relationships and network that you build over time. We share common experience, not just within SBS and NITV, but with other First Nations media broadcasters and professionals that sit under First Nations Media Australia as member organisations. We regularly attend Converge, the First Nations Media Australia annual conference, and so for us, it's that network and support that is the strongest combator of that. I think I wandered off on that, Mr. G.
No, I think you're still on point, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I just wanted to also ask SBS and NITV, in your recommendations, you've stated that you'd like to see regulation of digital platforms be strengthened to address gaps in the legislative framework and address online hate speech directed at individuals and groups, extremism and misinformation, and to promote digital and media literacy. What does that regulation look like?
I might hand over to my colleague Claire O'Neill to go further on the legislation, and John Paul Janke.
Do you want to go first? Thank you, Mr. G. Look, I think we haven't come with a set of pre-drafted amendments to the committee, because obviously that's a matter for government. But I think there is widespread acknowledgement, I think, of the need to strengthen regulation of digital platforms in relation to online hate speech directed at individuals and groups. And I think, as Tanya was saying earlier, online spaces just aren't regulated or structured in the same way as broadcast and other media in terms of the controls and the sorts of content that is accepted and spread on these platforms. And, we need to be on these platforms to reach our audiences, especially the younger audiences, which are really, really important to NITV in particular. And so, in the absence of the progress of a digital duty of care or regulatory framework that addresses misinformation more vigorously, I think you know, we do have to do that additional moderation and restrict our engagement as we've discussed. But JP, I'm not sure if you want to speak from your perspective on this issue as well.
Thanks, Claire. Mr G, John Paul Janke, and this might add to some of what Kelly was saying before. NITV in the last couple of weeks have seen two of our posts on social media need additional moderation. Tanya spoke of one before where we wanted to highlight the cost of living in remote communities, particularly the cost of diesel fuel. As this inquiry would know in travelling around to remote communities, the cost of diesel fuel in remote communities is significantly higher all the time. But during the Iran-US conflict, obviously that spiked. So we wanted to really highlight what it's like living in remote communities now, paying an exorbitant amount for diesel. That post attracted huge numbers of trolling. And in fact, we marked it for moderation, and we had to turn the comments off usually between 11 to 3 a.m. Because that's the time when most trolling happens. And we would have to really make sure that those comments are moderated. We also covered a story on Indigenous staff feeling about cultural load and working with cultural load. Again, that story received huge amounts of trolling and racist comments, and we had to engage moderators there. So what that does to us is we start to think about the type of content we put up online, not only because it comes at a cost of external moderators, but our staff see it, and importantly, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities see that. And with both those examples that I mentioned, in particular the cost of fuel, we had quite a few complaints from First Nations communities around Australia basically pleading with us to turn the comments off, because what they saw was just racist trolling. So it not only starts to affect what we put up, it affects our engagement with our communities, it affects our reputation with our communities, and it does come at a cost. And I think what we're calling for with regulation is to lessen that impact on our communities in what they see online.
And so, while we haven't come with pre-drafted amendments, I think it's fair to say we'd be more than happy to work constructively on any advancing of regulating these digital platforms to reduce this sort of content.
All right, thank you very much. I did have one or two more questions, but I think we're running short of time, and there may be some other questions that are sought to be asked. So I'll leave it there, and thank you all for your evidence. It is appreciated.
Thank you, Mr G. We've heard evidence today about the importance of having positive stories and representations of First Nations people and communities in the media, and I think the media organisations today here play an important part in doing that. Do you travel out to regional or remote communities for your news stories? And does it cost more? Let's start with the ABC first.
Yes, it's Kelly Williams from the ABC here. Yes, we do, but again, we have to take into consideration the expense to do that. We also travel to, festivals. Look, we've just both been at the Gama Festival. We take an ABC News team up to provide coverage of Indigenous affairs from that festival. We travel to other festivals as well, sometimes through First Nations, Media Australia, media partners, to collaborate and provide coverage through ABC regional offices. I think we have 60, regional offices, definitely 46 quite large ones. And so getting to those remote areas for the ABC, having that broader footprint can sometimes be easier but no less expensive by the time that you travel. So yes, we do.
So in your evidence just then, is cost a barrier then to getting out to communities more often to share the positive stories about what's happening in communities?
Yes, so we also have the ABC secondment program. So the ABC funds 4 to 6 weeks placements with our strategic partners, First Nations Media Australia, NITV, First Languages Australia, and we second ABC employees, any ABC employee that has a skill set that either a First Languages Australia language centre is looking for, or a First Nations media organisation, and they can be into extremely remote centres, and each year we try and do at least 4 to 6 secondments. The average is probably around 8. At the moment we have 5 for this financial year, travelling to some remote, some metro centres. And so building those relationships can make it easier for the ABC to provide coverage. We did several placements with Indigenous Community Television in Alice Springs, but what made it better for us was being able to do live crosses to an ICTV reporter in Central Australia communities and reporting in language through the referendum coverage. So there's a raft of initiatives that we have at the ABC to make that reporting easier, but it is expensive.
So is that the ABC board that doesn't have enough money, or there hasn't been enough money internally in the ABC allocated to tell those stories appropriately?
Was that ABC hasn't got funding, or the ABC isn't providing?
Is that like an internal budget decision in the ABC that you haven't then given enough money to allow people to go out to First Nations communities? You've got the travel expenses that you spoke of. It's more expensive to go out there and be in place. So is that a internal money decision that's been made in the ABC not to allocate those funds to go out?
No. If the ABC looks at each story on its value as a story, regardless of the cost. But I cannot say that it isn't weighed into a decision. But if a story is a good story, the ABC, or it's a story
you'll find
that
the
needs
money
telling,
somewhere.
the ABC will find the money to do it.
Yeah.
Senator, before I know, John Paul Janke probably has his story about travelling the country with the point. The First Nations media sector has never been funded to what it has to do, and more so now in the fact that we're having this inquiry. The need is a matter of life, and as I mentioned in my opening, there's been 30-odd years since the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody indicated the power of media, First Nations media, seeing yourself represented positively, but other people, non-Indigenous people, seeing us represented positively, as also reporting the facts and contextualising it, not having just the story, reporting it, asking the questions, and then analysing it and contextualising it, not stopping at just the reporting. First Nations media provides that difference, and it's never been funded for the depth of this huge continent and the delivery and the value that we've actually now shown that Australians are seeking this content. But beyond that, the decisions we make, we've grown NITV as innovation. We've had to, social media has also come at a value for us to be able to just beam it up or go live. There's, we have really seen the truth in communities. We will be delivering soon a massive story on Kumanjai Walker because of social media. We're seeing what really unfolded in a way that we couldn't have seen before social media. That's the positive. So there is a lot of innovation now, and we can see high definition in a way that we never could. But still today, our First Nations media sector is struggling. We could do more if we had more. It doesn't limit us from doing. We do everything we can to respond. We've shifted the funds. This is SBS and NITV, and I know John Paul can talk more on the diversity of our views as well, which he spoke about earlier during this commission or this inquiry. But we have to represent the diversity of our nations as well. We're not just one group. We don't just have one opinion, and these rooms are centres for our communities as well. So they deliver languages, culture, but safety and love in communities as well. So what First Nations media provides is more than just the content on the screen. It's what's behind the scenes. It can provide ongoing employment, well-being, but it also links to services, health, education and the like. So First Nations media is more than just the content, and what we've shown is there's a value with the advertising sector, but we do need more to cover more. But John Paul?
Thanks, Tanya. I think Tanya's right in saying that it's the sector. More investment in the sector will help all of us. There are two elements, I think, with our national coverage in terms of our news stories. We have a network of journos around the country who feed directly into NITV and SBS. We also partner with many First Nations media organisations, CIMA, the Torres Strait Islands Media Association, NADA Media in WA, National Indigenous Radio Service, Koori Mail. So they feed content back to us in terms of our partnership. And we also have this network of young journos chasing stories. We also have our sort of content side through our news and current affairs show, The Point, and Living Black, who, when they can, travel out to communities to get the views of those living outside major metropolitan areas. In the referendum year, the Point travelled over 48,000 kilometres around Australia to get people's views. We just don't have the resources to match that every year, but we try and go out to as many places as we can. As you know, whenever you guys travel out, there's always First Nations people telling you that you should cover this story or you should come to our community. We've got a good story. We've got this we want to highlight. This morning at 5 a.m, Tanya and I were at the Darwin airport and we bumped into two people from Daly River. And they said, you guys need to come out to Daly River and see what's happening from the floods of 6 months ago, that people are still living without electricity and the conditions they live in. The Arts Centre is still trying to recover from that flood. So we made a commitment that we would look at how we cover that story for them. And that happens wherever NITV goes, that people want us to cover their stories. We spoke this morning, I think, about good news stories and how we show Indigenous success. The other side, of course, of NITV and SBS is our content side, whether it's commissioning First Nations content or it's acquiring First Nations content. We've got a beautiful series coming up next Valentine's Day called Proper Loved Up, which for the first time is 5 shorts. So shorts are 12-minute docos, which we've done in partnership with the ABC and Screen Australia, which shows beautiful Black love stories. And they are fantastic. They are fantastic.
I'm looking forward to that.
Just one little follow-up. I just want to know, can you bring back Black comedy? That's how we deal with trauma, right? Black fellas are good at dealing with the racists through Black comedy, and I just think we should bring that back.
It could be one of your recommendations, Shannon.
Specifically.
Senator, if I'm able to respond to that a bit further to your first question over the commercialisation. So how we've been able to build the sector, Screen Australia, the state agencies, they fund, but they're limited also over what they fund because of how they make their funding go. But we've been also able to, with NITV, do formats that these other agencies don't fund, and that's the point. So we can start to do the romantic comedies, the entertainment in a way that's the more dollars we have. So it's not just the news and current affairs, the documentary or the beautiful feature film. We're getting to that point now. So that's super exciting.
Deadly. Thank you. Sorry, I took over your...
No, that's okay. I want to see it come back too.
Sorry, and I just would like to remind Senator Thorpe, Black Comedy was an ABC production.
Well, more the reason you got to bring it back.
A question to you, Ms. Williams. You said, I think in response to one of Senator Thorpe's questions when she was asking me about how many blackfellas you have employed at the ABC, that it's a tightly contested environment, and I don't disagree with that. And that makes it difficult to attract staff. We also heard evidence today about the harm that First Nations journalists experience, especially if they're public-facing. And if they're seeing our journalists treated in that way, why on earth would they want to get into the profession? And in fact, one of the witnesses this morning said that she would not recommend young First Nations journalists take up jobs in journalism because it's not safe. As employers, as people, you are encouraging Aboriginal people to get into journalism. What are you doing to keep them safe in their workplace?
Thank you for that question, Chair. I think when you look at the young people we have today, and Bridget and I talk about this sometimes too, is how much more confident they are in themselves and who they are. They are looking to tell their stories through whatever platform they can find. With First Languages Australia, we went to a national language conference in Adelaide, and the ABC provided 3 workshops, a video workshop, podcast workshop, and a news online writing workshop. There was so much interest in the podcast workshop because a lot of young people are looking at, revitalising their languages, bringing their languages back, wanting to become fluent speakers of their languages. And the podcast workshop was, full, so full that, the other 2 looked a little bit sparse. And so we look at ways to support these young people who want to tell their stories. They might want to be a journalist, but they might want to be a podcast creator. They might want to be on social media. ABC Indigenous is one of the most popular social platforms that the ABC has. When employees come into the ABC, we have the Indigenous employment strategy, which we're working with managers on a transferable skill set. Many of our younger people who want to tell stories are also leaders in their own right in community through other projects they might lead, and so it's recognising that skill set. But when they come into the ABC, we have a few different ways that we offer support. So like SBS and NITV, we have our Elder in Residence who is available for people to talk to. We have ABC Mob, our internal ABC Indigenous network. We have the ABC's Bonner Committee. It's the peak advisory group within the ABC, which has a direct line to the ABC's Managing Director. There are senior Indigenous members on the committee, and also other members of the executive leadership team at the ABC. We've got the senior cultural advisors to sort of, lift that cultural load. We have an annual Indigenous staff conference. In fact, that'll be held here in Melbourne in 2 weeks' time. We have 90 of our Indigenous employees coming along to that. That's 2 days of networking and being able to build connections with others within the ABC. And then we've got the secondment program, which offers a different type of leadership opportunity for people to go and work with language centres or other First Nations media orgs. And they might be able to do things or see how other people are telling their stories to enhance how they want to do that. And then we've got, as I was talking about before, our broader First Nations network, which includes, our media cohort, but also a Screen Alliance that, Tanya and I have recently been working with Rachel Perkins over at Screen Australia. So there's a raft of internal supports for people that come into the ABC. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Or was it more specifically around individual support for, when they're actually doing their job?
I think both. And I suppose there's a couple, there's the in general for people, for all First Nations employees at the ABC, which I think that your experience of racism would look very different in your workplace from other colleagues, as opposed to if you have an outward-facing job and you are experiencing racism and people questioning your identity because you are the journalist reporting from somewhere. I'm interested in what those processes look like, and maybe because of time we might not have. You might not be able to respond, because I do want to hear from the SBS.
Well, I could just go very quickly and say also every, senior Indigenous representative at the ABC, we extend our time and our support to any of the employees that come in. We take the time to have phone calls and conversations and mentoring and,
Yeah, thank you.
So we are talking systemic changes here, systemic. With the 30 years in the industry, it is very different from when I started. So it's the structures that we're needing to implement. We deliver an Indigenous news service. So every day we have Indigenous journalists covering Indigenous stories. So what comes with that is a different system that we need to put into place, which we have. So we want to ensure that journalists don't have to be covering the hard-hitting stories all the time. So what's the reprieve from that? Number one, number one, I should have mentioned the changes that we really implemented as an organisation come 2020 following the death of George Floyd and calling out during the Black Lives Matter movement, and the place of Indigenous executives or positions all across Australian media. So we took to task internally, what did we need to do as SBS? And we brought in an elder in residence in Rhoda Roberts, and we started to make changes, cultural frameworks being brought into the organisation in a fast-track way that it had never done before. Even when we moved NITV Limited into SBS, we really fast-tracked it, listening to the staff, and really looking at what we needed to do to reflect on ourselves as an organisation. So we ensure we've got our codes, our protocols internally. We have part of John Paul Janke's role, an Indigenous Affairs editor, similarly educating executive producers, decision makers all across SBS when there are big issues, how do they cover it, making the way that the language that they may talk about, how they're subbing, how they're commissioning a news story. So we're working on informing from within and supporting the journalists. So even those flyaway comments and how our journalists may take a decision to not commission their story, we're really working with them over it. So we're constantly educating, and we put frameworks all throughout the years when we do lunch and learns or, different education pieces for both the non-Indigenous executives or a chief of staff, as well as what we do for the journalists to really listen and hear and not have them reporting day in and day out. We've incorporated, particularly during the referendum, what we call Mabu Lian, good feeling, good spirit. So we take staff on country, including with some incredible allies that they work within. So it's two-way reciprocity learning as well, not just a deficit, but actually we're infecting SBS and we're infecting the Australian media industry on better way or best practice of covering Indigenous affairs, not otherising our communities, and talking about the need to cover these as human rights issues that as a journalist, as a newsroom, you need to be on top of. John Paul, did you need to say?
Yeah, thanks, Tanya. Just to add to Tanya's words about internally, we've done the framework, internal systems and initiatives to retain not only Indigenous journos but staff as well. I think it also boils down to something that probably got us into the media, I'm going to say 40 years ago for me, but probably was a bit shorter for you too, is that we couldn't be what we couldn't see. Like when I was wanting to be a journalist, there was hardly any black faces on TV. Today, the next generation of journos can see black faces on TV, on ABC and on NITV and SBS, and that's really important, not only in front of the camera, but in the roles behind the camera, in all the facets of our business. SBS recently broadcast the World Cup, and we had an Indigenous female presenter as part of our presenter team, and we had Lydia Williams, a former Matilda, on that panel. And it was amazing to see two staunch black women as part of our coverage, that young black women and black men can see that and go, I want to be a presenter on SBS's World Cup coverage in future years. So it's really, I think, seeing today's generation looking at NITV and ABC and saying that's what I want to be, but I also want to go there because they've put in a range of internal initiatives and programs that will look after me when I get in that space.
Yeah, we often say it doesn't matter where you work, we're all mob and we all support each other in what we do.
Thank you. That feels like a nice place to stop instead of on a deficit. I will have some questions on notice, as I'm sure other members of the committee will. So thank you very much for giving up your time this afternoon. It's been really important to hear the perspectives of the media in particular. There were several other media outlets that were invited to this committee to give evidence and did not take up the invitation to answer questions of this committee.
Can you say who they were? Was it Sky After Dark?
So it was 9 Network, 7 West Media, News Corp, Channel 10 were all invited to attend, but didn't take up that invitation, which was a real missed opportunity.
Chair, can I just conclude by thanking members of the inquiry? We've, over the last couple of months, tracked the inquiry at SBS and ITV, and you've always made yourself available to interview and yarn with us, and we feel it's important to get the stories of this inquiry out to our First Nations community and encourage them to be part of this inquiry, and you've all made yourself available for us over the last couple of months, so we thank you for that. And we know how busy you've been with this inquiry, so thank you.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, Senator Thorpe, just in response to your question, it was Sky News and News Corp as well who were invited. Thank you very much for that. Questions on notice are due back to the committee by the 27th of August, so we'd greatly appreciate your response by then. And as you are probably used to by now, you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today, and if when reading through it you see that there are any errors there, you can request that those be fixed. So thank you very much. We will now suspend for 1 minute while we welcome our next witness. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Stevens, sorry, I should have asked this before we. We will resume, and I call on representatives from Defending Country Memorial Project Inc. to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
David Hector Stevens, member and website editor, Defending Country Memorial Project Inc. I should say that our president, Peter Stanley, is overseas. Our other member, Carolyn Holbrook, is overseas, and you've got me.
Half your luck. You stuck in this room with no windows with us. I've got a little spiel, and then I'll invite you to make an opening statement.
Yep.
Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard. It attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live on the Parliament's website with audio only. I remind members of the gallery that you do need the consent of the committee and witnesses at the table before taking photos or filming. And you can see from the nameplates in front of us who you've got joining you from the committee today. We also have Mr G joining us online via teleconference also. I will now invite you to make a very brief opening statement. We do have some members of the committee who need to get out of here, and we are running over time, so I appreciate you joining us a little later than scheduled.
Thank you. A nation commemorates what it regards as important. Australia's failure to properly commemorate First Nations deaths in the Australian Frontier Wars shows that we do not regard those deaths as important. It's an example of systemic racism. On the other hand, what a nation does commemorate becomes important, and we've seen that with more than a century of Anzac commemoration. Many Australians see Anzac Day as our real national day, the Australian War Memorial and shrines in capital cities as our most sacred institutions. In our view, broadening the focus of Australian war commemoration to include First Nations deaths in the Australian wars would give those deaths a status, a respect that they have not previously enjoyed. It would help counter decades, centuries of systemic racism. The Australian War Memorial has made some progress, but we'd see it as tentative and narrowly based. And the committee has an opportunity to help cement this proper commemoration in places like the War Memorial, other shrines and memorials and around the country, and thus to reduce systemic racism in Australia. That's all I've got.
Thank you very much for keeping that statement brief. I really appreciate it. We'll go to questions and begin with Mr Venning.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving evidence this afternoon. I just have a few brief ones. It's just a query around why ministerial direction is preferable to the judgment of an independent council. Specifically, I'm talking about a recommendation on page 9 where you wanted to amend section 92 of the Australian War Memorial Act.
Yeah. I think we took a bit of a guide from the way the War Memorial took a lot of paint off from the way it handled the Auditor General's Auditor General's report and also the Four Corners report on the big build. And we just felt that closer ministerial involvement would have been a better way of handling that, and putting those extra words on at the end, subject to when appropriate words from time to time, would be a way of getting around that. For example, the director of the War Memorial said recently, when the new build, part of the new build was opened, he said, "This is the Veterans Memorial." It isn't the Veterans Memorial. It's all Australians Memorial. And having a minister not leaning over their shoulder too much, but occasionally being able to intervene and say it would avoid the worst of what we used to call Anzacery, the kind of focus on old-fashioned Anzac-y sort of stuff. That's what we'd say.
Understood. You've criticised the memorial for sticking with a plan to devote, quote, just 1% of post-redevelopment gallery space to the Australian Wars. And paragraph 36 says that plan effectively perpetuates racism. What portion do you believe is appropriate?
Well, I should say also first, I don't know whether this message got through. I think para 32 and 36, we say the proportion is still roughly the same, 1%. It used to be, and for many years the memorial said, we're going to give you 204 square metres and we're going to divide it between the Frontier Wars, the people that went to New Zealand in the 1840s and 1850s, and the people who went to the Sudan. And they backed away from that very quietly. So now it's 204 square metres, which is still about 1%. It's difficult to see how they could do more, given the structure of the place, the walls and so on. I don't think we'd go too much further on floor space. We would probably say things like, let's do that, let's see what you do with the 204 square metres. And then, do you know those things around the reflecting pool where you have what they call Australian theatres of war? It starts with the Sudan. It should start with the Australian wars. There should be a note somewhere or plaque somewhere on the Roll of Honour. You can't say how many, you can't give names for the tens of thousands of First Nations people who died, but you can at least say, if we could have, we would have done that. We can't because tens of thousands of them, their bones were buried or their bones were burnt, and we don't know what the exact number is. So there are more things that can be done than just allocating a particular space and filling it with relevant things.
Thank you, Dr. Susan. That's all from me.
Thank you, Mr Venning. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Well, firstly, no disrespect, but as an elderly white man coming here to talk about frontier wars is exactly what we need happening in this country. You've come in here truth-telling today, and I commend you and I thank you for being brave to do so. I've been one of those protesters outside the War Memorial, even though my grandfather's headstone is in there. It's the only intact headstone in the whole Australian War Memorial because he died fighting in World War I. He won a military medal. But I still protest for the frontier wars and for the thousands of our warriors that fought for this country and still have no recognition. Yep. So I just want to say thank you for that. You advocate for this recognition with the allocation of the floor space and online presence, with the importance of the frontier wars. I know there is a 2-day history conference coming up on imperialism and resistance, but what response have you got from the Australian War Memorial on including it in the permanent commemorative scope?
Well, just quickly on the first point, we know that we look like old white blokes or old white blokes and women. We have tried very much to get First Nations people on side. Among our patrons, we have Megan Davis, Henry Reynolds, Claire Wright and Thomas Mayo. We have I think we have 10 out of 20-something distinguished supporters, including people like Larissa Berend, Kim Scott from WA. We have tried to get people like that involved, and the list is in our website. I think part of the, before I get on to the other part of the question, I think part of the issue is we don't see this just, some people say to us, this is blackfellas' sacred business, sacred blackfellas' business. We say, yeah, it is. It's obviously important to blackfellas to have this recognised in a certain way. But if you look at Paul Keating's Redfern speech, we did the murders. It's us as well, and we've got to be involved. Okay, but that always upsets me, that particular line. What the memorial's done, they have made that little change about the 204 square metres, very subtly, very quietly, didn't announce it. They are, in their submission to this committee, they have said, they've repeated that, and they've said, we will focus on battles, we won't look at victimhood, we'll focus on battles and where it looks as if black people were fighting, bracket, like white people. And they've tried to narrow the focus in a number of different ways over 4 or 5 years. And I think Kim Beazley was saying something like that maybe 3 years ago. We need to focus on the dignity of resistance, but it sort of comes out as black fellas fighting like white people. And we think there's an issue that will be as far as they go. The little space, the 200 and something square metres, will have the Battle of One Tree Hill or the Battle of Battle Mountain or the one in the Umbrella Wars. And then you'll say, well, what else was there? And unless there's some bigger context, people will say, well, was that all? Just a few battles. And the next step will be go somewhere else, go to Nurra Complex, or go to Gurra Complex, go to Gurra Complex, go to the National Museum, cover it all there, which is a silly answer because no one expects the only coverage of frontier war, the only coverage of wars in uniform to be at the War Memorial. I mean, you go to the archives, you go to the National Museum, you go to the shrines, you go to overseas cemeteries. Why should there be this either-or thing about, oh no, it's not here, you've got to put it there. You can't have that kind of stuff next to service and sacrifice. Sorry, a long answer.
Why do you think there's such, this is my final question because of time, but why do you think there is such a resistance from the Australian War Memorial and even the government through the ministers that make these decisions to not have the frontier wars recognised, acknowledged? I mean, we had lots of massacres on my country, lots of stories to tell. What is it? Why are they resisting so much? What is the problem? Because if we were to do that, it'll bring the country together. It's truth-telling.
That's what we try and say to people. Somewhere in one of the most recent things we wrote, we said, look, if you did, one of my colleagues is an artilleryman, and there's a saying that artillery women have, up the guts with bags of smoke. Go hard, be prepared to accept opposition, and there's been opposition to Frontier Wars coverage of the memorial from Quadrant and people like that, but be prepared to take it on. If you really believe this stuff and you reckon that there's something about, as Larissa Behrendt says somewhere, we'll never come to terms with this country unless we acknowledge the way it was colonised and we work together to build a different sort of country. That is not seen, I don't think, by many people at the memorial. We thought that Beazley did for a while, but he's old. We thought one or two of the new people who come on the council possibly think that way. But then you look at the opening a month ago of the new Anzac Hall, the new atrium, and you look at the crowd, and with all due respect, it is middle-aged to elderly, Anglo-Celtic, white, the same sort of people who would have been there 30 and 40 years ago at a similar thing. So it's a long way to go to change that kind of approach of the memorial. They're starting, but it's very slow, and it needs a push from recommendations, possibly from this committee, saying, come on, men and women, get off your asses and do something positive about this. We've been living with it for 200 and something years.
Thank you. Thanks for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. The committee has heard evidence about First Nations personnel who fought for this country. Then when they came home, they experienced racism, quarantine wages, exclusion from soldier settlement schemes, exclusion from RSL clubs. What's the best, do you have a view on what's the best way to amplify these truths and facts to the Australian public?
I think to a large extent, to a reasonable extent, the work of the memorial, particularly through their current Indigenous liaison, Officer Michael Bell, who's a Gomeroi man, there's been a lot done about giving greater recognition to Indigenous people who put on the Queen's uniform or the King's uniform. The difficulty is, and Brendan Nelson, when he was director of the place, almost said this a couple of times. He said, isn't it wonderful that despite what we did to these people, they still put on the King's uniform in those days? And we thought, well, yeah, kind of. But someone could turn around and say, if they still put on the King's uniform after all we did to them, why should we care about what we did to them? Because they've got over it. They've gone and fought for the King. So it's recognition of Indigenous service, better recognition of Indigenous service in uniform, and recognising that they were badly done by in the after war period, like soldier settlement and so on. It's part of the story. But the risk is you focus on that so much that you avoid the broader question. At one stage, 2022, the War Memorial put out a decision. The Council said broader and deeper coverage, which was Brendan Nelson's words. But wherever possible, we'll focus on people who went on to fight for the King. So they were saying broader coverage of Indigenous people, but let's focus as far as we can on the ones who fought for the King despite all this. And we reckon they eventually lost that decision. We had to remind them where it was. They were embarrassed by it, but they still kind of fall back on it. And it's this, I can see why they've got problems. They've got Quadrant about to jump on them. When they first made that decision, they were jumped on successfully by Barnaby Joyce, the Shadow Cabinet, Andrew Bolt, the usual suspects, and a petition of 11,000 signatures in Quadrant, because you were changing the nature of the War Memorial. And the then RSL President, Greg Millick, said, if you do this, you'll have 600,000 RSL people, 600,000 ex-soldiers will be totally pissed off about this. The point was that Greg Millick's membership at that stage was only about 200,000. So I don't know how he managed to talk for 600,000. There was a lot of fear in the memorial at that point. I can understand why there was, but they really, as we said, up their guts with bags of smoke. Let's try it for change.
How does recognising frontier wars reduce racism?
I think, as we said in the early part of the submission, we've come from decades, centuries of what the anthropologist Bill Stanner called the window closed on part of our history, the Great Australian Silence, and it's a way of breaking that down by saying, in this place which some people regard as our most sacred space, we have deliberately made space for Indigenous, to recognise Indigenous service, and it's sort of, it's a bit of a, we've talked about it as being a bit of a left field solution, but you have to sort of think it through, and you think, well, we didn't do that before, partly because we didn't think it was important, because we'd ignored that sort of stuff. We'd ignored Indigenous deaths in the frontier wars. The fact that we are now recognising in this place is a big step towards changing the way we look at that part of our history.
Absolutely. You've recommended that memorials to the frontier wars should be declared as military memorials of national significance.
Yeah.
What's the difference, and why does it matter?
We only picked it up at the last minute, really. There is an act called the National Military Memorials of Significance Act. It's got about 4 or 5 memorials were made, national memorials of military significance, under that act. We've just suggested that, as well as making the changes in the way the memorial, the legal aspects of the way the memorial looks at things, also do this extra thing about memorials of national significance. I think the bigger change would be to change the relevant sections of the War Memorials Act so that it said exactly the same thing about service in uniform with service in frontier wars, people fighting in the frontier wars. That would be a hell of a big bite. It would be cut off. It would be difficult in getting it through the legislative program for a start. But anyway, if people were game to do that, it would then be up to the memorial to say, well, look, we've got this legislative requirement that we treat deaths in the Australian wars the same way as we treat deaths in uniform. We haven't got as much kit, as much stuff to display. on the frontier wars as we have on uniform wars. But now that we've got this legislative requirement, let's try a bit harder to get it, folks. And people like Ray Kirchhoff in Brisbane and other people said, it's all there, the stuff's all there, just no one's bothered to look for it. You could easily fill 200 square metres, which isn't much, it's a tennis court size, of stuff to do with even 2 or 3 battles. But let's make it serious, put the wood on the memorial, change the legislation, and then put the wood on them to find the stuff to fill the space. But big decision for a government which may not be up to that sort of stuff, but up the guts, I said, with bags of smoke.
I do like the saying up the guts. I want to ask about Anzac Day proceedings.
Yep.
And if you have a view, or why do you think there has been an increase in disruptive and disrespectful behaviour during Anzac services?
I don't know. It's a sort of, I think part of it's because it is a symbol and people look at it. Somewhere in one of the things I wrote, I said, you don't have to believe Anzac in a religious sense, and I regard myself as an atheist or agnostic on the thing, but you've got to respect the people who do think that way. And clearly there is some kind of stream of thinking on the extreme right which says this is something important, to the traditional Aussie, let's stick it up them. And I think that's the main bit of it. I mean, personally, I have a real difficulty in dealing with this. I find it difficult to deal with the noisy Anzac celebration, but we've got a lot of family history. With 2 uncles, 2 great uncles didn't come back. One got a medal for gallantry many years later. You know, you look at it and you think, that's the kind of way in which I would like to commemorate people, but not this noisy stuff. Maybe as people react to the noisy stuff, I don't know, but I think it's more just, this is the stuff that you know, people do, and it's kind of part of being an Aussie, and let's show that being an Aussie is a bit different. But I find it hard to accept that sort of stuff mainly because of my family background in the war field.
And this will be my final question. You've been advocating now for a little while on the Frontier Wars commemoration. Have you experienced or been exposed to the racism that, you know, in advocate the racism directed at First Nations people in your advocacy on this project, and what has been your response to that?
We're not a high enough profile, probably fortunately for us.
But even in your conversations with people, I imagine.
No, people look at me sometimes and you think, that hasn't quite sunk into that person. But only yesterday, someone, because a 10-year-old article that they'd picked up, that Peter Stanley and I wrote years and years ago, and they, in the course of this comment that they sent to us, they described us as playthings of international Jewry, Jewry. So what can you do? I just said noted and ignored it. But, you know, I think we don't get anything like the kind of flack that you get by being a black person in Australia. I mean, there was a figure the other day, 54%, I think, we put it on the website, 54% of First Nations people say they've suffered racism. Nothing like that at all. I mean, my biggest experience with racism is probably on the other side. I mean, about 5 years ago, Anita Heiss edited a lovely book called Growing Up Aboriginal in Australia. And I wrote a review of that and I realised, God, at my boys' school in Box Hill, we were pretty bloody racist. I mean, I think we had one Indigenous person in the whole school. So I can sort of see it from that side, but not from the side of having it put on me, no.
Thank you. I think I concur with Senator Thorpe's comments earlier about we need more people like you coming out and, you know, speaking up for our mob. So I appreciate what it is that you are doing.
Thank you.
But that does conclude the questions that we have for you this afternoon. Thank you very much for the time that you've given up and the preparation that you've put into appearing before us this afternoon. Really appreciate it. You probably will get some questions on notice.
That's fine.
So if you could please respond to those by the 27th of August, we'd be greatly appreciative. The Secretariat will make sure that you've got that information.
Okay.
And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today.
Yep.
And if when you have a look through it, you see that there are any errors in there, you can ask that they be fixed.
Yeah.
So that concludes our time with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to thank Hansard and Broadcasting for all their support throughout today, and your reward is that we get to come back and do it all again tomorrow. Thank you very much. Declare this public hearing closed.